Good morning, everybody. We are live. Let's see what we can get going. Sorry, that hearing got finished. So, no harm, no foul. Everybody's all good. And we'll get started with Darrell Brooks. A new day, a new derp, everyone.
In my discretion, I am going to allow Detective Casey to be recalled for the reasons laid out by the state. As I understand, his proposed testimony today, it is not to rehash topics that he was questioned about initially. This has to do with his investigation and role subsequent to the initial contact with Mr. Brooks at the beginning of the parade route. And as the state indicated, we'll address certain things, including identification related to the vehicle of the driver throughout the investigation, identification of certain victims. In addition, there are 2 additional charges for which the state has not yet presented testimony, so it's proper for those as well. It's relevant, and I will allow it for those reasons. So the state will be able to recall Detective Casey, and we'll have that done, obviously, when the jury is brought out. Any other preliminary issues then from the state?
Your Honor, just I am working on going through our list of exhibits, and I will work with your clerk to make sure that everything that I'm showing was admitted and accepted by the court is what she has, so that we can clear that up before we actually rest.
All right, thank you. Anything preliminary from you, sir?
Yeah, just a quick question about the last thing again. I will be able to re-cross-examine.
Oh, yes, you will.
And is essentially anything left off limits to my cross, or what?
I may limit, depending on where we go, if the questions deal with what he testified to previously. It's primarily to cross-examine.
Yes, but I'll have to step away for a
Based on the
while.
new testimony. However, 90611 also says this: witness may be cross-examined on any matter relevant to any issue in the case, including credibility. It does say in the interest of justice, the judge may limit cross-examination with respect to matters not testified to on direct. So I'll give you some leeway, and I'll trust the state will make appropriate objections, and I'll rule on them if and when they're made.
Because I'm not intending to go too much back into the previous testimony, but I think it made a few points from the earlier testimony may come into play, and I just wanted to make sure.
I think that's fair.
That wouldn't be a problem.
I think that's fair, sir.
Also, really quick, I did look over some information provided by the prosecution as far as the pretrial offer that I did not have knowledge of until, I don't know if that was today, Thursday. I don't know if that was Monday or Friday or Monday, one of those days. I've put together, started to, I won't say it's completed. That wouldn't be fair to say. I've put together or started to put together a counter offer. So I just wanted to advise the court that I was putting that together.
All right, thank you, sir. If and when you do
Counter offer?
provide that to the state, please let me know so we can make a record of that.
What's his counter offer?
All right, anything else?
Going away all day,
No,
man.
then we'll have the jury brought
I
out.
know. They don't need a
We do
counter
have
offer.
one last
from me.
large map here, Your Honor, I'm going to ask to put up and face backwards like we did the other day.
All right, go ahead since the jury's not here.
So yeah, that's like, I'm gonna make a counter offer. He's still trying to act like this is contract law where you're like bargaining over a car.
Got it.
Ain't gonna happen, Darrell.
Sure.
This doesn't work that way, man. Not at all.
Thank you.
Not even in the slightest bit. Yeah, his counteroffer is I get to leave. Yeah. So, guys, we just missed all the little stuff. The motion to amend the information to comport with the evidence. They only missed like one word. I'll give them credit. That is a very good presentation of evidence on their part. So, good job on there. Good job of the state.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I know it's a little chilly in here. I'm not sure if that will change now that we're all in here. At any time that temperature is too cold for you, let me know and we can have that adjusted. All right, Attorney Opper, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would recall Detective Tom Casey.
Good morning, Detective Casey. Please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and Teresa will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. Please state your first and last names for the record.
Thomas Casey.
Thank you. Go ahead, Attorney Opper.
Thank you. Detective Casey, I'd like to begin by asking you to refer to the item behind you. There's a large poster board there. If you could please place that on the easel and identify the exhibit number for the court.
It's exhibit number 15.
Thank you. And we've had testimony about this exhibit throughout the trial. Is that right, sir?
Yes, we have.
All right. Your role in this case was what, sir?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Initially, I was on traffic control for the parade. Shortly after the incident happened, I was assigned as lead detective for the case.
Were you the individual who created this map, State's Exhibit number 15?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I would like you to talk a little bit about how victims were identified in this case.
Objection leading.
Overruled. Foundational. The witness may answer.
So at least initially, can you tell us, like, in the day or two after the parade, what happened?
Objection leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
So initially, that night, we knew that the victims were taken to different hospitals around the area, generally 5 different hospitals. So at the beginning, we began by having detectives assigned to each hospital. Waukesha Memorial Hospital received the most patients, so they also had a lieutenant that was assigned there as a team leader. As the patients came in, they were identified by detectives. The hospitals also provided us with lists of patients that they had, and we went through those lists and tried to identify people that came in and were being treated.
And then eventually, were there follow-up interviews conducted with these individuals?
Yes, there were.
What if the individual was a person under the age of 18?
Objection leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
If the person was a minor under 18, then we would reach out to their parents, talk to the parents. Some of the kids weren't able to talk to us, but we got the majority of their statement from their parents.
Okay. And do you believe that the names on Exhibit 15 truly reflect all the injured victims that you were able to identify in the course of this investigation, sir?
Objection speculative.
No, I do not.
Hold on. There's been an objection. It's overruled, and the witness will repeat his answer.
No, I do not.
Can you explain that?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Just because of the scope of the investigation, we had so many people that were hurt. We had to come up with some kind of parameters to limit the people that we would call victims. One of those parameters is that they had to receive treatment at a hospital. Another one is that they had to be in the street when their injuries occurred. So there are some people that were injured, maybe on the sidewalk, trampled by the crowd, or received injuries that they didn't get hospital care from. You know, and unfortunately, I learned later on there's even a person that was in the band that somehow we missed her being reported that she received a broken leg. So there are some that are not on the map, but all the people that have been charged are on the map.
So you mentioned people on the sidewalk. We did have some spectators testify in the trial, correct?
Objection leading.
Overruled foundational.
Correct, but they were more in the roadway or on the curb, not on the sidewalk, or not running away from the incident when it happened.
I see. So was, in your mind, when you were leading this investigation, trying to identify victims, what was the importance of the SUV in the injuries that were caused?
Objection leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
Why were the spectators that are on this map included?
Because they were directly contacted by the SUV that came down the street.
If a person were injured because they were trampled by the crowd, are they on this map?
We
Objection
exclude those.
speculative.
Overruled. The detective may answer.
Those people were excluded from the map.
There were some people like that, right?
Yes, there
Objection
were.
leading.
Please make
Sorry.
sure. Thank you. I'll allow his answer to stand. Next question.
All right. I'd like to put up for you exhibit number 32, which has been previously identified. I'm sorry, admitted.
I'm sorry, you said 32? You said
Yes.
32? Okay, thank you. Sorry, I just missed it. Just to the witness or published because it's been received?
Yes, we are going to publish this, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Objection.
Permission granted.
Thank you. And while we're waiting for it to come up in the jury box,
I don't have it on my screen.
It may take a second. Hold on. If it's not, let's check the cables.
We don't have it either.
I can see it. The witness can see it. Go out it.
Bass, I'm
Thank you
texting
for
that
letting
one to
us
Nick
know,
Ricada.
sir.
That's
just the
beautiful.
front tables, back tables on, Your Honor.
Hold on. Stop source first. I know. Anything? Yeah. You can see it on the screen though, right, sir? On the, there's a screen, obviously, on the far side of the courtroom and then to your right.
It's always better on here because
I understand. We'll get our tech guy over here to look at it, but it's previously been received and we can see it on the two other monitors. So for now, we're going to continue. If there's anything new, I'll make sure to pause. Go ahead.
Detective Casey, I want to focus your attention specifically as to the extreme dance team. We heard testimony about several of the girls on the team being struck and injured. Do you remember that testimony, sir?
Yes, I do.
Overruled, it's foundational. The answer may stand.
Do you know if there were other people associated with the extreme dance team that were injured?
objection speculative.
Overruled, he may answer.
Yes, I do.
And do you know the names of these people?
Objection hearsay.
Overruled, he may answer.
Yes, I do.
What were their names, please?
Kathleen Pellmeyer.
Speculation.
Overruled, he may answer.
Go ahead, sir.
Kathleen Pellmeyer, Jennifer Stover, and Mitchell Lampine.
What was their role with the dance team?
To dance. Ha!
Go ahead.
Jennifer and Kathleen were support people.
They were like, "Fuck you."
Jennifer's daughter was marching in the parade, and then Mitchell was there to hand out candy with his stepmom.
Okay. I'm gonna now play, it's still not being displayed on our tables, Your Honor, but it is displayed on the 2 large monitors in the courtroom. So do I have permission to proceed?
Which exhibit?
This is 32.
Oh, yes. If we get to a new one that hasn't previously been received, then
Yes,
I will
okay.
pause to get
All
the
right.
tech people in.
All right. And
Go ahead.
Objection to relevancy.
Overruled.
Got you sleeping, Darrell.
Bailiff confirmed it's on in the jury box, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, please play. From the 32-second mark, I'm sorry, 35-second mark to 47 seconds.
That was
How long
fucking
is
hilarious.
How long is the exhibit?
Looks like it's a minute 23 according to what I can see on my monitor.
Definitely.
It is 123 total. We're only playing this 12-second clip from 35 to 47.
Thank you.
And please pause. Do you see any of the individuals you were just testifying about enter the screen, sir?
Objection speculative.
Overruled. He may answer.
Yes, I do.
Could you identify them by using the touch screen?
Objection leading.
Overruled. He may answer.
I'm going to draw one big circle.
Okay,
It has 2 individuals. It has Jennifer and Kathleen. Kathleen has the red jacket on, and directly to her left would be Jennifer in the black jacket.
okay. A little hard to see right now, but as
Yeah,
they
very hard to see.
as they
Keep going.
walk, could you see 2 people walking there, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Please clear the screen and continue playing. And pause. And I'm sorry, because I can't see the counter, Your Honor.
It is at 44 seconds.
44 seconds. Thank you. Paused at 44. Do you see anybody else that you just testified to in the video at this point, sir?
Objection speculation.
Overruled. He may answer.
Yes, I do.
And who is that?
Leading.
Mitchell,
Objection.
Overruled.
Mitchell Lampine.
Please circle Mitchell. Do you know Mitchell's approximate age?
Objection speculative.
Overruled.
I believe he's about 10.
Okay. All right, we can take down 32. Did this video goes on to show the red SUV drive through the extreme dance team, correct?
Objection leading.
It's foundational. Your Honor.
Overruled. It's foundational. It's previously been received. Go ahead.
Yes, it does.
To your knowledge of this video, sir, did those individuals, Mitchell and Ms. Stover and Ms. Pellmeyer, remain along the left side of the road there as the SUV went through?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
They were hit by the vehicle and then moved to the left.
Let's take a pause for a second. We
Yes.
have our IT experts. Hopefully I can get this figured out.
A lot of pressure.
Go ahead.
Could you put something on the screen that's okay with you for the moment?
Next
Uh-oh.
one will be 132 if you want.
This
No, I'm
happens all
sorry,
the time.
55.
Courtroom stuff always craps the bed. That is like
on our screen.
guaranteed.
It's on now.
Hold
got
on,
it.
let's make
You
sure.
can- you
Do you
can-
have it now, sir?
Pretty much guarantee this happens.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, good, great. It's on mine, it's on the witness.
Nothing new.
All right.
Nothing
Just
new
like
under the sun.
real life. You call the help desk and they show up and now it works. Yeah.
Jury monitors, we're working. It's not, hold on, let's make sure. It was just working. There's a delay.
Well, maybe next time.
142 people watching, guys. Thank you very much. Please hit the like button. I would appreciate it. Yes, Justin, this is the last witness the state has. After
You can
that,
take 30 seconds.
your boy, fly, math boy, fly. He's gonna go.
What do you say is this one?
He's gonna be about that
This is
business.
55.
what the
All right,
business?
it's on. Very good. We're up and working. And 55's previously been received, so go ahead.
All right.
Objection to the relevancy of 55.
Noted, overruled. Go
You're
ahead.
full of
Attorney
relevancy, Darrell.
Detective Casey, Exhibit 55, can you see at the end of the road there, or the top of the screen, what unit is involved in Exhibit 55, please?
Yes.
Please tell us.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
It is the dancing grannies that are approaching from the right.
Okay. And one of the dancers, we have her testimony that was involved with the Grannies was a woman by the name of Lola Hospital. Is that correct?
Objection leading.
Overruled. It's foundational. The witness may answer.
Yes, she was.
Is there video showing Miss Hospital being struck by the SUV?
Objection leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
Sure. Is the exhibit, you've seen Exhibit 55 before?
Yes, I have.
Are you able to identify Miss Hospital, yes, Lola Hospital in Exhibit 55, sir?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yes, I am.
All right. We're going to play the clip, Your Honor, from from 4 seconds to 8 seconds at 50% speed. And it is zoomed in on the middle of the road where the dancing grannies are located.
All right, go ahead. Thank you.
We are live on Rumble, guys, if you need as well.
Please describe for the jury what you just saw in the video, sir.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I saw the red SUV driving westbound on Main Street, approaching the dancing grannies and hitting Lola Hospital and then striking 2 other dancing grannies.
When you say hitting Lola Hospital, what did you see?
Objection leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
I saw the left side of the car come in contact with her, and then her body moved to her left after.
Did Miss Hospital report any injuries to the Waukesha Police Department?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, she did.
Good morning,
All
everyone.
right, sir. I'd like to now ask that Exhibit 118 be published for the jury. This has previously been admitted.
Permission granted.
Whatever works best for you, Jim. No worries.
Objection to the relevancy of 118.
It's previously been received.
Got nothing but
Go
love
ahead.
for you, either way.
Sir, do you recognize the item shown in Exhibit 118?
Yes, I do.
And in addition to the photograph, have you had an opportunity to examine that item or items
Objection leading.
personally?
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, I have.
And Mr. Johnson from the crime lab testified about these items yesterday, but I'd like you to tell the jury what you remember of these items, please.
Objection leading. Informative. The first part of the question.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
So this is the red SUV that was used in the parade attack. This is a picture of it taken after. I remember a hood from a white jacket
A hood.
and a hat, a black hat with snowflakes on it, being pressed in between the hood and the windshield wiper of the vehicle.
Objection to it being called an attack. I think that's a disparaging remark for the record.
Your objection is noted, and the answer will stand. I will instruct the witness to simply describe what he is seeing without further characterizing it, as it will be up to the jury to determine the facts in this case. Go ahead.
Thank you. When you saw these items on the hood of the red SUV, did you later come to recognize where they may have come from?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, I did.
What did you determine?
I determined that they were the jacket, hood, and hat that Virginia Sorensen was wearing while she was walking in the parade.
Like to display to the witness only, please, Exhibit 177. This has not yet been received, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead, please.
Is 177 on your screen, sir?
Yes, it is.
And what do you see in Exhibit 177?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
I see two dancing grannies carrying a Milwaukee dancing granny sign, and the woman on the left is Virginia Sorensen, and she's wearing a black hat with snowflakes, wearing a white jacket with a hood on it.
Move to admit 177 and permission to publish, Your Honor.
Objection to the relevancy.
The objection is overruled. Exhibit 177 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Said 177?
177, yes. Go ahead. And if the jurors will let me know when it's in the jury box as well, please. All right, thank you. It's there.
And again, just so we're clear on the record, please circle Virginia Sorensen in the hat in this picture.
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
That is Virginia, and then this would be the hat and hood that I believe was found on the SUV.
Detective Casey, there were many videos that have been shown to this jury, correct?
Objection, leading.
It's foundational, Your Honor.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, there has been.
To your knowledge, are there any videos that display the license plate of the red SUV as it goes along the parade route?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Yes, there are.
Is it possible to capture a screenshot from those videos to see the license plate of the red SUV along the parade route?
Yes, there are.
I'd like to display for the witness only, Exhibit 150.
Go ahead.
Jim, I agree. They're pushing the limits. I don't know why they're doing this. Calling it an attack. Sorry,
Is
I had to take
150
care
on
of
your
something.
screen, Detective?
What do you
Not
call
yet.
it? But calling it an attack is highly prejudicial. It's
It is
not
not.
like
All right.
mistrial bad.
Do you see
But they're getting
Exhibit
pissed.
150?
Yes, I do.
Please describe what you see in Exhibit 150.
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
I see the red SUV that was driven through the parade route, and it's at the time when it was contacting the Waukesha South band members. In that photo, you can read the license plate number.
Do you believe this photo is a true and accurate representation of the events of the day?
Yes, I do.
Move to admit 150 and permission to publish.
Objection. How does this go to investigation? Exhibits
Overruled.
on investigation.
Exhibit 150 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
The image is a little blurry, correct?
A tad.
Can you please point out the license plates in the photo and read it for the jury?
Is it okay if I circle it?
Yes.
Overruled. You may do so.
That is the license plate number, and I read ADP 9256.
All right. Now I'd like to show to the witness only, number 151, please.
Go ahead.
Please describe 151. Oh, please clear the screen, Madam Clerk.
Not even close.
This photo is of the red SUV on the parade route. It's just photo taken just prior to the Barris Logistics float, and the band director is in the lower left-hand side of the video. It shows the red SUV with the license plate number displayed.
Do you believe this photo represents a true and accurate depiction of the events of the day?
Yes, I do.
They waited for him again.
Move to admit 151 and permission to publish.
They
Your
were
Honor.
waiting again. He didn't object.
To relevancy.
Exhibit 151 is received, permission to publish granted, the objections noted and overruled.
Chris, thank you very much for listening in.
Space and we had 140 exhibits. How do we get this many?
Keep going, Attorney Upper.
Detective, please describe what you see in 151. I think you did describe it. Strike that. Please circle the license plate and read it for the jury.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
ADP 9256.
Thank you. It's still not up. Okay, I'm sorry. Gotta wait for the jury.
Go ahead.
Detective Casey, during your investigation, did you uncover any other videos linking Mr. Brooks to this same vehicle with this same license plate?
Objection. I don't consent to being called their name. It's leading the witness.
Overruled as to both counts. You may answer.
Yes, we have.
Could you describe this video for us, please?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
There's a video that we obtained from social media that shows Mr. Brooks standing next to the SUV, and you can clearly see the license plate number on the vehicle. I believe the video was taken sometime prior to November 21st, 2021.
Okay, I'd like to display for the witness only Exhibit 175, please.
Go ahead.
Please identify 175.
This is a,
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled. You may answer.
this is a photo. There's two individuals in the photo. The individual on the left, I know to be the person referred to as Darrell Brooks. It displays a vehicle, a red Ford, and it has the license plate number, which is displayed in the photo.
What is the source of this photo?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
We obtained it through social media.
Okay. I mean, this is a photo versus a video.
This is the photo taken from
Hold
a
on.
video.
I understand the objection. It's sustained. It's foundational. This particular question, the witness may answer. Go ahead.
This is
Overruled or sustain?
Overruled.
He said sustain.
What did I say?
Yes, you did.
Sorry. I meant it's overruled. The witness may answer. Sorry, I'm taking notes. I was writing the word source, and I think that's why I did that. In any event, go ahead and answer. Sorry about that, for any confusion I may have caused.
This is a screenshot taken from a video.
Move to admit 175 and permission to publish, Your Honor.
Objection to that. What's the relevancy? I don't see the alleged defendant in there.
Your objection is noted. It is overruled, and Exhibit 175 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Sorry.
The jury would also let me know when it's in the jury box monitors or on the jury box monitors.
Oh my God, they're showing the rap video. They're showing it in all its pre-killing glory.
All right, go ahead.
Detective Casey, is the person you know as Darrell Brooks in this photograph?
Objection, I'll consent to being called their name and leading the witness.
Overruled.
What the business? What the
Yes, he is.
business?
Please circle or X or mark in some fashion. How do you know that's Darrell Brooks there? His back is to us.
He's turning
Objection,
around.
leading.
Overruled.
I've watched the video in its entirety and I've seen his face in the video.
What the business? What the business?
Okay, that can go down, please. Detective Casey, in total, how many videos do you think were collected by the Waukesha Police Department during this investigation?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. You may answer.
We have at least 65 to 75 files. Some of those files contain multiple videos, photos, could be 10 each. So I would say probably 300 to 400 videos we have collected.
What were the source of those videos?
Some of the videos came from different people that were at the parade. Some of them are from city-owned cameras,
Like a real game.
and some of them are from fixed surveillance fixed surveillance systems from businesses that were in downtown Waukesha.
Were all of the videos that were available shown to this jury?
No, they were not.
Objection, leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
No, they were not.
Have you personally observed and reviewed each of the video files available in this case, sir?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. You may answer.
He can,
Yes, I have.
it's not speculation. If
To
he
your
knows
knowledge,
it.
sir, did any video ever show a different person behind the driver's wheel of that red SUV?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I have never seen anyone driving the vehicle besides the defendant in any of the videos that I looked at.
In any of the videos, were you ever able to see multiple people inside the vehicle?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
None of the videos that we have looked at showed anyone else in the vehicle.
Do any of the videos at any point show the red SUV coming to a stop, a complete stop along the parade route?
Objection, leading and
Oh.
speculative.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I've never seen a video that shows the vehicle slowing or stopping while it was on the parade route.
Do any of the videos show the driver of the vehicle exit the vehicle to check on a person who had just been struck by the vehicle?
Objection, leading.
No.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I never observed in the videos the driver of the vehicle to stop and check or exit the vehicle on anyone.
There was testimony earlier in this case about witnesses observing multiple people running from the car. Do you remember that?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, I remember that.
Were there multiple reports like that, sir?
Initially, there were some reports like that.
When the vehicle was found on Maple Street, you weren't there.
Objection, leading.
Overruled. His answer may stand.
Do you know what police activity occurred when the vehicle was found on Maple?
Objection, speculative. Just stated he wasn't there.
Overruled. The witness may answer. He was asked, what does he know?
Yes, I do.
Please tell the jury what happened when the SUV was found on Maple.
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Initially, Officer Moss went, he secured the vehicle, did not find anybody in the vehicle. There was an initial report that saw some other people running from the area of the vehicle. After that information was given back to us, we sent detectives down to the area to investigate further to see if we could corroborate and find out if that was true or not.
After that investigation, did you have other suspects or just one person?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Based on the information of what everybody saw on the parade route, and then the detectives that went back down to Maple Avenue where and interviewed the people that reported the people running, our investigation determined that there was only one person in the vehicle and there was no other suspects that we were looking for.
At some point in your investigation, Detective Casey, were you given a Ford key?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes, I was.
What was your understanding as to the source of that key?
My understanding that that key was taken from Mr. Brooks when he was taken into custody and turned over to Detective Stern and Detective Carpenter.
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name for the record.
Noted, overruled.
How did you get it?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
You just stated how you got it.
Overruled, he may answer.
Detective Stern brought me the key the morning after the incident.
Did you do anything with the key?
Yes, I did.
Tell the jury what you did, please.
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
At that point, the vehicle was at the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department secure storage facility. Mr. Johnson was over there processing the vehicle. I went there and I took the key with me and I checked the vehicle to see if the key would work in the car.
What did you find?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
I found that the key worked the door locks to unlock the car. I also put the key in the ignition and it turned the ignition lock.
Thank you. Detective Casey, you've heard testimony about the manner in which the defendant was identified by the name of Darrell Brooks. Do you recall that testimony, sir?
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name. He's leading the witness.
Overruled, foundational, the witness may answer.
Yes, I do.
Did you endeavor to verify the identification of the subject you had arrested for this incident?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Yes, I have.
Did you verify his identity by the name of Darrell Brooks?
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name. Leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes, I have.
How did you do that?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
There were a couple different ways. One way is when a person is taken into custody, we take their fingerprints. We check that against other records that are kept by the state. Those fingerprints matched Darrell Brooks. I've also spoken to 3 women that he has children with. They verify that is his name that he has always gone by. I have also spoken to his mother, which states that that's the name that he has gone by always.
I'd like to put on the screen for the witness only Exhibit 88.
Go ahead.
Do you see Exhibit 88, sir?
Yes, I do.
Objection to this, what's the relevancy?
Overruled. Go Can you- ahead.
Grounds for the overrule.
Relevant.
In what way is it relevant?
To the counts alleged in this case. Go ahead.
Can you please identify Exhibit 88, sir?
This is a bail bond through Milwaukee County Circuit Court for Darrell Edward Brooks, the date of birth of 2/21/82.
To your knowledge, was Mr. Brooks on bail through a Milwaukee County case on the date of November 21, 2021?
Objection leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes, he was.
And what is the date of this bail form, please? I believe it's near the bottom.
The date on the bottom
Objection
is
leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
2/21 of 2021.
Was Mr., we'll strike that. By classification, can you tell us the level of charges that Mr. Brooks was pending on for this bail?
Objection. You've already made a ruling on it.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
All the charges that I see in here are felonies.
To your knowledge, was this bail in full force and effect on November 21 of 2021, sir?
Objection.
Overruled, he may answer.
Yes, it was.
And in the middle of the form, do you see the conditions of bail that were set upon Mr. Brooks?
Objection leading.
Overruled,
Yes, I do.
And I'm looking under paragraph B, the third bullet. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Could you please read that bail condition to the jury?
Objection leading.
overruled, the witness may answer.
The state defendant shall not commit any crime.
Thank you. Move to admit number 88, Your Honor.
Objection.
Exhibit 88 is received.
Like to display for
It was
the,
already speculated to. How's that coming into evidence?
Overruled and permission to publish.
I'm sorry, I did not seek to publish this, Your
Oh,
Honor.
all right, turn that
I
on.
request a legal finding of fact for that.
The objection is noted. It's overruled. Continue, Attorney Opper.
Thank you. I'd like to display for the witness only exhibit 89.
Go ahead.
Sir, can you please identify 89?
Objection.
Overruled.
Relevancy.
Overruled.
This is a,
This has been speculated, stipulated to as well. How's it evidence? How's it being admitted?
The objection's noted. It's overruled. The witness may answer.
I request a legal finding of fact for that too, Your Honor.
Noted. Overruled. Go ahead.
this is a bail bond through Milwaukee County Circuit Court for Darrell Edward Brooks with the date of birth of 2/21 of 1982.
Is this a different case than what was displayed in exhibit 88?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yes, it is.
Are you able to make any observations about the level of charges related to this case, sir?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
It appears that there's 4 charges, 2 of which are felonies.
Okay. And on the bottom of the form, can you tell the date that this bail was issued?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
States 11/11 of 2021.
The directing your attention again to that same location in the middle of the page under paragraph B, the third bullet. Could you please read the conditions of release that were set by the court in that case?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Defendant shall not commit any crime.
To your knowledge, sir, was this bail in full force and effect on November 21 of 21?
Objection speculative and leading.
Overruled as to both. The witness may answer.
Yes, it was.
Finally, sir, I'd like to put up one last item for you, or 2 items. 1 second, please. I'd like to display for the witness only exhibit 13.
Objection. What's the relevancy of this? How does it say any foundation to testimony?
I'll give the state some leeway to establish that. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, do you recognize can you tell if Exhibit 13 is a video, sir?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Have you seen this video before, sir?
Objection, the
Overruled.
still relevancy.
The
Relevancy.
state is asking the foundational questions. The objection's a bit premature. I'll take it under advisement. Go ahead, Attorney Opper.
Yes, I have.
What does this video depict?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. Go ahead.
This video depicts the backyard at 4014 North 19th Street in the city of Milwaukee. It also, that's the address of Dawn Woods, the mother of Darrell Brooks. And on the lower left-hand corner, you can see a Ford Escape.
In the lower right,
Objection. I move to strike that. How does he know? What?
The objection's noted. Overruled. You can ask him on cross-examination. You can question him about that. Go ahead.
in the bottom right-hand corner of the exhibit, do you see a date and time stamp for this video, sir?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Yes, I do.
What does it say?
It says 11/21-2021, and then it says 13:26:18.
What do those numbers represent, sir?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
To me, it'd mean that the video was taken on November 21st, 2021 at 1:26 p.m.
And do you believe this video is a true and accurate representation of the events of that afternoon at that location, sir?
Objection, speculative.
Sustained. If you could lay a little more foundation.
Sure.
please.
How did you come into possession of this video, sir?
The defendant's mother provided it to us.
And do you know approximately when it was obtained?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled.
The evening of November 21st, 2021.
Do you know if the defendant's mother was cooperative with police in providing the video?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, she was.
Do you know if the video was provided to police when asked?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
She volunteered
Yes, it was.
Do
willingly.
you have any reason to believe that the video was altered or modified in any way before it was
No.
provided to police?
I do not.
Move to admit 13, Your Honor, and permission to publish.
Objection, relevancy.
Noted. Overruled. Exhibit 13 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
For the record, this is a video. It's 49 seconds in duration. We're going to play it in full. There is no audio, and it will be played at normal speed.
Well, let's see what this is.
Oh, hang on, don't play yet.
Yes, if the jurors would let me know when the monitors are displaying the video. All right, go ahead.
Oh, it's gonna be his big old face coming out. Let's go, math boy. Math boy? Meth boy. Or maybe it's what he meant. Right before he had his big temper tantrum. So cute, little Darrow.
Detective Casey, were you able to see any emblem on the front grille of that vehicle as it drove away?
I would have to look at it again.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me ask you this. Did you see any damage to the front end of that vehicle as it drove away?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I did not.
Okay. I'm going to put up State's Exhibit 14 now, please.
Go ahead. Just to the,
Yeah, just to the witness only, please.
thank you.
Do you recognize Exhibit 14, sir?
Yes, I do.
What is the source of Exhibit 14?
This is a still shot taken from the video.
The same video we just saw, number 13.
Yes.
Move to admit 14 and permission to publish, Your Honor.
Objection relevancy.
The rapper formerly known as.
The objection's overruled. Exhibit 14 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
He has not done it yet. He has not done it yet.
Sir, do you see Darrell Brooks in this photograph?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name again for the record.
Noted. Overruled.
Do you see that guy here?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify or, excuse me, describe the clothing items that you see him wearing in this photograph? Oh, it's not in the jury box yet. I'm sorry.
You can state your objection, though.
Leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Mr. Brooks is wearing a red t-shirt, blue jeans, and he has blue colored flip-flops on with white socks.
God, that is so damning.
And
I was hoping they had
what's
something
the
of him.
date and time stamp for this photograph, please?
It's 11/21/2021 at 13:26:08 hours.
Get wrecked!
And that's what time, sir?
Objection leading.
In, on the 12-hour clock.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
That would be 1:26 p.m.
All right, thank you. Any other questions, sir?
Lee Cross.
In the two exhibits we just watched, 13 and 14, do you see anyone driving the vehicle?
No, I do not.
Do you know if anyone's in the vehicle at the time that you see it pull away?
I would assume, based on my training experience, that when the vehicle pulled away, that there was someone inside the vehicle, because in order to move a vehicle, you have to manipulate the controls, the shifter, the brake, the accelerator. So my assumption is that someone is inside the vehicle doing that.
That wasn't the question.
Yes,
Do
it
you
was.
see anyone in the vehicle?
I object, Your Honor, that was the question, and he's already asked and answered. The question is, anyone can be seen.
The objections,
Actually,
not sure what the objection was, but the answer may stand. You can ask your next question.
you know what? Actually, though,
Just go back to exhibit 175 and pull that up for the witness.
Would the state please pull that up? Witness only or published?
Publish.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Jurors, let me know when it's in the jury box as well.
business.
All right,
Just-
go ahead. It's in the jury
You
box.
just testified that this was the alleged defendant. How do you know that? Can you see a face?
Which question are you asking? Those were two.
Can you see the face on the circle individual in that exhibit.
Don't ask the
In this
question.
clip, I cannot see the face of the person that is circled.
So how do you know who it is?
Not gonna like the answer. Don't ask it. Don't
I
ask
can
it.
tell who that is because I have watched this video in its entirety, and I can tell that it is you based on all of my contacts with you.
So why were there not any other exhibits that can give credibility to you positively identifying the individual in this video?
Objection, argumentative,
Grounds.
compound.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Is it fair to say that this is the only exhibit photo from the video?
What?
Go
Can
ahead.
you clarify the only one that is shown today, or the only one that has ever been
The
taken?
only one that's,
ever
the only
exists?
one that's
Could you clarify,
being
please?
shown right here today. Is this the only one that is an exhibit being shown here today?
Yes, this is the only one that we've shown today.
And you can tell just from this exhibit exactly who that individual is.
I don't believe that was my testimony.
I'm asking the question.
From just looking at this, no, but I know from looking at the entire video that it's you.
We're talking about this exhibit that's being shown right now during your testimony right now at this moment.
Right now. Right now.
Strictly that.
Could you ask your question, please?
I'm going to object, asked and answered.
Sustained as to the form of the question as well.
Would it be fair to say that from this exhibit 175 that they're looking at right now that you cannot tell who the circle individual is? Would that be fair to say?
That would be fair to say.
Can you clear the circle?
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
And do you recall what date you viewed this video, as you call it?
I have viewed this video multiple times. I don't recall the specific dates that I've seen it.
Was it relatively early on in the investigation?
There have been multiple times that I've watched this video, some of them early, some of them as late as yesterday.
Do you recall seeing this video the same night of the incident or in the days following?
I did not see it the night of, but it would be the days following that I have seen it.
And at that time, did you have knowledge of who that vehicle belonged to?
Yes, I did.
And did you have knowledge of the usage of that video? I mean, the usage of that vehicle?
I'm not sure that I understand the question.
Did you have knowledge of who may have been using the vehicle?
Objection vague as to time.
Sustained as to the form of the question, if you could limit or perhaps direct him to a specific time frame regarding the use of the vehicle.
At the time of the incident?
Yes.
And what, and can you clear that? And what information was that?
The information that I had is at the night of the incident that you, Darrell Brooks, were the person that were operating the vehicle.
And who did you learn that from? And for the record, I don't consent to that name.
Noted,
For the record.
overruled. Go ahead and answer.
Can you repeat your question, please?
I'm gonna go another route on this.
You done with the exhibit, sir?
But no, I'm not.
So you're withdrawing your question?
Yeah, I'm
Go that other
going
route,
another
Darrell.
route.
Let's see how this goes, man. I'm sure it's going to be.
You just
devastating.
testified to seeing the entire video that this steel frame exhibit came from, correct?
I testify that this came from the entire video, correct?
You said that you viewed the video in its entirety, correct?
The entirety, what we recovered from your social media account. I'm not sure if there is a longer version someplace, but.
Did you see the video in its entirety? The video that this exhibit came from?
Yes.
And are these the only two individuals that you observed in that video?
They are the only two that I recall seeing in the video.
Did you ever inquire about the identity of this individual?
No, I have not.
Can you clear that circle?
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Would it be fair to say that from looking strictly at the exhibit that we're viewing right now, that both individuals have the same hairstyle?
It would be fair to say.
Can we clear the X's?
Man, those red
Yeah.
headbands they're wearing are
Clear
kind of
the
subdued. They're like Florida
exhibit.
State fans or Crips. I can't
ahead.
tell.
Thank you.
That's a sidekick history boy.
We go back to Exhibit 13. Published.
His sidekick.
Go ahead. The state would assist, please.
Yes, Alpha Fox. Did you see the cameraman?
13.
Or was it on a tripod? Was it remotely done?
Can you play it? Well, just play it. I'll tell you when to pause if that's okay.
Go ahead.
It's not up yet.
Oh, thank you. We're gonna wait until it's in the jury box.
Okay.
No blood. It's been a long day. It's a long night for me. He's not even a real
Okay, go
gangster.
ahead. Thank you. Just as a reminder, it's 49
Math boy and
seconds long.
science man.
I don't think I'm gonna need the. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I might. Pause. Right there, the individual that you observe. Right
This
here.
doesn't work because we see you literally seconds
Do
later,
you see
Darrell.
them wearing a hoodie?
The person in that photo is not wearing a hoodie.
Do you see a hoodie anywhere present in this video?
No, I don't see a video or a hoodie anywhere in the video.
I did. It's over
Can you take the X down?
for now.
From this angle, it'd be fair to say that you can see the very front end of the vehicle, correct?
That is correct.
Can you see any windows or see inside the vehicle at that time? Or at the time that we're looking at right now?
You cannot see inside the vehicle at this time.
So it'd be fair to say that just by looking at what we're looking at now, you wouldn't know if anyone's already inside the vehicle.
This has been asked and answered, Your Honor.
I'll allow it. The witness may answer.
This is a whole different.
I'm allowing it.
Yeah, he's trying to
Go
say
ahead.
I wasn't wearing a hoodie.
That's correct. From this video, you cannot tell if anyone else is inside the vehicle.
So it'd be fair to say that you're not sure.
It's fair to say that I am not sure.
Can we pull this down?
He's like, there we go. Reasonable doubt. I'm out here. Sorry, Darrell. You need more than that, brother.
Wait. I'm sorry. Can you pull that back up for 1 second?
Same exhibit.
Same
Go ahead.
exhibit 13.
All right. The state would put
Do-
that back
right.
on display,
Okay.
and there you go.
He's getting all
Do
anxiety.
you
He's
want any
getting
more of a
angsty.
plate or just the still?
We waiting for the jury or do they?
It's up.
He thinks he's in the hunt.
No, we don't need a play.
Do you need it to go to a certain point?
Yes,
All right. Do you know what point?
I'm about to it right now.
He's not be able to control himself. He thinks he's got the kill shot. He's lining it up.
Looking at this house right here, do you see an address posted anywhere on this house?
In the photo that you circled, no.
So it'd be fair to say that you don't know the address of this house.
That is incorrect.
You just said that you don't see an address posted anywhere in this house. So from the vehicle, I mean, strike that, not the vehicle. I'm still looking in the corner right here. From the video that we're viewing right now, do you see an address posted anywhere on this house?
I do not see an address posted in this photo.
So judging by this, well, actually it's a video, but judging by this video,
It's a frame. It's just a photo.
how can you know the address of this house?
Because I've been at this house before to talk with your mother. I've seen the address on the front of the house.
Judging by this video.
Hold on, you have to let him finish, because that was not the question you asked. You asked him how he knew. He can answer. Go ahead, Detective Casey.
I have been at this address before. I have spoken to your mother. I have been in the backyard of the residence. I've seen the address on the front of the house.
Oh,
I know this to be your mother's house. I recognize from
no.
this photo to be your mother's address at 4014.
He been your
North
mom's
Richmond
house,
Street.
yo.
You recognize the house or the address? Because we don't see an address in this video.
I recognize a
I recognize this house to be that address from being there.
And had you already been there, as you say, and talked to people, as you say, before you viewed this video?
Yes, he's like, I've also been inside your mom.
I believe that I saw the video first, and then I was at the address.
So at the time that you saw this video, you didn't know whose house that was.
That would be an incorrect statement.
You just said that you saw the video first before going to the house. Did you, or did you not say that? Would that be fair to say?
I guess I'm a little confused in your question. We received the video. We know from getting it from the mother that she said that that is where she lives. So I knew that this was where she lives when I watched the video.
I follow you. But
No, you don't.
that clarification wasn't stated before. So
He's like, you got that one.
that's fair from the clarification of how you just clarified it. Can you clear the
You're
circuit,
done with this,
please?
this exhibit?
Yes. You got that one, Mr. Detective.
Yeah.
We'll take it down. Thank you.
Real quick, Rose. No, that question he asked was a different line of questioning, saying, there's a hoodie, the picture of the guy driving the car in the parade's wearing a hoodie. I'm not wearing a hoodie now. Do you agree there's a difference? That wasn't her baby.
You
That
made
was actually
reference to,
a valid line of questioning.
The key being
Valid.
found. Did you yourself find that key?
No, I did not.
Were you at the scene where the key was found at the time it was found?
No, I was not.
So it'd be fair to say that you were told that a key was found.
Yes, I was told that a key was found.
So it'd be fair to say that you went off of what you were told. You actually didn't observe this with your own eyes.
What are you speaking of?
The key being found.
That's correct. I was told by two officers who I've worked with for a long time, and I trust what they tell me to be accurate.
You made reference to there being a couple, was the word you used, a couple ways to identify individuals. And you stated that you had spoken with the mothers of the alleged defendants' children. That be fair to say?
I believe I said I spoke with the mother of 3 of your children.
At that time, was the alleged defendant already in custody?
Yes, he was.
Wouldn't it have been easier to just use the fingerprints that were already obtained?
Like I said before, the fingerprints was one way. We also verified it talking to his family members that his identity.
Any reason why, or let me back up. Is it fair to say that there was more confirmation needed to identify the alleged defendant at that point, seeing as how the fingerprints were already obtained?
We were just being thorough. We were certain that it was Darrell Brooks that we had in custody based on his fingerprints and other information that we had. It was just a matter of being thorough and verifying the person that we had and the name that he goes by.
It'd be fair to say fingerprints are pretty accurate though, correct? Would that be fair to say?
I think that would be fair to say.
So it would also be fair to say that there wouldn't be any reason why the alleged defendant that was in custody would be someone else. Wouldn't that be fair to say?
Objection, that's compound and difficult to follow.
It's not compound. It's
Sustained
not
as to the
difficult to
form
follow.
of the question, sir. Please
That was
rephrase.
very clear.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
And where did the interviewing of the mothers of these children take place, if you recall?
I spoke to Jessica Macklin in Iowa at her residence. I spoke to Angel Fitzpatrick at her residence in Menominee Falls.
Whoa. Can we strike that? Why do the names have to be stated?
Overruled, he was answering the
You
question.
asked the question, you dumb fuck.
His answer may stand, your request to strike is denied, and the witness may continue answering.
I spoke to Angel Fitzpatrick in Menominee Falls at her residence, and I spoke to Erica Patterson a number of times at various locations about you.
You said one of the mothers of these children you spoke to in Iowa.
Correct.
Why would you go all the way to Iowa?
Because initially you listed her as a witness on your witness list for court. So we went there and we wanted to verify what information she might have that she would testify to.
Just for the record, I don't recall listing anyone as a witness, just for the record.
For the record, Mr. Brooks, you can't testify at this
know
moment.
that.
You'll have an opportunity should you choose.
I just wanted that clear for the record since what was
Can't be,
said.
it's struck from the record at this
I-
point because you're attempting to testify. The
Not
jury will
attempting to
disregard
testify. I
that.
just wanted the record to show
The
that I
jury
had no
will
knowledge of doing that.
It's
And
been
if-
strictly
The jury will
based on
disregard those statements made by the defendant
If
as
something's-
that he is not testifying, and it would be improper at this time for the court to receive them.
I don't think a
Go,
record should be
next
made of
question, sir.
something that I didn't do.
Next question, sir.
It's ridiculous.
ridiculous.
So you said you went to Iowa to try to find out what would be testified to. Why?
Objection, argumentative,
Grounds.
irrelevant, and calls for hearsay.
Grounds.
Sustained as to all basis. Next question.
Sounds brown.
Was that an attempt to prepare for what might have been said?
I'll allow that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Ooh,
Yes.
Why would there be preparation involved in someone who might testify on an alleged defendant's behalf?
Objection, argumentative.
Grounds.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
We went there to speak with her, so if she came and testified, there wouldn't be any surprises. We also wanted to find out if there's any background information that she had about Mr. Brooks that would be helpful in our investigation.
So you made reference to not being any surprises. Would it be fair to say that there was a little worry there?
Objection, argumentative.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
What surprises were you referring to? What do you mean by surprises? No surprises.
Your Honor, I object to this entire line of questioning. This witness is not expected to testify. It's wholly irrelevant.
Well, he opened the door by putting the name on the record and saying where he went.
I will allow one more question on this. Go ahead, you may answer.
Could you re-ask the question, please?
What do you mean by making sure that there were no surprises?
We wanted to make sure that there wasn't any information that we weren't aware of that may come up later that would be helpful in the trial.
Do you recall making an attempt to interview the child
Objection, relevance.
who was 7 at the time?
Sustained. Next question, please.
Reason for the sustain, Your Honor?
Not relevant.
Well, the question was asked, does he recall?
Sustained. Next question, please.
Grounds for the sustain again?
Relevant.
How is it not relevant?
Keep going, sir.
Did you interview the child?
Same objection.
Grounds
Sustained.
for the sustain?
Relevant.
Why would you ask to interview the child?
Your Honor, objection. This
Sustained.
entire line of questioning is inappropriate.
Sustained. Move on.
I would
Mr. Brooks.
object that trying to interview a 7-year-old child is.
Sir, move on, please. 90611. It's also not relevant. Assumes
Very
that's not
relevant.
an evidence.
It was a tricky move.
It was a tricky move.
You made reference to, in regards to Exhibit 88 and 89, which were documents from an entirely different county. Do you work for Milwaukee County?
No, I do not.
So how did Milwaukee County, which is a different county, come into your investigation in Waukesha County?
You may answer. With the understanding there are some limited pretrial rulings that still are in play. Go ahead.
During the normal,
I'm sorry for interrupting. I started off by saying in regards to Exhibit 88 and 89. That's how I started the question, just for the record.
I know. I'm reminding the witness of the pretrial rulings.
Okay.
during the normal course of an investigation, we do background on a person to see if they have any open cases or any information that would be helpful. There is a computer system that displays what cases or charges are open for a person, and it is relevant because if you are charged in one county and you violate conditions of bail, you can also be charged in another county for those violations.
Oh, gosh.
And in reference to having charges in one county.
Hey, Alphonse, how you doing?
Potentially being charged in another county. In reference to that, wouldn't you essentially have to violate the conditions in one county and strictly be charged in that county?
That is an inaccurate statement.
That's a legal conclusion. I don't know why he's being asked to talk about that.
You being in law enforcement for a very long time, it would be fair to say that you're familiar with the term double jeopardy, right?
Objection. Legal conclusions.
I've heard the term before.
Don't let him
And
answer
what is your
this.
understanding of what that term means?
Objection, irrelevant, beyond the
Grounds.
scope of the witness's knowledge. Legal conclusion.
Sustained for all those reasons.
So when did you become the lead investigator in this matter?
It was about 8:30 p.m. on November 21st, 2021.
So same night.
Correct.
And whom were you made lead investigator by?
Command staff or Lieutenant Jerry Habanik.
Do you recall why you were tapped to be the lead investigator?
Because I was the most qualified person and had the most experience to take care of it. That's what I've been told.
Any other reasons besides that?
Also because I was at the parade route a little bit earlier and I had the most information out of anyone. It took a little while for the other staff to come in. So I already had a little bit of a head start with the information that I already had learned as being there at the beginning.
And that would be in the information that you said you had more knowledge of than anyone else at that time. Would that be in reference to having an interaction with the vehicle at some point?
I would say as a totality of the situation, I was there when the car first went through. I know what the radio traffic was for taking Mr. Brooks into custody. There's also some decisions that were made early on how to proceed with the case. I was also on scene downtown and took control of the crime scene initially. So a lot of those decisions were made even before our command staff started coming in to take over lead on the case.
You referenced you were there at the beginning when the vehicle first entered in the parade. What do you recall about when the vehicle first entered the parade?
I remember a horn beeping, red Ford Escape driving around, and then you driving into me and not stopping when I pounded on your hood and window.
Driving into you, what do you mean?
Ah!
I meant that I was in front of your vehicle contacted me, pushed me off to the side, and continued driving without stopping.
Were you injured?
What do you mean not
incident?
stopping?
I was not injured, thankfully.
And you made reference to a horn beeping. What do you mean a horn beeping?
I mean,
The vehicle was beeping its horn?
Yes, the vehicle was beeping its horn.
What would be the only time a vehicle would beep their horn?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained. Calls for
Reason.
speculation.
Not the only time. Multiple times what happened.
Do you know why the vehicle was beeping their horn?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Do you know why you would beep
He
your
asked,
horn?
do you know why? So he can answer that question.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Do you know why the vehicle was beeping its horn?
I imagine that the driver was angry and wanted to get through the crowd.
And how did you come to that determination?
I've been driving a long time, and a lot of times people get angry, they're late, they beat their horn at you in a way that is because they're upset and they're trying to get past you.
Do you know that for sure?
You asked me my opinion.
Yes, I did ask your opinion. Now I'm asking you, do you know for sure
Correct.
if the driver of the vehicle you observed was in fact angry?
I assume that he was.
So it would be fair to say you don't know
Don't
for
ask.
sure.
I do not know for sure, but that is my opinion, is that he was angry.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
And at that time, you had no knowledge who the driver was. Would that be fair to say?
Well, I had knowledge because I saw your face. I did not know your name.
Did
at
you
that
know
time.
who the driver was? No, meaning had you had any prior interactions with them before this incident? That's what I mean by no. Have you had any conversations with him, talked to him?
Hold on,
saw him?
compound question, ask one.
I was just giving clarification of no,
You
what I
need to-
meant by
it's a
no.
But
compound
each question
question.
is a
Please
question.
rephrase.
Before you observed this vehicle, as you say, and this driver that, as you say, did you know them?
I have no memory of meeting Mr. Brooks before that afternoon.
So it'd be fair to say that you're assuming something that you don't know. Would that be fair to say?
Objection, compound, vague, and argumentative.
Sustained.
Grounds?
Grounds.
Sustained is to the form of the question.
Grounds.
How would you know how someone's feeling if you don't know who they are?
Your Honor, he opened the door to this. It's asked and answered. The witness has given his opinion. It's clear.
Grounds?
I object. Improper question.
Grounds?
I will allow the witness to answer why he came to that conclusion. Go ahead.
Like I said before, I've been driving a long time, and a lot of times when people are beeping their horns, it's because they're late, they're angry at something happened, and that's why I concluded that the person was probably angry.
So would it be fair to say that another reason why a vehicle would beep its horn would be to alert people to the presence?
Objection,
Grounds?
irrelevant speculation.
Grounds?
I'll allow it based upon his training and experience. He may answer.
It's a possibility.
You should have said he looked mad because then he ran over
And
70 people.
did you hear this beeping before the vehicle approached you?
Yes, I did.
Really, he could no. Like honestly, I think the detective could have said, based on my training and experience, you honk the horn and then run over 70 people. You're not, a guy who then doesn't stop and keeps hitting people is not being nice.
You made reference to,
Not really.
and I'm referring to the
You
ring,
can strike an
the
answer.
ring video obtained in exhibits 88, or I'm sorry, the ring video obtained in exhibits 13 and 14. You made reference to obtaining that the same night of the incident. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, I recall saying that.
And it would be fair to say that you yourself have been present for all testimony. Would that be fair to say?
That is not correct.
How so?
I was sick one day and I was not here.
Well, I'm referring to, let me clarify. Maybe I wasn't clear enough. Pertaining to all testimony since trial began, you've been present for all testimony. Would that be fair to say?
I believe I've seen most of it.
Do you recall testimony of and I'm referring to, again, so we're clear for the record, exhibits 13 and 14, ring footage that was obtained by the owner of 4014 North 19th Street that you testified to obtaining the ring footage the same night. Were you aware that, well, let me back up just a little bit. How were you able to obtain that ring footage?
There was officers that went to Freighter Hospital where Dawn Woods, Mr. Brooks' mother, was working. They spoke to her, and she's the one that alerted to them that she had ring video at the house and offered to remotely download that video for them.
And were you there yourself?
I was not there myself.
So how do you know it was good? Nice tie and shirt combo by Darrell. I like it.
When did you yourself speak to the owner of that home?
The last time that I spoke to Dawn Woods was on August 8th of this year. I may have spoken to her a few times before that. I don't recall the exact dates.
I'm referring to the first time that you spoke.
I don't recall
the first time.
I don't recall the first date when that was.
And you did just make reference to an August 8th date. And what was the extent of that conversation?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Grounds?
Sustained. Hearsay.
He's acknowledged that he beat the horn the first cop, but nobody else. He didn't beat the horn after that.
The August 8th date that you referred to, was that in any way follow-up? Was that follow-up investigation?
Follow up to what?
Well, you stated that you had spoken previously before the August 8th date. So the question is, was the August 8th date follow-up to the investigation that you were already actively lead of?
I mean, everything is related to this investigation. The investigation continues every day. It will not end until this trial is over.
So what follow-up was needed at the time of the August 8th interview? I'm guessing that's what you would call it. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Objection still calls for hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Why did you need to talk to Ms. Woods multiple times?
Because every time we spoke to her, we got different information. And at that time, we were following up with your niece and nephew of what their testimony would be in this case.
What testimony are you referring to? Because I don't recall any nieces or nephews testifying.
I don't think I'm allowed to say it.
I think this line of questioning is irrelevant, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection, and at an appropriate break, I can address it further if need be. Please move on to a new topic, sir.
You made reference to people who were injured at the parade inadvertently. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
To your knowledge, were any of those charged?
My testimony before is that those people's cases were not charged.
And were they seen as victims?
Going to object to the form of that question. I think it calls for a legal conclusion, Your Honor.
It does not. I asked to his knowledge.
Which is a legal conclusion.
I'll sustain the objection as to the form of the question, if you could please rephrase.
I'm gonna go a different route.
Take us the route to uncharted, unexpected victory, Darrell. Let's go. Come on, you got it. No, weed is not well, medical, yes. Otherwise, no. Jim, you asked a question earlier about the horn beeping. This detective earlier said the horn was beeping, but other people in the parade said they didn't hear a beep. So this is still consistent, I think. And yes, he's trying to cast doubt on intent. That's all he can really do is argue it was manslaughter, not murder, and it was all an accident.
Do you recall serving a warrant to the Waukesha County Jail on July 1st of 2022?
Yes, I do.
Objection.
Do you recall what that was for?
Yes, I do.
And what was that for? Can you state for the record and for the jury?
It's from Mr. Brooks's jail cell.
And why did you serve a warrant for a jail cell?
Your Honor, I object pursuant to legal rulings previously issued in this case. I don't think this is relevant.
I'll sustain the objection. It's not relevant. I'll certainly take it up at a later point if need be.
What was the warrant pursuant to?
I sustain the objection. Next topic, please.
He did answer.
I sustain the state's objection. I'm directing him not to answer. We'll take it up separately. I'll have you continue with your cross-examine. I'll take it up later.
You guys are awful. You guys are awful. Oh no, oh no. Bro, they're trying to help you, yes. Yes, Vince, how many other routes does he have left? I don't know.
You made reference to this vehicle driving into you, but stated you were not injured. Did you file a claim in this matter?
No, I did not.
Do you consider yourself an injured party in this matter?
No, I do not.
Do you yourself know if anyone filed a claim in this matter?
Can you be more specific?
Do you yourself know if anyone filed a claim in this matter?
Just in general?
Whatever your interpretation of that will be.
I would say yes.
And do you know what that claim was?
I would imagine that there was a lot of injuries from the people. A lot of people had very extensive medical bills. I imagine that they would file a claim with their insurance company to have those bills paid.
Don't go down this road. You're fucking enabling him, bro.
So you had knowledge of
Why
what was filed to their particular insurance companies?
Why would you do this? No.
I have no knowledge, but my assumption is that they would have filed those bills.
So it'd be fair to say you don't know for sure.
That was my testimony.
Is that the answer?
Yes.
As lead investigator for this matter, where are you, to your knowledge, aware of any GoFundMe type of things?
Objection relevant. I'm sorry.
Do you mean as it relates
as it
to,
relates to the incident?
overruled the witness may answer?
I have no direct knowledge, but I assume that there are some GoFundMe pages out there. It's typical in something like this.
And what do you mean by typical? You've seen this before? Is that what you mean by typical?
We have a very loving and caring community where a lot of times when bad things happen to people, people pull together and offer financial assistance to help people.
Is it fair to say that there's a lot of communities like that across Wisconsin?
Yes, I think there are.
And it would be fair to say that you've worked extremely close with the district attorney's office during the entirety of this matter. Would that be fair to say?
The district attorney's office has been involved in this investigation since the night of, so we have worked closely.
So would it be fair to say extremely close, seeing as how you've been present for the whole trial pretty much?
The whole
Can
trial.
you define extremely for me?
I would like you to define it extremely.
I'll answer yes if that helps.
He's like, I'll throw you a bone. I'm just gonna toss you one here, man. He's like, I don't care anymore.
To your knowledge, do you know if it's typical for a lead investigator to sit right behind the prosecution table at a trial?
Yes, it's very typical. It happens in most larger cases, especially a case of this magnitude. There would be a court officer. So yes, that's a very typical thing that happens.
Have you ever done this before?
normal.
I've done this multiple times before.
It is normal to have a detective or an
And are
investigating
you
officer with you.
the only detective in the investigation that has that honor?
Objection vague.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Are you the only detective directly involved in an investigation that sits with the prosecution?
Talking about this case or any case?
This particular
or-
case.
I'm sorry, you interrupted me. Could you repeat that, please?
Willoughby said this case.
I'm referring to this case, yes.
Could you re-ask the question, please?
Are you the only detective actively involved in this investigation that sits with the prosecution in reference to this case?
Yes, I'm the only person, the only detective that's sitting with the prosecution during this trial.
So would you explain who the other officer is in the blue suit over there?
Objection to the relevance, Your Honor.
Grounds.
Sustained.
I just want to know his role.
Sustained. Next
Reason
question,
for the
please.
sustain.
Not relevant.
The
He's been in the
substain.
courtroom the whole trial. Is it not relevant?
Mr. Brooks, next question, please.
Nobody knows who he is. That should be known. Nobody said
It's
that.
not relevant to
I
the
don't even
issues
have
that the
tape.
jury needs to determine. Next question, sir.
Asking or telling? I'm assuming that's asking. I know what the other one would entail.
Do you have a question, sir?
Yeah, I do. I would like to get to it. Thank you.
Please do so. Thank you.
I will.
Oh, yeah. Well, hurry the fuck up, Darrell. You're dicking around, brother. We're waiting on you. Don't come in here and tell her, oh, I'm working on it. You don't know what the hell you're working on.
So seeing as how you sat with the prosecution for the entirety of this matter, it would be fair to assume that you know who the plaintiff is in this matter.
Yes, I do.
And who would the plaintiff be in this matter?
The state of Wisconsin.
Is that an entity or a living human being?
It's an entity.
How can an entity file a claim?
Objection,
Grounds.
legal conclusion.
Grounds.
Sustained.
You are aware that only a living, breathing human being can actually file a claim. An entity cannot walk into anywhere and file a claim if it's not even a real person.
Objection,
You
move
are
to
aware of
strike.
that, right?
Go ahead, Attorney Upper.
Move to strike the statements by Mr. Brooks. Also object to the question that was asked at the end as irrelevant, argumentative, and calling for a legal conclusion.
Objection is not calling for a legal conclusion.
Yes,
in
it
any
is.
The
way.
court sustains
100%.
the objection. The request to strike the statements made by Mr. Brooks are granted, or the request is granted. The jury will disregard the statement and the question asked for all of the reasons indicated by the state. Also is a misstatement of the law.
No, I definitely object to that, Your Honor.
Your objection is noted.
You can check to our
I'm going to have the jury stand for a second. They've been sitting for quite some time, and then you can formulate your next question.
I'll take exception to that ruling
I'm sure you do, Darrell.
and would like a legal finding of fact.
Your objection is noted. It's overruled.
And that's your judicial determination.
Yes. Yes, it's a determination.
I think you be seated. Go ahead, Mr. Brooks. Please continue with your question.
Have you ever had any interactions with this entity, state of Wisconsin?
Mr. Brooks, under 90611, I'm not going to allow the witness to answer. It's vague.
There was no objection.
Under 90611, I shall exercise reasonable control over the mode and order of interrogating witnesses. Please, next topic. These questions we addressed during the initial cross-examination of this
They're
witness.
going to keep coming up.
And I determined at that time
You're
that
gonna
they
keep
weren't
coming up.
relevant. So next topic,
They're going to
please.
keep coming up.
Under 90611, sir, please move on to a new topic.
They're going to keep coming up.
For the cross-examination, I will end.
Do you see the state of Wisconsin present in the courtroom today?
Objection, argumentative,
Grounds.
irrelevant.
Sustained. Final warning, sir. Next topic or the cross-examination, I will.
You
Bring it to
don't
an
got to keep doing that, Your Honor. You don't got to keep doing that.
Apparently she
It's my
does.
responsibility, sir, over this trial.
I'm informed. And
Thank you.
And I
Next
respect
topic.
that. But it's relevant for the jury to know the truth. They deserve to know the truth.
Move to strike, Your Honor.
Granted, the jury will disregard
Right.
those last statements. They're
Objection
not
to that.
relevant. Mr. Brooks is not testifying. They mistake the law.
I object to that. That's not lawful law. It's
Noted.
not truthful.
All right, under 90611, I am now stopping the cross-examination. Any redirect by the
You've been
state?
listening to a great hour of testimony
Objection
on
to that.
90611.
And I would like
Noted.
a legal finding of fact.
Attorney Opper, any redirect?
Yes, just very briefly, Your Honor, I would like to display for the witness only Exhibit 178.
Objection.
I haven't seen the exhibit yet, so I'll take
Well,
that under
I'm
advisement.
objecting still because
You may show it to the witness.
there needs to be an answer to why the jury's not being told information that they deserve to know.
Go ahead, Attorney Opper.
Your Honor, for the record, this is a video. I'm going to play about the first 5 or 10 seconds for the witness to identify it before moving on, please.
And this seems objection because this seems like a whole new exhibit. This was never mentioned before. It was never.
I haven't seen it. I can't rule on it, sir, so let
I
me
mean,
see it, and I'll
when
take
you
your
look at the
objection
exhibit,
under, I'll
it
take the
was never
objection
exhibit
under
before.
advisement. Go ahead.
I haven't seen this in any of the exhibits that I have, so how could it just be created now and be made an exhibit?
Yes, stop.
Go ahead,
I
Attorney
have all
Opera.
the exhibits.
Go ahead, Attorney Opera. I haven't seen it yet. There's nothing on my screen that I can see. I see it's now playing.
So now we just creating exhibits now. I have all the exhibits, and this was never in it. Oh, man.
All right, you can stop. Sir, do you recognize what's contained in State's Exhibit 178?
Objection,
Overruled.
relevancy,
Overruled. Go
leading.
ahead and answer.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I'm still gonna object. How is this?
Mr.
have
Brooks, I
all-
ask that you
I
honor
have all
the
the,
ruling that
I
I've
have
been
all the
made.
exhibits though, Your Honor. I have them
Mr.
all.
Brooks,
They were provided to me, and this was never in the exhibit, so how could it just be made an exhibit?
I'll take
just
this
out of
up
the blue?
outside the presence of the jury, but I'm going to allow
Can
it.
that be stated for the record? Can that be explained?
No, the jury will disregard the statements made by Mr. Brooks. They're not evidence, and the statement
So this
continue.
exhibit shouldn't be evidence then, because it
Mr.
didn't
Brooks, the
exist before
objection is
today.
noted. It's overruled. Go ahead.
There was a still photo shown before of Mr. Brooks
This is
standing in front of the
mind-boggling.
Ford Escape. This is the video in which that still photo was taken from.
You could-
Objection, how does he know that?
Overruled. The witness may answer. I'll give you the opportunity to question him about it when the state's done asking the questions. Go ahead.
Where'd you get this video from, sir?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
For Mr. Brooks' social media account.
Your Honor, move to admit 178 and permission to
They're admitting the
publish.
fucking rap video.
Objection
He opened the
to the
door.
relevancy.
He's
I find
embarrassed.
that's
Still don't know how
relevant.
it's
I'll
obtained.
receive Exhibit 168. Permission to publish is granted. For the record.
It's 178, Your Honor.
No, could you please tell me the length of the video?
The length is 2 minutes, 33 seconds. We're going to play it in its entirety, but without volume, Your Honor.
All
Ah!
right, thank you.
And
I object to that, and I would like to make an offer of proof for my appeal.
We'll do that outside the presence of the jury, but I will allow the state to play it in its entirety without
Your
audio.
Honor, I have all the exhibits. They were provided.
Mr. Brooks, I'll take that up along with the other two issues I still need to
But
address.
how can you play something that's not, that I didn't even
Mr. Brooks,
have?
I'll take that up outside the presence of the jury.
This
Your
is
objections are
mind-boggling.
noted.
This is
It's
mind-boggling.
overruled.
Mind-boggling.
actually, Your Honor, I changed my mind. I would like to play the audio, please.
You
This
can hear
is
his voice
mind-boggling.
100% in this.
I want to have it played first without, and then I'll make a ruling and I'll take that up.
Okay, I understand.
Thank you.
So we will play the entire video, Your Honor, 2 minutes, 33 seconds.
I object to that. Why does the whole video need to be played? Is this setting the foundation?
It's
The guy
relevant.
waving
He
the tech
questioned the
nine.
officer
Yeah,
about
see,
it.
that shit's not.
I
That's
question him
detective
about,
about his knowledge.
the still frame from the video.
That is highly
The
prejudicial.
video
because-
wasn't even in the exhibits that I received. They actually didn't even receive them. They
Mr.
were
Brooks, please
obtained.
stop. The jury will disregard his statements. He's not testifying. The video's playing.
Ooh.
So play the sound. I want to hear it now.
He's like, I want everybody to hear me dropping lines.
We address why it was created out of the blue too.
Yeah, he's gonna copy strike the court. I said it's highly prejudicial because of all the guns and the violence implied. So I think that part's an issue, but he didn't bring it up. He just kept on arguing about stupid shit, so it's in. It's got probative value, but they could have clipped the part that showed him like turning around or whatever. But instead they didn't do it, which I think is the problem. This overall isn't critical. This isn't a fatal flaw. I just think they could have done it differently. Yeah, see, he turns around. So you got him.
Go ahead, attorney, after the video's finished playing.
Thank you. Sir, did you see during the playing of that video the image that was captured as a screenshot and presented to you in your direct testimony as states exhibit number 175?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, foundational, the witness may answer.
Yes, I
A lot of.
You were questioned on cross-examination as to your ability to identify Mr. Brooks in exhibit 175, correct?
Objection. That question was asked initially by Attorney Hopper.
Overruled, the
Yeah.
witness may answer. Sorry.
Yes, I
Oh,
was.
Jesus.
As you just watched the entire video again now in court, as states exhibit 178, did you clearly see Mr. Brooks in that video, sir?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
I believe there's no doubt that that's Mr. Brooks in the video and later standing next to the Ford Escape.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
As to this particular piece of evidence only, Mr. Brooks, you may ask questions of Detective Casey.
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name. Yeah.
Noted. Do you have any
Question,
questions for the
cares?
witness?
This, when did this video, when was this made a exhibit? Because I don't have it.
Objection, that's not a question for the witness, Your Honor.
That
Sustained.
was a question. The question. When
Sustained,
was this
as to the
video
form of
made
the
an exhibit?
question.
When was this video made an exhibit? That is a question.
I object to the question directed at the witness, Your Honor. It's beyond the scope of his knowledge.
Sustained.
Well, he said he saw it.
But that's not the question asked. So you can rephrase your question if you want to.
When did you see this exhibit? When did you see it?
With the understanding that you're asking, when did he see the video, I will
When
allow
did
the
you see
question
this
to be
exhibit?
asked. With that understanding, you may answer Detective Casey.
Am I answering when I saw the video for the first time?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Why is something always funny at that table? That it would be the same thing. I take
You're a
that
fucking
as
idiot.
disrespect because they were allowed to say something and I said under my breath that was disrespect.
I
They
would
just
direct
did the
both
same
parties
thing.
to avoid commentary.
Okay, well, can
and
you do that,
gestures
please,
and
and
faces.
acknowledge them?
Yes,
Because I'm always the one
absolutely.
getting admonished.
Everyone.
I take that as disrespect too.
Sir, can I do my job?
If you say stupid shit, you're gonna get laughed at, man. That's how
State's
this works.
directed to avoid laughing
If you say-
commentary. I didn't see it, so I can't further comment. I was looking at
All these
the
cameras in
witness.
here, don't nobody
However,
see nothing.
I'm advising both parties to show
Come on, man,
decorum
this is not
and
fair.
restraint,
If
be
you
respectful of this jury's time and attention, and to let them do their job by focusing on the testimony and exhibits and evidence that's presented. Go ahead, Detective Casey, you can answer the question about
Jeez.
when you have seen this video prior to today.
I saw the video within a few days of Mr. Brooks being arrested. I've reviewed it since then a few times. I reviewed it yesterday and again this morning, and now in court again.
You said you reviewed it yesterday and this morning. If you had seen this video numerous times before yesterday and today, why did you feel the need to view it yesterday and today?
Objection, argumentative.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Why did you need to review it this morning?
Objection, argumentative.
why wouldn't he want to review it?
Overruled, the witness may answer.
That's stupid.
Because I wanted to be 100% sure of the content, and if there's any questions that were asked of it, I wanted to make sure that I would be able to answer them appropriately.
And why was this, to your knowledge, why was this video never brought up in your earlier testimony?
Objection, that's a
Grounds.
misstatement, Your Honor.
Sustained
It was
as to the
not
form
brought
of
up
the
in
question
earlier
assumes
testimony.
facts not in evidence.
If you had seen it numerous times before today, why did you need to see it again to make sure if any questions were asked, or however you refer to it? What would be the need to view again this morning something that you had viewed numerous times before?
I'll say within
Objection, objection, compound, asked and answered, misstatement of the facts, argumentative.
Sustained.
Dumb.
Did you view the video this morning because you knew that the video would be made an exhibit this morning?
Objection, assumes facts, not in evidence.
Sustained as to the form of the
It
question.
wasn't an exhibit till you open
This
your
is
mouth.
mind-boggling. This is mind-boggling.
Richard, it can be. That's why it's mind-boggling. You're an idiot.
Can you clarify again why you viewed the video this morning?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
So you're gonna sustain everything?
It was already answered, sir. Next
You
question.
can't do it.
And I'm asking for clarification.
Yeah, but you already asked it, so we're not
Next
we're
question,
litigating
please.
it.
I don't got no more questions.
That's what asked and answer means.
All right.
Oh,
This is mind-boggling.
Detective, you may step down now. Excuse the jury.
What you people is trying to do is not fair. Hide things from the jury repeatedly. You don't tell them all the information
Mr.
they
Brooks,
need
I'm
to
going to
know.
take up all of your objections outside the presence of the jury. I ask that you honor my decision to do that and you show courtesy and decorum.
Because you asked.
Mr. Brooks, please.
Because you asked.
poor baby Darrell.
That's the only reason, because you asked. I see what you people are trying to do. It's not right. It's not fair and it's not right.
You can have a seat. Well, once the jury's outside of the courtroom, I'll take up the objections previously in the evidence. All right. First of all, Attorney Hopper, if you can make a record as to this exhibit and whether it's been turned over previously.
It was previously included in the initial discovery that was sent initially to the public defender's office, and now we have a record that those 3 boxes were turned over to Mr. Brooks.
Objection, I
I
don't
get it.
consent to being called that name, and it was not in the video footage that I have obtained. That video was not part of it.
But it
Do you think
was.
I would sit here and be this irritated?
Mr. Brooks, I need to
Something
make
that
a
I saw.
record, so just please sit down. There's no need for you
Wait,
to
are you-
stand
are you
at the
asking-
moment.
I feel like standing right now.
Please sit
do
down.
we think you're
I feel
this
like standing.
stupid that you wouldn't know that you had it? Yes.
All right, based upon the
We
offer
do.
of proof provided by the state, and it was provided to prior counsel, that satisfies me as to that issue.
That's
I
inaccurate.
indicated I
That's
would-
inaccurate, Your Honor. Can we have the prior counsel testify to that then? Because
Not at this time,
I
sir.
have not obtained that.
Um,
Right now, that is my first time seeing that as an exhibit.
Mr.
That's why I
Brooks, I
raised the issue.
presume, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you're familiar with that video? Yes or no?
What does that have to do with what we're talking
Because
about?
I'm going to make a finding based upon what I viewed in that video, that there is absolutely no surprise to you. It appears to me, even without the video, that that's a music video, that you are in it, that the vehicle that has been the subject of this entire case, that red Ford Escape with the plate
Petting a
that's
dog.
been testified to is in that video. That video is relevant for a number of different reasons, the first of which, it goes to identification of you, identification of the vehicle. You opened up the door through your cross-exam of Detective Casey about his ability to identify you in that video. And when I say identification of you, specifically as it relates to Detective Casey's opinion that that's you in the video, of course, it's ultimately up to the jury to determine that, and what relevance, if any, that evidence have, but you opened up the door for the state to show that video because you directly attacked the credibility of Detective Casey through his knowledge of it and the identification by him of you in it, because the still image was of your back.
Okay.
So that opened up the door, and it's proper. There's absolutely no surprise to you that that video exists, and that is my finding as it
What do
relates
you
to
mean
that.
by it's no surprise to me that it exists? That was not the issue. The issue was, how was it made an exhibit at the last moment? How does it be made an exhibit out of the blue? That was the issue. The issue
State can make
didn't
an
have
offer of
anything to
proof
do
on
with.
that, because obviously they marked it as an exhibit.
But with all
So
respect,
go
Your
ahead,
Honor, you're
Attorney Hopper.
mischaracterizing what I said, and that the record needs to be clear. The issue that I raised was, how does this, at the last minute, out of the blue, become an exhibit?
Attorney
That
Hopper,
was the
go
issue.
ahead and make your offer of proof on that.
Thank you, Judge. And another thing worth noting is the testimony of Detective Casey that this video was obtained from the defendant's own Facebook account as well. The court is well
Objection.
aware,
He said social
there's
media. He didn't
nothing
say- he
that,
didn't say what it
Hold on,
was.
sir, stop interrupting. We have to make a record of it. You've
Then make the record clear.
interrupted multiple times. I've been abundantly patient
record
with you. Again, another interruption. So you need to be quiet
Getting big
and let the
mad.
state make a record. Stop gesturing
Are you
at
asking me to
me.
be quiet?
Stop rolling your eyes at
Are
me.
you
Stop
I'm looking
mumbling.
right at you. I'm not rolling my eyes.
No, you
I'm
have
looking.
throughout. I've seen it
I'm
and
looking.
I've made note
I'm
of
looking
it.
at you. Okay, so are you asking me to be quiet, or are you telling me to be quiet?
Go ahead, Attorney Opper.
thank you, Your Honor.
I'm gonna take that
And
as
just to indicate, Your Honor, this court has been abundantly patient with Mr. Brooks. He challenges the court's authority repeatedly. This court absolutely has the ability to tell him, sit down and be quiet. And you haven't done that. And I know why you haven't done that, Your Honor, and we appreciate that. He is not in control of this courtroom. You are. And he needs to respect that. This video was relevant based on his questioning of Detective Casey, as you just indicated, challenging his ability to identify the person who had their back turned to the camera in the still shot of State's Exhibit 175. Trials are fluid. When he opened the door to that, we came up with the video which Detective Casey testified repeatedly on direct examination and cross-examination as to how he knew that was Mr. Brooks, because he had seen the rest of the video. He would not accept that. He pushed it and pushed it and pushed it until we played the video. The lyrics of that video probably would have been prejudicial. Originally, I wasn't going to ask for volume. Then I did, because he pushed it again, and his voice and his mannerism of speech, I thought, would have assisted the jury in identifying Mr. Brooks as the person in the video with the red SUV. However, you smartly asked me to play it without the audio, and I did that, and then I never went back to that. This is all to the benefit of this defendant, who continues to suggest and impugn the integrity of this court and this prosecution without basis. He doesn't like it because the evidence is stacking up and stacking up.
Yep.
And whenever it does, his response is to accuse you, the court, or the prosecutors of being unethical and hiding things. There is nothing in law that prevents me from pulling something out of my briefcase right now and making it an exhibit if it's relevant.
True.
You decide what's relevant, what's admissible, not Mr. Brooks. There is no law, he can cite to no law, no authority whatsoever that says I can't make an exhibit essentially on the fly if it's called for, and that's exactly what just happened here. So I apologize for my tone with the court. I don't mean to direct this at the court. It is very frustrating. The court has demonstrated much more patience than I have with Mr. Brooks, because again, I do not appreciate his impugning the integrity of these proceedings, of Your Honor's efforts to run a fair trial, and of our efforts to run a fair trial. We have ethical obligations as well to be fair in this courtroom. We have respected that entirely. The reason I was laughing 30 seconds ago was because the exhibit was mislabeled. There was an extra Y and it said Exhibit E, EXHIBITY. And I turned around to the paralegal and pointed that out, and we laughed over it, the word exhibity. That was it. There has been no disrespect directed at Mr. Brooks directly in any fashion. So he can object all he wants, and he has made that clear. He will continue to object and obstruct the court and obstruct these proceedings every last chance he gets. But legally, everything has been above board and proper, and this exhibit is no exception. I apologize for my tone, Judge.
Thank you. I appreciate that additional record being made.
I object to that.
My previous ruling doesn't change in any way that the exhibit
Check
is
that right fuck you
relevant.
want, brother.
I indicated I would take it up because, and I'm taking what the state's saying as withdrawing the request to play the lyrics.
That is
Hi, Drama
correct.
Queen.
All right. I have not heard them, but I'll certainly take
It's
the
not
state at its word
not a
as an
funeral.
officer of the court that it would be prejudicial based upon the lyrics that are in that video, but my decision to admit the video without audio stands. I do want to take up two other issues. There was an objection to questions regarding cross-examination. So the objections were by the state. One had to do with there was questioning about possible testimony with his niece and nephew, and then the jail cell search issues. So Mr. Brooks, you asked the questions. The state had objected. Since you're the proponent of what would presumably come in through the testimony of Detective Casey, what is your offer of proof as to why I should allow Detective Casey to come back on the stand and testify about his interaction, I believe it was with your mom, and possible testimony of your niece and nephew?
It don't matter with Detective Casey. He's off the stand. He's not going back on the stand too.
No, but I told you I would recall him. I wanted to take it up outside the presence of the jury.
How do I supposed to know?
So are you withdrawing that, sir?
How am I supposed to know? I think I deserve a chance to rebut what was just said. I think I deserve that much if it's a fair trial.
What information do you want to provide to me about that last exhibit?
About what last exhibit? I'm talking about the audacity of the prosecution to just put that on the record when it's stating it's untrue.
I don't know what you're talking about. What's untrue?
They disrespected me.
We just heard her talk for 5-10 minutes straight. Now don't nobody know what I'm talking about.
Well,
I don't know specifically what you're talking
There's a
about,
reference
sir.
made to what I'm supposed to know about the evidence stacking up and this and that, as if that has any bearing on what I still think and what I'm still going to present. It doesn't.
Well, that's not what we're talking about at the moment. I made a ruling on an
She's been
exhibit.
laughing and making comments under her breath the whole time during the whole trial, and I never said nothing. I don't know what's being said, but I can tell that it's directed towards me. I'm not an idiot.
I haven't made
about
any of
that.
those observations,
I didn't
sir,
say
but
you.
I've
I didn't say
observed.
you.
You're
Your
sure that
No,
you're
no,
not?
what I've observed is
listen, please.
Go ahead.
For her to sit there and try to play it off as if she's not referencing to me, she must think I'm an idiot.
You are.
That is very disrespectful to me. I haven't said anything about that until today. She's done it numerous times.
What are you talking about? I don't know
Her
what you're
laughing
saying.
under her breath. Her trying to cover up the microphone so they can laugh and hee and key. That they've been doing that the whole time. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything about
I
it.
have not noticed that. What I notice are three attorneys who cover up the microphone so that they're not heard when they're conferring with each other about evidentiary issues or about testimony.
So why is it always laughing and giggling?
I haven't noticed that other than the one thing you pointed out.
Well, we
today,
have
that-
cameras. That's what the
Mr.
cameras are
Brooks,
for.
let's refocus our attention on what we're here for, and that's
Okay,
this trial.
Because you're a
If you
jerk.
have
You are
anything
a
you
jerk.
want to put on the record,
I'm putting it on the record.
as
I
it
give a
relates,
chance.
you need to let me finish.
Let your
As it
soggy
relates
tampons, Darrell.
to the video and my decision to admit it.
She just admitted that she just now came with the exhibit. It was not what she just said. She just made it an exhibit. It
That
was
doesn't
not
mean
an
it wasn't
exhibit
turned
before she
over to
made
you.
one.
So do you have some legal basis, sir, for your position? Because I'm
What
not.
do I
aware of
need
any.
legal basis for when she just admitted on the record that she just made this exhibit
You
up?
can make
No,
examples.
she didn't. That is
Why?
a complete mischaracterization. Sure, she did not.
That's what, so she wasn't
Create
implying that by saying that she could
She did
pull
not make
anything
it up.
out of her suitcase
So that's a figure of speech.
Okay, so what is
Right.
it implying to? What would that be implying to?
As
How would
attorney,
anyone,
all right,
how would
I'm
anyone in
moving
my
on
position?
because you're not
How
providing me
would-
with any
how would
legal
any-
basis
I didn't even
for
finish.
me
You told me that I can make the record. I'm intending to make the record.
Sir, as it relates to the video and my decision to admit it, do you
I
have
just said that you
anything-
didn't even let me
You're
finish.
not letting me
You
finish.
didn't let me finish either, Your Honor.
Because you're not providing me
But
with
how
a
do you-
rant,
how do you know I wouldn't get to
providing
that if I
commentary.
didn't?
You're not providing me with anything from a legal basis for which I would consider changing my mind. So the state's withdrawn their request to play the audio.
Then why play the video at all then?
I've already made a ruling on that.
Because
You're
you wouldn't
questioning
take no for
the
an
ruling.
answer.
You're not asking me to reconsider it based on any legal
There
basis.
should be a legal reconsideration of it.
Then you need to provide me with the legal basis for that, sir.
So I'm supposed to just come off that with off the top of my head?
Yes, that's
Yes.
what an attorney would do.
That's
I would not
ridiculous.
have the
You're
answer.
representing yourself. It's not ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. So I was supposed to already come in here this morning and say, oh, a video is going to be shown off the fly at the drop of a hat. Let me try to find some legal thing to combat. How am I
Mr.
supposed
Brooks,
to do that?
the bottom line is you opened the door to
It
the
doesn't.
playing of that video.
We're not talking about
And the
opening
video
those
was
doors.
previously provided to you during
We're not
discovery.
talking
There's
about opening those doors. We're
absolutely
talking about
no,
being fair.
there's
Because
absolutely
if
no
I would've did
prejudice
that,
to
Your
you
Honor,
in
with all
terms
due
of
respect,
surprise.
with all due respect, if I had
Right.
done that,
I am going to move on.
if
from
I had
this
done
topic.
that, it would
Mr.
have been a
Brooks,
big
I'm
thing.
advising you,
Are you asking me?
I'm advising you, sir.
Oh, okay. I
I'm
don't know what that
advising you
means.
to sit down and
I don't
be
know what that
quiet.
means.
And if you interrupt me again, you are on notice that you will forfeit your right to be present
So
in
you're
this
holding me in
trial.
contempt
Mr.
for the
Brooks,
entire trial? Did you say the entire trial?
I never said any such
You said
thing.
for the trial. So what do
Please?
you mean? I'm asking, what do you
Mr.
mean?
Brooks, you continue to
That is
come at
not,
me.
I don't consent to being called
You
that name.
continue to fight with me.
I'm
You
not
are
fighting
being
with you.
disrespectful.
I'm not fighting with you. I'm not.
I'm going to give you
said I
one
would have
last
a chance to make the
opportunity to
record.
sit down and be quiet so I can make a
Life
finding
Are you
as it relates
asking
to
me to
other
do
things.
that? Are you
Life
asking?
I don't need to
Yes.
ask, I'm telling you.
Like a speeding car. Bam.
Thank you. There were two other issues that came up that I advised the parties I would take up outside the presence of the jury and give, if appropriate, Mr. Brooks the opportunity to ask further questions of Detective Casey. There was questioning by Mr. Brooks about possible testimony and why it had to do with it was in the context of him questioning Detective Casey about speaking with Dawn Woods, his mother, and about a time in August, and there was some reference to his niece and nephew.
Well, hold on. What about my silence?
And I sustained the objection. I wanted to take it up outside the presence of the jury. That's the first issue. The second issue was the questioning of Detective Casey by Mr. Brooks related to the jail search. Do you want the opportunity?
Oh, you're asking, do I act like this in court? No, because you don't deal with absolute fucking retards in court.
Understand what was the problem in the get-go with the question. How am I supposed to answer it now?
Mr. Brooks, listen to me, please. I'm going to ask this question one more time.
Man,
It calls for
I
a
don't
yes or
I don't
no.
like your tone and the way you're talking to me. I don't.
Mr.
I don't
Brooks?
appreciate it.
Sit down. I don't care if you don't like my
I'm not
tone.
gonna-
You've
I'm
been
not gonna
pushing my
sit down.
buttons all day throughout this entire
Okay, you've been
trial, and
pushing
I
my
have
buttons
showed
too?
the utmost of respect
No,
for
you
you,
haven't.
and I don't
Absolutely
appreciate
not.
you impugning the integrity of this court.
If that's
I
what you want to
don't.
call it, that's fine, but it's not
Stop
accurate.
talking.
What you mean, stop talking?
I need to make a ruling. Okay,
Well,
I'm
let's-
purposely
let's
not
talk-
putting
let's
you in
talk
the
to-
other courtroom
Let's
right
talk to each
now.
other like adults then.
Darrell the crybaby.
Mr.
Because I've never told you to stop talking.
I'm going to ask this question one more time, and if he doesn't answer it, I'll take it as a no. Do you want the opportunity to question Detective Casey regarding either his questioning or meeting up with your mom and your niece and nephew about possible testimony, or the search of your jail cell? Yes or no?
What was the problem with me asking the
All
question
right,
about
he's
the
not
jail
answered
cell?
my question. We'll move on.
I'm trying to understand. If I
All right,
don't
we're gonna take a
understand,
break.
how do
We're
I
gonna
know?
recess 15 minutes
How do
from
I
now.
know what I'm supposed to answer if I don't understand? And I don't agree to it. Stop it.
Got him. Ah. Oh, poor little Darrell crybaby. Oh no, he don't like the fact you don't tell him what to do. Oh, oh, oh. Why, baby? Yeah, Megan, you're right. He doesn't seem like the kind of guy who would run people down or have domestic violence on his record. 100%. Oh no, he's so sad. He's big mad. Anyways, guys, hello. So I wanted to make sure everybody understands. In about 2 hours, I am gonna have to leave. I've got a hearing at 3:00. I gotta get to. Such at 3:30. I gotta get out there. I don't know how long it's gonna take, but I should be back before this is over. And hopefully, we've had Copernicus give his opening in the meantime. So we're gonna go to like this screen here. Go through some comments. Bass, yes, the sovereign citizen. Oh. Chris Kelly, thanks for covering this. I'm driving a taxi in the UK while listening to you. Hope I don't get any ideas. Ooh, oof. Well, have fun driving. Are you driving one of those like little black taxis like in London? That would be interesting. Alpha Fox is saying, what's the significance of Brooks repeatedly stating he doesn't dispute the facts in the charging document, given that it's always been stated outside the presence of the jury? It's contract-based nonsense. I don't know for sure what specific part of that, and it's in that big manual that Nick found, but it's probably some contract-based nonsense. Naked Lunch says for $4.99, thank you for the super chat. Awesome, you're on. Thank you. TMC3 says, can you object to an answer speculative? You can object to an answer as like non-responsive. You can object to an answer for a couple different ways, and you actually ask for the answer to be struck. You ask the answer to be strike the answer, strike that comment, have it stricken, and at that point the judge says, "Well, pretend as though you never heard it." So, but that never really works. Vince Clortho for $2. Thank you for the legal advice. I'm just telling you guys, don't act like a fucking idiot. So, I mean, but hey, guess that counts as advice. Bass for $1.99 says he consents to Math Boy Fly. Scorpio04 says $10 for your pain and suffering. Thank you. Here for a good time, $5. Ooh. You must be in a punishment as a fetish. He knows his whole I'm not the defendant stick just went out the window and he's panicking. Yeah, I think he's just getting upset. He's really getting burned. Ladybug Lisa says, still inappropriate for her to laugh. It's hard. It's going to be hard not to if you're sitting there watching all the stupidity unfold. You're like, don't ask that. Don't ask that. I mean, it'd be really hard for me not to laugh. Is this what I'm like in court? No, I don't have to do this because there aren't people like this in court. And Bass for $1.99 again says, welcome to representing yourself, Darrell. Yep, life comes at you fast. And he wasn't ready. Life comes at you fast. So, like I said, guys, I just wanted to give everybody a heads up for what's going to happen a little later today. Russell saying what I missed about the cell search. Apparently, they searched his cell and he was going to try to bring it up, but it got objected to. And then the judge asked him, like, what do you want to talk about in regards to that? And Darrell, being an idiot, wouldn't give an answer. So the judge said, you're not talking about that anymore. And I think this witness is being done. It's going to close cross-examination, and the state's going to rest their case, ask for all the exhibits to get admitted. So we're looking at a nice little thing here. I might not be here for Darrell's opening. I might have to cover this later tonight. I think the judge is going to invoke our favorite friend, 90611, the axe. When you need to get rid of assholes like Darrell Brooks, use 90611, the axe. Don't do this. Says, I'm going to leave the stream running, guys. The stream will stay on. I'm going to leave it. Parallax, my boy, he's going to help run it. He's going to kind of supervise it. And when it gets done, he's going to end the broadcast. But he's going to save everything. And tonight, I will cover the super chats tonight. if there's any. I don't think you guys will if I'm gone, but who knows. So I will be back later. They don't want to shock his ass on camera. They don't. Hey, Sean Russell saying, hey, the stream will still keep running. Kurt is going to stream the trial the rest of the day for Nick and you. Okay. Well, I might send everybody to Kurt. I don't know. I'll leave it running and you guys can choose what you want to do. Yeah, McRib enthusiast, the judge did let him open the door to some sexual assault issues, but yeah. Garrett Pesos, the state of Wisconsin, watch stream. Hey, the state of Wisconsin is a featured guest today. If you guys go back and check the title. Oh my god. So Rainbow Bright 13 for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate your support. The jury is probably so frustrated with this guy. What do you think? Yes. I think they're over it. I mean, I'm not worried he's going to convince one of them is nonsense, but it's always a danger. But yes, Shanley Painter from Court TV, the reporter, has said the jury's just zoned out when he talks, which is fine. I think they understand this is all bullshit. They don't know why it's bullshit or how the rules indicate that it's bullshit, but they know it's bullshit. So that's it. I think that's good news. Yes, his gang name. Who knows what his gang name is? I will give Brooks credit though. He knew better than the whole. Well, actually, he held a gun, I think, a couple of times, and he's a felon. So I wonder if the feds are ever going to get involved and charge him being a felon in possession of a firearm. That'd be hilarious. I mean, I think all those rules are against the law. I think all these laws are unconstitutional, but the feds can do it. Yeah, YouTube sucks now says, you don't throw tantrums in court, lame. Because you just never anything stupid like this. Yeah, he'll see it. Just a heads up anyway. What? What? Huh? I don't know what you guys are talking about. Legal opinion for Monica's asking, do you see any legal issues that would be questionable in the Court of Appeals? Not so far. They've been doing their best to accommodate him, so I think they've been doing phenomenal. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. I'm gonna miss a brilliant legal mind at work. I know. I'm gonna miss his brilliant legal jurisprudence and substitute my own for it in real life. AC says Parallax can't even spell. Don't trust him. Yeah. Elliot Johnson says representing the rules representing yourself at trial as a layperson. It's like drinking the rules of evidence for the firehouse. It is. It is. I equate it to packing your own parachute for the first time and you've never done it before. There are people who skydive and pack their own parachutes, but you don't ever do it the first time on your own. Joke and Plays Game says, Sean, you're quickly becoming one of my favorite LawTube channels. Thank you. You're a stand-up guy. Thank you. We'll stay here. Then, yeah, like I said, I'll keep it running, guys. You know, as long as my house doesn't get hit by a comet, the internet should still keep working. Knock on wood. Zach says, I'm having the state of Wisconsin over for dinner tonight. Ooh, hope you have a big enough house for that. There's no way to prove they are real firearms. Yeah, but I think there's a presumption those are real. Yes, they could claim they're fake, but that looks like one of the legal Mac 10, not Mac 10 pistols you can buy right now. So, It'd be a great argument for him, but we'll see. Okay, his mom said he blacks out when he gets too angry and has to be reminded what he did. Prosecutors don't want that kind of talk. Well, here's the thing. You don't really nobody blacks out, gets so angry they black out. That's a bullshit argument. I've heard people, I get so angry, I just black. No, you don't. You act like a little whiny bitch and you just keep reeing and screaming the whole time. You know what you did. You didn't black out. You don't get so angry you can't control yourself. You know it's full going on. This is just, yeah, I get so mad. And it's like, okay, great. Your tampon's still dragging the dirt. You know they're dragging and you're still doing whatever you want. It's a bullshit excuse. Nobody really gets that angry. They black out. Bullshit. Bullshit. Zach, ask them why they're hiding from Brooks. Are they scared? Yeah. YouTube sucks now. So you can make it stupid. Just gotta act like everything goes your way. Yeah, that's not gonna be a good idea today for me. I cannot do that. That is to get ready for a trial. So I would not have a good day if I fucked around like that. If Brooks figures out how to appeal, can he have a lawyer do his appeal? Yes. He would have every right to. Are cameras allowed in my courtroom today? Well, if you had filed ahead of time to, pursuant to the rules of superintendents, the Supreme Court of Ohio set out, you file a request with the court to audio and video record things. You probably could have, but you can't show up with the camera. So no. What I'm doing is not on camera, and if it was, I'm never telling you guys about it. Last thing I need is you guys watching me. That would be horrible for me. How long am I gone? Maybe an hour and a half or so. I hope not much longer than that. Remember, for me, I'm an hour ahead of these guys, so they'll go longer. Emily's live with this now. Well, of course, yeah. Everybody, it's becoming big. It's becoming funny. Well, I was gonna say we'll figure out something. Don't worry about that, copper grasshopper. Don't be fucking snitching on me, yo. Besides, we're past 2.5 hours now, so stop sniffling. I'm sorry. Same people use the same blackout excuse for drunk sex. Yeah, but I can see you drink until you black out. I've been in that position before. Was the video probative enough to outweigh the prejudice in relation to appeal grounds? Yeah, it was probative enough because he kept on saying, "How do you know that's me? How do you know that's me? How do you know it's me? No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not." Okay, fine, we'll show it to you. Now, I would have argued they showed the clip around that to show it's him, but they didn't do that. That's how I would have done it to alleviate it. I would have just taken a little clip because the pictures of him out there and they got guns and they're doing gang shit. I'd argue that's prejudicial. Is it so prejudicial though? No. The amount of evidence they have here, even if you got rid of this, the jury is going to convict him. There's so much that even this is harmless error. Rose is saying with a rage blackout. Yeah, but the amount of people that actually have one of those is so small. Somebody like Darrell Brooks is not having rage blackouts. He's just having a little cry tantrum, and he tries to claim that's an excuse. Like I guarantee you, what's he going to say? Like, I blacked out sitting in the car. It's all crashed and shot up. Like, no, you didn't, buddy. You're acting like a little bitch, and you weren't happy things went your way. So you just were like, the whole way through. Like, we know what you did. That's got to be so rare to truly have one of those. Yeah, you can see the original video online. Hell, we'll watch it right now, real quick, if you guys want.
D-Mark got that heat.
I just got a load worth about a half a ticket. 30 in the blicker when I'm out here chasing chicken. Was observant to the game when I used to play the benches. Now I swipe Da Vinci, got them looking at me different. I can't miss them, yeah. AR with a stenching, yeah. Venom when I kiss them, yeah. Kidnap you and misses, yeah. Work all in the kitchen, damn. Money by the ceiling fan. Shorty wanna take a chance, I'ma need a cash advance. Only fuck with real gritters, and I've been around gorillas ever since a little nigga fucking on my babysitter. Put some prices on a nigga, you know they gon' come and get you. You see how them hollows did him, now he look like Tyson hit him. I was in the slums, any weather, I was still trapping, sliding on the pussy early morning, bitch, you still lacking. Caught him in the mall, had to tuck it in my heel figure. You know I got steel with him, fully not that little pistol. Heard they putting cameras on the lights, bitch, we still dealing. Give a fuck about the past, nigga, I'ma still kill you. No love for the suckers, listen, put them in the field, we bliss them. Shoot out all the ammunition, they move like some caterpillars. Post this on your social feed, addies that extend release. 2 cent boy, your talk is cheap, I won't stop till you deceased. Coming out your face, you bleed. Carbons, we gon' sweep the scene. Senses, we gon' find the heat. Take you out the movie screen. Shout out to my shooter team, they gon' handle teams for the revenue. Can't even eat off these dishes, they got residue. Remember when I used to play the hard back in middle school? Remember when them cases had me stuck in that cubicle? Playing like you stupid dog, you know what I do to you. Cooler on the text so it keep shooting when I shoot at you. Panoramic musical, beat you like I'm Rougarou. Call a Uber before you double back and hit the Uber too. Tapping with my grower, I need 20 when you shoot them through. Busting plays, bumming through the line, better watch my J's. Diamond frame, shutty, these Cavalli, these ain't Cartier. Get the face, then I knock the shutty out of negligee. Little blood hit me from the cell, told me get the cake. I don't wait for nothing, bitch, I'm running to the real estate. Stay away from suckers, I don't fuck with niggas anyway. Snitching niggas, hating niggas, stay the fuck up out the way. Got another low, how we playing with them digits. Weighing up them bowls, hella coke around the digi. Playing with them bloods, they gon' pop you like a skillet. Nigga, I'm a menace, and that's word to Mr. Wilson.
So, that was interesting. It's a backup singer screaming, grounds, grounds, grounds. Hold on. I wonder if we can do that. Well, let me talk through it. This is the Grounds remix! Waukesha edition, motherfuckers! Grounds!
D-Mark got that heat.
Resounds! Relevancies! Substantiations! Biased! Let's get it! Yeah!
I just got a load worth about a half a ticket. 30 in the blicker when I'm out here chasing chicken. Was observant to the game when I used to play the benches. Now I swipe Da Vinci, got them looking at me different. I can't miss them, yeah. AR with a stenching, yeah. Venom when I kiss them, yeah. Kidnap you and miss it, yeah. Work all in the kitchen, damn. Money by the ceiling fan. Shorty wanna take a chance, I'ma need a cash advance. On the fucking real gritters, and I've been around gorillas ever since a little nigga fucking on my babysitter. Put some prices on a nigga, you know they gon' come and get you. You see how them hollows did him, now he look like Tyson hit him. I was in the slums, any weather, I was still trying to slide on the pussy early morning, bitch, you still lacking. Caught him in the mall, had to tuck it in my heel figure. You know I got steel with him, fully not that little pistol. Heard they putting cameras on the lights, bitch, we still dealing. Give a fuck about the past, nigga, I'ma still kill you. No love for the suckers, listen, put them in the field, we bliss them. Shoot out all the ammunition, they move like some caterpillars. Post this on your social feed, addies that extend release. 2 cent boy, your talk is cheap, I won't stop till you deceased. Coming out your face, you bleed. Carbons, we gon' sweep the scene. Senses, we gon' find the heat. Take you out the movie screen. Shout out to my shooter team, they gon' handle proteins for the revenue. Can't even eat off these dishes, they got residue. Remember when I used to play the hall back in middle school? Remember when them cases had me stuck in that cubicle? Playing like you stupid dog, you know what I do to you. Cooler on the text so it keeps shooting when I shoot at you. Panoramic musical, I beat you like I'm Rougarou. Call a Uber before you double back and hit the Uber
The
too.
record in State versus Brooks appearances are as they were before.
Through the line, better watch my J's down the frame. Shutty, these Cavalli, these ain't Cartier. Get the face, then I knock that.
All right, let me do that again. We are back on the record. State versus Brooks appearances are as they were before.
I don't consent to being called that name for the record.
Are there any
I hope
issues related to
somebody clip
exhibits
that
or
out,
other things
please.
before I bring the jury back out for what I believe will be the state resting?
No, Your Honor, I do believe that I did check with your clerk. Everything that we have offered and admitted matches what the court has. So I believe we are good on that.
I had one question
Sure.
about Exhibit 89, and I don't know if I missed in my notes.
Okay.
What do the parties' notes reflect on whether that was received?
I showed that it was offered and admitted before it's published, or it wasn't published to the jury. But if not, we would move Exhibit 89 into evidence.
And do you recall what Exhibit 89 is?
It's a
Otherwise-
certified bail form.
No, I'm asking,
Oh.
I'm asking Mr. Brooks.
Oh,
So,
sorry.
that was the second of the two bail bonds. Do you have a recollection of whether it was received?
I don't.
All right, then what was?
I objected to it.
I know you objected when it was, I think, displayed for the witness who then testified about it. I'll receive it and also advise the jury. Were there any other exhibits? I have one other issue on evidence and exhibits as well, but are there going to be any other exhibits that we need to tidy up the record in front of the jury with?
I don't believe so. I know at one point, someone caught that we moved, it was either Exhibit 175 or 178 into evidence, and the court admitted either 165 or 168 on the record. So I don't know.
I may have just
I
had a
think you
misspeak.
Yeah.
You have any recollection of that, sir?
Recollection of what?
Related to what the state just put on the record. Do you know what was that? What witness that was?
That was Detective Casey.
Look at that. 175 was the screenshot taken from the video. I know I have a note that it was received and published. And you believe I may have just referenced it by the wrong name?
I thought it was 178. I thought you referenced it by the wrong number. So it's either 175. 175 was referenced as 165, or 178 was referenced as 168.
What is 170? I know that 175 is what I just said.
Correct.
What was 178?
178 was the video.
Oh, that was the
video.
most recent one. Okay. What's the request then as it relates to when the jury comes back in?
Your Honor, I just, there's two different ways to do this. I can put on the record, I have the exhibit numbers, and I can just put on the record just to verify that these exhibits have all been offered and admitted into evidence, and the court's agreeing, because we've just agreed that those are, your records are the same as my records. or we can clarify just if there was some confusion about exhibits 175 and 178 that were shown to the jury this morning. Those 175 and 178 were offered, and the court has admitted those into evidence. So however you want to.
All right, sir, do you have any position on how I address this in front of the jury?
Yeah, I'm objected to them being admitted at all.
Well, those objections were already addressed. I'm talking about how I addressed to make sure the jury knows they were received by the court.
However you gonna do it is how you gonna do it. I don't think what I gotta say much matters.
Well, what you say matters, sir, but
No,
the
no.
fact that I've already ruled on the
Definitely.
admissibility is not something I'm going to revisit.
What I gotta say.
Hold on,
definitely-
that door is, all right, it's, sometimes that door upstairs malfunctions and, all right, I didn't hear the last part of what you said.
What I have to say about anything definitely doesn't matter.
I take huge objection with that, sir.
It's true.
And that may be your perception, but that is absolutely not true. This court takes your positions on evidence, legal arguments, admissibility, things of that nature. I take all of that quite seriously.
But somehow it's always overruled or discarded.
Sir, can I keep going because you've interrupted me once again? My perspective on all of this, sir, is when you disagree with a ruling, you interrupt. You try to debate the topic again and again. You make disparaging remarks either directly or under your breath that are audible. Sometimes you roll your eyes. I mean, just previous to the break, you and I were talking over each other. I couldn't really get a word in edgewise. You wanted to debate topics that I've already made decisions on. I wanted to get clarification on whether you wanted to pursue any questioning, for example, with Detective Casey. I gave you multiple opportunities to answer questions directly. You chose not to do that. You directly challenged me about my authority in this courtroom. You refused to sit down repeatedly. Did I raise my voice? I absolutely did. Was I frustrated? I absolutely was. I'm sitting down. My voice is calm. I think the break was good. I hope for all it was good for me. We had had a very long morning. It was about 11:30 when we broke. It's now 11:54. I didn't remove you to the other courtroom despite my repeated warnings because frankly I knew I was going to take a break. I just wanted to get through some issues outside the presence of the jury, which is the proper procedure for how to address objections if the record can't be done in a way that where a more full record needs to be made is how I'll put it. And I indicated during the cross-examination of Detective Casey, I would take your objections under advisement. I would address them outside the presence of the jury. You chose not to answer my questions,
Oh, he's looking off.
and so I moved on.
Pondering his future.
Now, with respect to, I want to also address exhibits and the normal course of exhibits coming in a trial. Because I think there's some misunderstanding and certainly confusion on your part, sir, about the exhibit list that I asked the state to file near the beginning. And that was frankly to assist the court and my clerk in keeping track. Most trials, the normal course of action is as long as an exhibit has been provided to a party previously, or in some circumstances, it's rebuttal, we're not quite there yet, that as long as it's been turned over in discovery, oftentimes parties will simply have exhibits marked as they're presented in the course of a trial. There's not a legal requirement unless a judge orders it.
Exactly.
That would prohibit a party from marking a document that's been already exchanged and having it offered as an exhibit. There was nothing nothing improper about what the state did with Exhibit 178. And I want to make that record very, very clear. As Attorney Opper stated, trials are fluid. Things happen. Parties can open the door to what might be inadmissible evidence for a variety of reasons. For example, this court made a number of pretrial rulings related to other acts evidence. Even during your cross-examination today, you came awfully close. I had the witness turn to me and pause and say, I don't think I can answer that, in a clear recognition that that witness, Detective Casey, understood his obligation to honor the pretrial rulings. And we moved on from there. I bet that's happened a half a dozen times in this trial. And that's frankly to protect your rights, sir.
He's too stupid to understand that.
The door could have been opened a long time ago to the other acts evidence with Erica Patterson. And I frankly kept it out, despite your questions. So, with that, I want to bring the jury back out.
He's basically doing that right now.
I will ask the state.
He's ignoring her.
I'll simply just ask the state, are there any anything additional the state's offering by way of testimony or exhibits? You can then address the exhibit issue. Then I'll ask the state if the state has any additional witnesses, and the state can officially rest. Given the time of day that it is, it's 11:58. I'm not going to have Mr. Brooks start with his opening statement. We'll do that when we come back after the lunch hour. I think, frankly, the time over the lunch hour will be good for everyone to regroup, hopefully get a little bit to eat, and come back fresh. And then we'll have his opening statement and the start of testimony. Before I bring the jury out, there's one other thing I want to do, though. I just need a moment to pull something up from on my computer.
So is that addressing subject matter jurisdiction that you're pulling up?
No.
When would that be proven for the record?
Sir, please don't interrupt me. I need to focus on what I'm doing.
I'm not interrupting you. I'm just asking a question.
All right. I'm not going to be addressing that.
So would it
don't interrupt me right now. I'm trying to do something on my computer.
Would it be proven on the record?
I feel it's important at this time to at least give you the advisement pursuant to Special Material 28. It is regarding your decision on whether to testify. I'm not asking you to make that decision, but since we're on the verge of you starting your case and it may impact your opening statement, I wanted to go through the following. Sir, are you aware that you have a constitutional right to testify?
Yes.
I've been informed.
Are you advised and informed that you also have a constitutional right not to testify?
I'm not advised, I'm informed.
Are you advised and informed that the decision whether to testify is for you to make?
I don't understand the question.
Are you advised and informed that the decision on whether you testify in this trial is for you and you alone to make?
I'm informed. Not advised.
Oh my God, why do you gotta be such a dick?
Are you advised and informed, sir, that if you choose not to testify, the jury will be advised that they cannot use that against you? In other words, you have that right not to testify.
I'm informed.
When you make a determination about whether to testify in this trial, I will further be asking you about whether anyone has made any threats or promises to you to influence your decision. I may also briefly go over your educational background. Did you hear me say that?
No, say it again.
At the appropriate time,
Oof,
when we
Rob.
go through this
But very
discussion more fully, I will also ask you whether anyone has made any promises to you to influence your decision on whether to testify. Did you hear me say that?
I'm informed.
And then I will also ask you if anyone's made any threats or coerced you in any way in your decision to testify or not,
And what's the significance of that?
so that I can make appropriate findings about the voluntariness, intelligence, and your, whether it's knowing, voluntary, and intelligent, your decision to testify.
So whether I give consent.
That's not the legal determination that I make. It is simply something that is your choice. I will honor your right not to testify. Obviously,
No,
that's a
you just got
constitutional
yelled at,
right.
you
I
know,
will
like
honor
this.
your right to testify. That's also a constitutional right. And the jury will be advised one way or the other. There's a jury instruction on that. Did you hear me advise you of all of this?
I'm informed.
All right. Okay, let's bring the jury out then. We can kind of tidy up the record and then we'll break for lunch.
Judge, may I remove that exhibit, please?
I think they're right
Monica,
there.
I agree 100%. This should be done in writing.
Jury already coming out.
I'll just stick
Yeah, so go
All
ahead and
rise
sit
for
it
the
back
jury.
down. Thank you. Subject matter jurisdiction still hasn't been proven for the record, Your Honor. Should be proven at some point.
Ooh, he goes back to old reliable. Yes, Rob, that is very true. I just realized that she should have reminded him of that, because you can't make a knowing and voluntarily intelligent decision if you don't know the full. I don't know if that would be a bad idea. She should remind him of the cross.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Monica Lentz is bringing a notary.
All right, then I'll turn
That's
to the
so
state.
awesome.
Any additional evidence
You're
at
funny.
this time?
The state has no additional evidence, Your Honor. May we make a record as to the exhibits?
Go ahead, please.
Your Honor, we believe that the court has admitted all exhibits that have been offered, with the exception of one prior ruling on Exhibit 6. I don't know if you want me to list them all by number, or it's 1 through 78, 1 through 178. But there are some numbers missing because we chose not to offer those exhibits.
Anything specific as it relates to the most recent testimony?
Most recent testimony, with Detective Casey, we moved 177 and 178 and 175, 150, 151, 88, and 89. I believe those were admitted by the court.
That's my recollection as well, but for the jury, exhibits 150, let me start over. Exhibits 88, 89, 150, 151, 177, and 178. If I didn't receive them during the testimony, I'm receiving them now.
And 175, which was the still photo.
Thank you. Sorry, I had a scribble on my pad. And 175.
And 13 and 14. Those are the outliers. I apologize.
I believe those were received as well, but if I didn't
Objection, I
state
think
it,
they was already received.
I appreciate that. I just want to be thorough for the record. 13 and 14 were received as well. State have any additional witnesses to call at this time?
No, Your Honor, at this time, the state rests.
All right, thank you. All right, then at this time, we are going to break for the lunch hour. I am going to have everyone come back at 1:30. It's a little bit longer, at least that's what I want to do for the lunch hour today. So all rise for the jury. Thank you. Be seated. Mr. Brooks, anything from you at this time, given the state is now rested?
What you mean?
I'm asking you the question. Do you have any requests at this time now that the state has rested?
Request
you mean?
and pertaining to what exactly?
Oh my
I'll ask the
God.
question one more time. Do you have any requests to make at this time now that the state has rested?
Motion dismiss.
I don't understand what you mean by that. That's why I'm trying to get
What you
clarification.
mean?
I'm not going to give you legal advice. I'm simply asking the question. Do you have any requests to make at this time now that the state has rested?
I don't know what I'm supposed to say to that. I don't understand what would that be pertaining to.
I can't give you
don't
legal
know.
advice, sir. I'm just asking the question to make a record. I'll ask you one more time. Do you have any requests to make now that the state has rested?
Yes, anything you want to do
I
right
don't
now is the time you do it.
understand.
All right, the other thing I
Fucking
want to
idiot.
do when the jury comes back out is you will recall I read instruction 101 at the very end of the preliminary jury instructions that just has to do with opening statements. I will read that with the caveat. It will just say that the defendant will now make his opening statement. The purpose of an opening statement is to give the parties an opportunity to tell you what they expect the evidence will show you so that you will better understand the evidence as it is introduced during the trial. I must caution you, however, that the opening statement is not evidence. So I'll read that. I think it's appropriate given that Mr. Brooks deferred his opening statement until the start of his case. With that, we will take our lunch break. It's 12:09. If you could be back here at 1:25 and be ready to go at 1:30 with your opening
Oh,
I
statement.
got a question.
fucking dicks.
Go ahead.
Do I get to present exhibits and stuff like that too and admit them into evidence?
She can't tell you.
At what point are we talking about? Do you want to use exhibits that have been received during your opening? Is that what you're asking me?
No, I'm saying if I got my own stuff that I want to offer into evidence, which is a question I asked previously.
Do you believe the state has all of those documents that they might be able to assist with? Or are they new documents?
I don't know what you mean by new documents.
Oh my
Are they
God.
documents from the discovery that you have?
Oh no.
They documents of my
You don't-
filings and stuff like
You don't
that.
know what the fuck you're
I'm
talking
sure they
about.
have copies of everything that I filed.
I guess without knowing specifically what you're referring to, sir, I did give you the admonition previously that you are prohibited from discussing subject matter jurisdiction during your opening statement. It's not relevant.
I'm not referring to the opening statement. I'm referring to things that I want to offer
Give
for
me an
evidence.
example, please.
I just did. I said I have filings that I want to offer into evidence.
That's too general, sir. I need a specific example so I can answer the question. What are you referring to?
My filings, everything
Which
that I filed,
filing, sir?
every one of them.
Well, they have to be relevant, number one, to the
You can't
proceedings.
introduce all your filings.
Okay, number two,
Oh no.
I don't know specifically what you're referring to. You can't offer testimony of yours through an exhibit. That would be hearsay. So you'll have to testify if it's your statement that you're referring to.
I'm not referring to I didn't say anything about testimony. I said
I'm being
filings.
general based on what I've seen thus far. So are you talking about during your opening statement or during the course of the questioning of the witnesses that you're calling?
Your Honor, with all respect, I just clearly said filings that I filed.
Mr. Brooks, if I understood, I'd
Filings that I
answer. I
filed.
don't understand what you're asking me. You need to be specific.
I filed a number of documents I think that's on
Well,
the
without
record.
knowing what you're referring to, then my answer is no. But again, well, I guess I'll have to wait and see as to when you seek to admit them, whether there's any objection or not, and whether they comply with all of the rules of evidence and the rules of procedure. That's the best I can tell you at this point.
I don't understand what you mean by that. They will only be relevant to obviously the matter.
Me and you both.
They would
Sir,
be relevant to anything
I
else.
can't answer that anymore. We're gonna take our lunch break. It's 12:12. We'll see everyone back here at 1:25. We are in recess.
So I'm not allowed to offer anything in the evidence.
For the record, I never said that. We are in recess.
So I'm trying to understand.
So, well, once again, guys, we brought this up before. His whole, I don't understand. I truly think he doesn't understand. That's not him pulling the sovereign citizen bullshit. He truly doesn't understand what's going on. I think that's very clear from what's happening here. I think that's the problem. You can see the panic in his eyes. He's like, what do you mean? What do I do? You're asking me any request? Yes, you could do a request. I request to have this case dismissed because I don't think the state is, you do the motion to dismiss, a motion for a directed verdict, and the motion for acquittal. He wasn't going to win it, but he should have made it right then and there, saying the state didn't have enough evidence to sustain a conviction. He would have lost, but he should have made that. If he wanted to make some of his other claims, that's where he'd raise his other claims. But I don't know what to do. I don't understand. It's because you're not an attorney and you're too much of a dumb fuck. It's like last night he was given that motion and he didn't read it. He's like, why? I didn't read it last night. Yeah, he makes no effort to understand. And then when he gets in a position where he's like truly concerned, he gets scared. And you can see that in his eyes. He's like, He wasn't even the angry frustration. He was the scared stuttering. Like, I don't know what to do. What do I do? How do I do this? What do I do? I don't know. And he fucked that up. Good job, Darrell. I mean, listening to you squeal and cry. I mean, those were almost funnier to me. Listening to go like, it was sad in a way too, though. He's like, I don't know. What do I do? I mean, it was funny, but it's also sad because he's truly a man floundering out in the ocean and he has no idea how to, like, he has no idea what to do. But yeah, he's screwed. Matthew's saying, can he come back after lunch and motion for the dismissal, or is that chance gone now? He could probably try it again and the judge would let him, but he just he kind of fucked that away for the most part. Hey, Divinity, how you doing? Get through some comments here. President-elect 4 doors more Horace says no snitching. That's right, no fucking snitching. Michael Leitner is a new member. Thank you very much. I appreciate the support. Mema X for £4 and 49 shillings. £4 sterling. The King's currency. The King's sterling. Best rap song ever, Sean. Grounds. Yes. Rob Dorr says, if only the public had some sort of defender for idiots who don't know how to try a case. Yeah, I know. And they could be like a whole group of people who dedicate their jobs to doing this for people. I know. Crazy, huh? So Rob's got a prediction here. Darrell's going to get 1 to 2 witnesses in and will be so lost and flustered by the objections, he'll fold like a cheap suit and rest, citing injustice. I think he gets it tomorrow. I think he hangs out till tomorrow, or at least he'll be doing it till I get back. But like I said, guys, actually, I could probably hang around for a little bit of his hearing or his beginning, but I'm going to have to leave probably about 2:45. I can push it for a little while. So, but I will have to step out for a little bit. And by a little bit, a while. Oh my gosh, those clips are funny of the rap remix. Brooks is gonna cry when the jury says guilty. Nah, he ain't gonna cry. He'll probably lose his mind though. He'll rage. He'll flip a crap. Yeah, I'm hoping to see his opening. If I don't though, we will cover it tonight. But I'm hoping I can stick around. Taco Bell says, "Could you have been able to pin any defense for this guy?" I mean, it all depends what he'd be willing to let you do. But right now, it seems like he's spazzing out. So I don't think he'd let you get anywhere. Oh, 49 shillings would be almost 2.5 pounds more. Okay, I don't know. Is it a pence? I don't know. Like, what do you guys use over there? Hold on, guys. I do need to take this. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, guys. Yeah, his defense is going to be no intent to kill. I think that's the only thing he can try to do. Let's see. Well, real quick, I think we can, because I know you guys probably haven't seen them all, but we can go through his music video collection that he's got, and we won't just like run through them right after another. But we've seen the one, but I don't think you guys have seen them all, so we should probably cover those first. So here's the rest of his music collection.
Money calling on the line, I couldn't budge still. 420s, I just counted off a drug deal. You ain't a grinder, you got fronted, how your plug feel? Get them in, get them gone, that's how my plug feel. We was sliding on the out, now that's a hit. Keep a blicker when we move, we got them sticks. Red bottoms on the J's, hella sauced in. I was running through a South 10. 01, I was running through the South End. Step it up, son, you talking to a boss man. Flexing out around these bitches, tell them stand down. Errol Spence, that's a man down. We got all the bodies, we got all the shooters. I be with the hitters, we just bought them Rugers. For a plate, and my youngest do it. For a plate, send my youngest do it. Whoa, now, what it is. Had me knocking nigga off with his kids. I'ma run the money up, what it is. Running through the city, wow, this how we live. How we live. Counting up the math, I call it Rain Man. 100 rounds in the chopper, call me Rain Man. Free smoke for a goofy, let it rain, man. Hit the club and make it rain dance. You jacking to these hoes, I be standing on them. You know know we getting in here with them righteous on us. Buying out the bar, tell them keep it coming. Bro, come get your bitch, I can't keep her off me. Accidental shooters, we don't honor those. Gang shit, in the streets I make the honor roll. Sneak this and we gon' slide up. Better have it on you when I ride up. We make all the plays, I set all the trends. VVS the yays, that's them lemon heads. Get them boys from around me, I ain't going fair. Get them boys from around me, I ain't going fair. Going fair.
Oh, hey now, Rob. That is not nice. Looks like he spent less on this video than I've been paying to get copies of the court documents. Ooh. You guys are just... Yeah, Dirt in My Ass says he's got one that says, what the business? We'll get to that one. Senior Spielbergo, though, you asked, did I download his whole discography? I downloaded 3 of the videos. I left them here for Parallax in case there were, like, dead times. That way you guys get something to amuse yourself for a couple of minutes if there were breaks. But since the big breaks while I'm here, that's okay. I guess I'll fill it with noise, which kind of avoids problems. But yes, there is one last one, and this is the what the business one. So let's get just be like Casey Kasem. And this next song comes to us from a struggling young rapper on the streets of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Little did he know where he would turn out to be 3 years later. This man, you know him now as Darrell Brooks. Mr. Squiggles for $2. Thank you. Says the dude's rocking fake Yeezy Red Octobers. LMFAO. I didn't realize that they were fakes, but okay. I'll take your word for it. Well, jeez, Rob. $1.25 a page? God almighty. Are they cutting down the tree right there? God. Oh, for a second. Wow. That's not good news. Oh, I better see what's going on Rumble. I haven't checked on them for a while. Hey, Rumble, how you doing? Hope you guys haven't burned down the store. 34 watching. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, guys. Nick is pretending to be a teacher, so he abandoned us. Yeah. Somebody's asking the sex hotline when. Not yet. Gonna work that out for locals. Mema X is saying, would all jury members be from Waukesha? You're typically from your, I think since you're from England, it would be from your shire. So all over whatever shire you live in. In America, it's from generally whatever county or parish or borough that you live in is the jury pool for a felony case. And that's typically how they do it. That's your community. That's where they draw your peers from, is your county level community. Now, if you have a trial in a municipal court, such as in a city, so for example, the city of Cleveland, if you have a trial there, your jury pool will be people only from the city of Cleveland who reside there. And that they double check to make sure that you reside in the proper locations. So I hope that answers it. But yes, we'll start with that to business. Red Octobers are, Ellen Brown says they're $10K at the cheapest. You better believe they're fake. Okay. I learned something today. But let's listen to Flyboy Math. Here's what he's got to say.
Lil' B on the track, boy. What's the business?
Send that to me, Parallax.
What's the business? What's the business?
J Fly.
Phone jumping off the train like what's the business? I'ma pull up with the yay like what's the business? Eating lunch with the blood like what's the business? AR double drum like what's the business? 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 Catch me sliding to the trap like what's the business? Grinding trying to make a stack like what's the business? I'ma pull up on you like what's the business? She gon' give it to the kid like what's the business? 30 shots in the clip like what's the business? You don't gotta choose it like what's the business? All my niggas on the job, what's the business? Tryna rob and you get dropped, what's the business? You a walking stain, what's the business? I'ma hit your chest brain, what's the business? We be running through a block like what's the business? 100 shots for a op like what's the business? Gang, gang. Phone jumping off the chain like what's the business? I'ma pull up with the yay like what's the business? Eating lunch with the blood like what's the business? AR double drum like what's the business? 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 Bro say he need them pounds, what's the business? Hit my line when I'm in town like what's the business? Heard they claiming it's a drop like what's the business? I'ma bring them round them out like what's the business? Killing overblow like what's the business? Killing for these hoes like what's the business? Never leave without that pole like what's the business? Blowing Cali out the door, what's the business? Stupid link on the cane, what's the business? I'm a guy, Charlemagne, what's the business? Pouring money, that's my lane, what's the business? Thumbing through a whole thing like what's the business? Phone jumping off the chain like what's the business?
I can't keep doing that. God almighty, I'm done. Jesus Christ on a cracker. Sorry. Can't keep doing that. Drop ceilings like what's the business? Oh my God, that was awful. Browd says, well, you know what you need $300 for? Oof. Oh God, you guys are savage. I should have just said $100 super chats and I'll stop. Ooh, apparently there's some him making purple drag. So there's some video of him making purple drink. If you don't know what that is, well, you're missing out. Some good shit. Actually, I don't recommend eating purple drink. It'll kill you or fuck you up real bad. Look at Lil Wayne. So there's a Math Boy Fly Twitter for his birthday. Here we go. Let's see if we can hear him.
Yeah, man. It's the birthday starting early. Sprite. Red. Y'all already know, man. Yeah, man. It's the birthday.
So yeah, great stuff, huh? It sounds a lot like him. Agrilla says I was about to leave. Well, no, that's what you have. Like, you have shires. Like, you have, like, whatever shire. Like, that's how you guys do the counties in England. Yes, with your make it sound like we live in the dark ages. We have toasters here, you know. Like, oh, stop fucking yawning. I am sorry. Okay, that song was garbage, yes. Yes, also known as lean. Also known as purple drank. What are we looking for here? Okay. God, sorry, yawning. There are a couple pictures off his Twitter too that are somewhat funny. Look at this gangster here. Look at that gangster. Oh yeah. Yeah. Real gangster right there, guys. Oh yeah. This one's funny too. This must have been his label for his This would have been the label for his album. The Blah's Business. Business. Produced by Lil B on the track. Lil B on the track. I don't know Lil B, so I don't know how good it was. But given the value of these videos or the songs, I'm assuming he sucked as a producer. So Flying Boy math. Let's be honest, he was rapping about schlongs. I'm sure he was. Oh, he talked about Obama. Let's see here. Let's see what he says. Let's see here. All right, Darrell Brooks. The propaganda government pushes needs to be continually exposed. People with brains, y'all trying to start World War III.
Towards World War III. And it's the kid Jake Fly, man. You know what I'm saying? I just want to talk a little bit about that presidential address, man, from Obama, man. Crock of bullshit. I don't even know if it's ISIS or ISO anymore because he was switching it up a lot, man. But y'all trying to push us towards World War III. You know what I'm saying? And it's the kid Jake Fly, man. You know what I'm saying? I just want to talk a little bit about that presidential address,
so
man,
this
from
one's
Obama,
here.
Man.
Forgot he's got the second one. Sorry, he had two. That's why I was like, for some reason I thought it played off to each other. This good talking ass president. Oh, wait, you guys didn't see the second one. Sorry, I need to link that up. My bad. You're surely a very boomer.
And we know what they doing, man. You know what I'm saying? Black people, Americans, don't be fooled by this good talking ass president, man. The nigga can sell water to a well, man. You know what I'm saying?
Good talking ass
At the end of the
president.
day, man, it's all bullshit. And we know what they doing, man. Real shit. You know what I'm saying?
I kind of agree. Like, no lies there. People are saying Kurt's playing that song over and over and over again. You look tired, so you're getting refs. I don't know. Today, just yawning a lot. Feel fine. Yeah, those are all. Yeah, it's a gangster wad. It's all fake. Kurt's playing that music now for his channel. Yeah. Well, hey, maybe he'll play my remix. Somebody should link the remix to him. I'll do a better remix later when I can actually put something together. Yes, Darrell Brooks and Alex Jones 2024. Down with the globalist. for biased. So yeah, that's really it for right now, guys. I mean, if you guys have any other questions, I mean, there's yeah, that's really it. So What do I think about the arguments he made today about his video being let in? It was entirely valid. The detective said it's you. How do you know it's me? You can't tell. You don't know. How are you sure it's anybody else? He's like, I watched it. He's like, when did you watch it? Where is it? We haven't seen it. Okay, well, great. Now it gets to come in. That wasn't, he brought that on himself like an idiot. So, oh, my UPS package I was waiting on yesterday came in. So we'll talk about that in a second. But Denise, that's entirely, you are allowed to introduce exhibits based upon the way testimony goes. So Darrell already had a copy of that, but it was never, they didn't intend to introduce it because they thought it was going to be prejudicial. And they didn't think he'd fight over the whole thing. But they did, and that became a problem for him. So that's, it's entirely appropriate. Now, yes, they did introduce the sound, which is good enough. Jim, the problem is Darrell Brooks opened the door. It wasn't sleazy. He kept on arguing, well, how do you know? How do you know? How do you know? And I think I said before, they should have shown that clip before and after. But they showed the whole video because you know what would happen if you showed the clip? Darrell's going to say, well, show the whole video. So I don't know. That's what I think was a little annoying there with the way he did stuff. But yeah, give me 1 second, guys, and I'll be right back. It is here. It's here, everyone. Somebody's saying, how old is Darrell? He's like 40. Yeah, he's like 39, 40. Not that old. It's about my age. Ooh. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, Nima, you're right. He's born in 82. He keeps on saying that. All right, guys. And here it is. I was hoping it would come in and pour a little something there, test it out, but the Brooks Coffee Company, Waukesha, Wisconsin. Yes, a little, maybe I could have done a better pixels per inch on there, but anyways, cheers, everybody. You guys can get your own at the links down below. Teespring. Hopefully I can find somebody cheaper to do it in the future, but for right now, those are the only ones. Probably should wash this out first, but oh well. Very good. Still works. Where did I get this? I got this at my Teespring store, which is down below in the description if you want one. Sorry about the price, but that's as cheap as Teespring does them, so. Yes, I have a merch link down below. So you guys had a couple other questions that I wanted to answer. Now that Kurt has figured out the charm of these sovereign citizens, I must introduce him to Chili. I'll talk to Kurt about that. I don't know if he's ready for chili. AC is asking, do you think he will, by him, Darrell, will get any evidence admitted given that he doesn't understand the rules of evidence and laying foundation? I think the judge will help him somewhat by pointing out you need to ask a question. But yes, he's going to have a tough time laying foundation. I don't think he understands that. I don't think he understands the ability to authenticate evidence. Yeah, he's going to have a really tough time. And if you guys don't understand what foundation is laying in the, like, for example, those videos. Okay, detective, do you recognize this? Yes, it's a video. It's a video of what? It's a video of a house in Wisconsin. It's Darrell Brooks' mom's. How do you know that? I've been there. Well, why were you there? We went there to get her videos. Why did you go there to get her videos? She called us. Okay. And what was when you came there? Did you request the videos? Yes. Did she volunteer them? Yes. What do these videos show? Well, these videos show the backyard. I've been in the backyard. I've seen this view. This is exactly her yard. You lay out all the foundation there. That's how you do to show what it is and how reliable this evidence can be. So yes, I don't think he's going to be able to do that. Agro is saying too many yawns. I need to flee. Oh, sorry. Is there a legal obligation to do opening and closing statements? I mean, you could waive your openings and you could waive your closings. You don't have to give one, but that would be really weird. Now, there is a theory, like if you're doing defense, that if you know your prosecutor is going to backload, and you could tell he backloaded a bunch of arguments for his rebuttal, and he did a bunch of other stuff during his first part of his closing arguments, you could waive your closing and then he doesn't get a rebuttal. So sometimes that could be done. I've heard of it done. I've never done it myself. You guys are here, so. AC says, do you think the state's going to give him evidence or hell on interest? Oh yeah, they are going to be sitting there. They're sitting there sharpening their knives, waiting for them. They're putting bullets in their magazines too. They're waiting. The moment he starts going, objection, leading, objection, foundation, objection, 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 it's going to be like a machine gun coming from their end with objections. Sweet Tooth, how can he get his testimony in? Does he question himself? No. It all depends on how this judge wants to do it. Typically, though, he gets up on the stand and the judge says, Mr. Brooks, tell the jury what you want them to know. And he'll give a narrative. That's generally how it's done. That's how it should be done. Allie writes, well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Here we go. Had everything in the wash and yeah, found it and it was good. So here we go. It's so awesome. I love it. Where did you get it? Yeah, it's the link down below. Bass says, I respect that you spelled grounds correctly. Oh. Carolyn's saying, what was the warrant that was brought up during questioning? I have no idea. Warrant for something. Maybe it was for other court cases he had. Maybe it was a warrant to get DNA or some sort of sample from him. We don't know. Yes, Mr. Squiggles, the mug was late and gay. Yes, very true. Sad, but true. Sad, but true. Oh, Rob is saying, the missus makes custom mugs. We can do it for $3 to $5 each. Ooh. I'll send you an email. I am interested. I don't know how many people are going to want these, but maybe for the future. Plan on trying to do something macabre for every case I do. Is he going to have subject matter jurisdiction in his opening regardless of being warned by the court? He says he's not going to do it, but I think he's going to do it. I don't see how he can avoid it. He's too much of an asshole. He's probably going to bring up the state hiding evidence. What don't they want you to see? Things aren't right. Things are sketchy. I could see he's going to do something. I just don't know what. Yes, I'm a merchant selling my wares, just like Joe. Mema X, I hope this answers your question. Generally, you get up there and you just... So, listen, here's what happened that day, and here's what went through it, and yeah. Bass says no witnesses will be available, and he'll try to delay. I have a feeling a couple of his witnesses will not be available because he did fuck around so much trying to get them that I think a bunch of them are just like, I can't be there. This is nonsense. And honestly, that's something that happens. Like, if you serve somebody too late, there's no courts. I mean, courts will say, yeah, it's a court order, but you can't expect people just to show up. I mean, that's not how it works. You've got to give people notice. People have the right to, get their life in order. And also judges and politicians, they're not going to make some random schmo in their community show up for some bullshit subpoena. So we shall see. I have a feeling, though, I have a feeling a couple of them aren't available, but, a couple of them probably are available, so it probably won't matter too much to his case, because it's not like he knows what to do with these. It's not like he knows what to do, because I have a feeling he ordered his own witnesses compared to the defense teams, so it'll be like all their prep won't be helpful. What exhibits do you anticipate him trying to omit? I have no idea. I have no idea what this man thinks will help him at this point. Nihilist Anonymous goes, how does him taking the stand work? Does he get to narrate, or does he legitimately get to argue from the stand if he takes a stand? Well, if he starts arguing, if there's objections and he starts arguing with stuff, the judge may cut him short. But yeah, he sits on the witness stand and he tells a story. And the way it'll work, since he's all shackled up, the jury will get escorted out of the courtroom, he'll shuffle on over, and then they'll bring the jury back. That way the jury doesn't see. And that's done to avoid any prejudice which may arise. Let's see here. Oof, that's risky. You mean him taking the stand? Yeah, it's risky, but he's got no other choice. He's gonna have to explain why he's seen running through the neighborhoods with no shoes on and a t-shirt. He's gonna have to explain that. He's gonna have to explain why his mom's car is in town. He's gonna have to explain why he drove through all those people, and he's gonna have to try to say, I was being carjacked, I was forced to do it, or the monster took over. He's gonna have to come up with something, because he can't just sit there and be quiet. Ladybug Lisa saying, can he introduce motions or filings as evidence? No. Typically not. There's always, I'm never going to say never, because there's always a time where it probably could happen. But no, a bunch of the bullshit he's filed is certainly not going to be noted as an evidence, because those are generally those are issues of law, and the judge is the finder of law. And if the judge has already decided by making a judicial determination, then that's it. You can't talk anymore about it. I hear the garbage truck going by. So I hope that answers Lisa. If it doesn't, kind of throw something out there for me. Any chance his opening will be in the form of a rap song? I don't know. That would be funny. Yes, if you would like to, you can get a... Oh, my guys. Just making sure they get my stuff because last time it seems like they missed it. We'll bring it up and you can see the entire Brooks coffee collection. Well, if I can bring it up here. All right, we'll put this all together. God, Teespring is so hard to navigate. You think they'd figure it better. Anyways, here's the entire the Brooks Coffee Company collection. Available exclusively on Teespring. You can get a long sleeve shirt, a normal coffee mug, a short sleeve t-shirt, a nice stainless steel tumbler. Allow you to keep the hot drinks hot and the cold drinks cold. Then you get a pint glass. Or if you really want one, a hoodie. To be like Darrell Brooks and keep your hoodie on. I got my hoodie on. Fill it with subject matter, yeah. Joseph DiMartino saying there's a warrant to search one of his jail cells. Not sure which one or what the warrant was for. Yeah, it could be for anything. I don't know what it's for. I have no idea. It could be any number of things. It could be a warrant for that. It could be a warrant, another warrant to do something else somewhere. And they never executed it. So, yeah, I think. Let me see. Where's this? Where is? Yeah, is it possible the state would just let him ramble as he did in his interrogation and just let him hang himself? Yeah, but here's the problem, David. You asked that question. It's a good question. Like, I'm just thinking, like, let's say he starts doing that, though, and you have to stay on top of him because you don't know what he's going to say, and he might say stuff that is harmful or prejudicial to a case. So I don't think you want to go down that road. I think you just want to stay with what you already got him pinned down on and keep him there, because if you let him roam wild, he'll throw up way too much smoke and mud. So I think they're going to be on top of it. Did he serve any victims? I don't know. I don't think so because the prosecutor didn't complain about that. Hey Karen Bites, how you doing? Tag, yeah. Dirk Diggler says this will be a complete disaster. Oh, this is going to be awful. It's going to be horrible. Casey in NorCal saying he already said multiple times he didn't deny any of the facts, didn't he? Not sure his defense. Well, think about it. An affirmative defense is a defense like, so for example, self-defense. If you're accused of murder and you claim self-defense, you're not denying you didn't kill the guy. You're claiming you had a justified reason to kill him. So that is the difference there. Oh my God, we still got another half hour of this crap. Good job. Thank you. I appreciate it. Rob says about the alien jurisdiction. Oh, cool. Thank you. We take a look at it. We can read it together and hope our brains don't fall out of our ears. Pope Rackets touched me, says, howdy, traveler. Sean, Poppy Rackets has taken off. Okay. I'll be taking off in a little bit myself, but I'll be back. Why's the merchandise gots to be white, though? It's got to be a color. Who's Sugoi for you says, hello, fellow Ohioan. Carolyn's talking about, yeah, Emily was telling her people to go there. Yes, and it's good. I'm glad Emily's seeing it because she could get a kick out of this being a former prosecutor. Sean Burt says $17 for mug. LOL. I agree. That's their price, not mine. Um, hmm. Um, will the state engage? Do you think the state will even engage in cross so as not to allow a redirect and drag it out even longer? Yeah, you can say we have no questions for this witness. Every once in a while, they may offer something that's just not relevant to the case, or like yesterday with those evidence texts. If I was Darrell Brooks' attorney, like the DNA guy, I don't know if I necessarily would have got up and like, okay, like maybe him just to ask like who this third person is. We don't know. All right, but the one before, you're free to go. Okay, thank you. Or the mechanic one, unless I saw his reports, I don't know if I would have questioned him because I'd be worried about just getting ass beaten on that one. So, yes, is the merge to judicial determination? Yes, 100%. So, all right, guys. Well, I'm actually going to get some tea together for this real quick, and I'll be right back because what good's a cup if you can't actually drink out of it anything decent? So just hang tight for 1 minute. Yep, I saw that. I saw that, Karen Bites. It's all good. All right. He doesn't understand that, though. All right, but yeah, your mom understands it. That's all that matters.
Why are you always late? Oh.
So one time I was late. I've been late for like a minute or two. Hey, something. What? It's fine.
What were the numbers?
The numbers are all the same. Are you heading up?
Yes.
All right.
I shall return.
Okay. All right, see you later. Love you. Yeah.
You're leaving too?
Yeah, I'll be leaving at about 2:45.
You'll be back then?
Yes. Oh my gosh. All right. I gotta go bad, but I'll hold it until you stay. Stop holding it. Hold it. Hold it. Don't pee. Don't pee. Now go. Better be the Dragon's Treasure tea. No, I did order some though from the Dragon's Treasure, which I would highly recommend. Dragon's Treasure. I don't know if they have their new coupon code right now.
You need this?
So yes, the Dragon's Treasure. I don't know what codes they have right now. I know they've had some great codes before, like Against the Wall. They've had one for Catnip Dave, who I know was going through some stuff. But they have other codes, and I just recommend you check them out. They have a lot of neat teas, a lot of different kinds, and I ordered a couple myself, and I'll be trying them as they come out, and we'll go through them when I get them. Complexity. Did I enjoy Joe channeling his inner Wes Welker last night? That was great. His chair coon. And we can hear the domestic bliss. And my boyfriend's telling me to get back in the chair. I love you too. Well, hey, thank you. My joint here is an empty chair. Love you, baby. Aw, simp. Ooh woo. Ooh woo. Really good. Really good. Dirk Diggler, women don't have love to give. We're not turning this into a Drex show, okay? When you hear your adorable sweet talk. Did I wash the mug? No, I really didn't. No. Is that your mom? No, that's my girlfriend. Okay. Pee in a bottle, the sound turns me on. Netflutter saying, what kind of law do I practice? I run general practice, so I practice everything that comes in the door. But I have I do a lot of criminal defense work. So that's kind of the majority of it. I've got mail. Perfect. Peacenik saying literally every flavor he's tried from the Dragon's Treasure has been awesome. Well, I don't know. I have some there's some kinds that I'm looking at that look good, but there's other ones that I'm I don't know so much. So I'll try some and then we'll try others. Yes, hail Drex. Ace of Aces 05. This is a very good question. Is the prosecution going to call Brooks to the stand? They cannot. That would not be acceptable. That would be a very big no-no to call someone up to the stand. You don't get to call the defendant to the stand. That is not acceptable. That's not allowed in a criminal trial. He has to decide if he wants to take the stand in his own defense, but they cannot call you to take the stand. They cannot compel you to take the stand, and they cannot compel you to testify. So, no, they cannot, and their case is over now. They get a rebuttal after Darrell's done, but for right now, that's it. That's it. We got to open up what Rob sent us. Thank you very much, Rob. I appreciate it, by the way. Did he come down to view? Yes. Okay, Rob, I see what you sent me last week, but I don't see the other ones. Oh, good job recycling, man. Yeah, I don't see what you sent me, Rob. There should be a 2-page order sent today. I'll check my outbox. Yeah, just let me. Yeah, so it looks like you did it again. 7-Eleven says, "Are you axing me or stop telling me to?" There's no one tells me to do nothing. I'm not posting pics of my feet at 20K. What computer chair do I have? I need a chair. There. It's that kind. I don't remember. My girlfriend got it. She's like, here you go. Here's a chair. So she thought I needed a chair with a back, like a head on the back of it. So, yeah. Parallax says, yes, I will talk about my representation of the Toledo toe sucker when I get to 15,000 subs. Very in depth. In depth that I'm allowed to go. 7-Eleven says, I'm asking you to open that butt. Oh, Rob is saying on a law school server, so it's slow sometimes. That's okay. That's all right. So yeah, trust me. I hope you're at law school. I hope you're learning, not just watching this, but that might be better than some of your. Not gonna lie, some of my law school classes, I've been better off just watching a trial. Oh, something popped up. Here we go, Rob. Thank you. All righty. We are going to open this up. Open with Google Docs. Oh, wow. This did not turn out. No, we're not doing that. Brooks jurisdiction. There we go. All right. So we got his jurisdiction motion from the judge. Did your GF assemble it or did the chair already come assembled? No, I had to put it together. Tag, this is a good one. Will the judge stop proceedings and force him to testify via Zoom next door if he gets rowdy on the stand? No, I don't see. I think she would stop, bring everybody back in later and try again. Making him testify on like that just seems like that's bad news. I would not recommend that. American Virtual says, are you advising me or telling me? I don't need to be advised. I'm informed. Rob did not send me cheese pizza. Yes, we hear you've been mentioned. Yes, I was saying for Dragon's Treasure, nothing but the best quality teas around. And I didn't know what your newest coupon code was. Maybe it can be substained or grounds or relevancies. So I'm not sure, but yes, it could be one of those. Now, let's get to this order. Because Darrell keeps on asking about the subject matter jurisdiction of this court. Well, let's get to that subject matter jurisdiction. So this is from the court. This is the facts stuff here. And this is facts to Rob. But here's the stuff for the clerk of courts here. It's document number 397 is filed 10/14/222. So it's filed on Friday, and this is the actual decision and order for subject matter jurisdiction. This is interesting because this is not normally how things are done in my jurisdiction. You don't do whereases and stuff, but whereas a criminal claim was filed on November 23rd, 2021, later amended November 29th, 2021, January 12th, 2022, whereas a contested preliminary hearing was held on January 14th, 2022, at the conclusion of which the court commissioner made a finding of probable cause that a felony was committed by the defendant and bound the defendant over for trial. Whereas the information was filed on February 10th, 2022. Whereas an arraignment was held on February 20th, 2022, at which time pleas of not guilty were entered. Whereas the trial commenced on October 3rd, 2022. Whereas the defendant has repeatedly and orally objected to the court's jurisdiction over this matter and requested dismissal of the case, specifically claiming subject matter jurisdiction has not been established or verified. Whereas the court has addressed this request on the record at various times since the start of the trial on October 3rd, 2022, but now believes it is important to issue a written decision on the matter. Okay. Subject matter jurisdiction in a case is derived from Article 7, Section 8 of the Wisconsin Constitution, which states, except as otherwise provided by law, the circuit court shall have original jurisdiction in all matters civil and criminal within the state and such appellate jurisdiction in the circuit as a legislator may prescribe by law. The court may issue all writs necessary in aid of its jurisdiction. Subject matter jurisdiction is the power of the court to inquire into the charged crime, apply the applicable law, and declare punishment. There's 2 cases it cites there. Subject matter jurisdiction that attaches upon the filing of the criminal complaint and continues until final disposition of the case. There's another citation. The circuit court lacks criminal subject matter jurisdiction only where the complaint does not charge an offense known to law. Now, I really wonder, though, if it's not in the correct circuit, or because I don't see how there are. I understand that she's pulled certain cases here, but that tells them, like, you can't just argue any circuit court can hear a crime committed anywhere in the state. That would make no sense at all. But I understand. I think I understand why she's trying to make that argument. But I think she could have been a little more clearer that, yes, you could challenge subject matter jurisdiction by saying this isn't the right court to hear it. So, for example, it's got to be the next circuit over because I did it in the next circuit. But she didn't do that. But who knows? Whatever. She's a little weird. Also, guys, look, when you do things, when you're typing, use justified alignment. Don't do this. Don't do this right here. This is garbage. Don't do that. Don't do that. Make it a nice, neat line. Nice, neat lines. Those are important, okay? We can't do this. It is clear this court has jurisdiction to preside over this trial to its conclusion. The charges were brought against the defendant by the filing of a complaint on November 23rd, 2021. 2 amended complaints were subsequently filed. A contested preliminary hearing was held, following which probable cause was found and the defendant bound over for trial. Moreover, all the charges at issue are known to the law. For these reasons, the court finds the defendant's arguments are without merit. Therefore, the court denies the defendant's request to dismiss for lack of subject matter jurisdiction without a hearing or further consideration. Now, here's the thing. Every time he talks about things, he talks about doing an appeal or an interlocutory appeal. This is a final order for purposes of appeal. With this ruling, he can now seek an interlocutory appeal to the Court of Appeals in Wisconsin, the intermediate court, and they might deny him, or they might say, yes, we're going to take it. We're ordering a stay in the trial while they address this, and that could take like 2 weeks. So that's why down here, this is a final order for purposes of appeal, because if it's not a final order, you cannot appeal it. It has to be a final order before you can appeal it. And that's an appellate law issue. Oh, sorry. We guys probably couldn't read that too well. Sorry. Yes, nice find, Rob. Thank you for grabbing it. Oh, okay. All right, here we got Dindu Nuffin is the code. Code Dindu Nuffin. DINDUNUFFIN right now is the code. Dindu Nuffin. Thanks for the shout out. Buy my tea. What did you get? Well, I ordered the wintergreen stuff. It convinced me to try that. And then I'm gonna get here. Do you have that Math Boy Fly Blend? Ooh. Yeah, Dragon's Treasure. You need to get the Math Boy Fly Blend. Ali says I'm a grown-ass man. Yes. Yes, no coffee. I wouldn't know what makes good coffee. That's fine. Is he citing the internet? Is he citing International Shoe? Oh my God. He doesn't even know. He wouldn't even be able to understand long arm. He's like, I don't understand why your arms are so long. Why can the state have such a long arm? Why is one arm longer than the other? Did they break an arm? I'm just asking questions. 7-Eleven says treat Brooks like a pirate on open waters. Jeez. Monad says yes. The correct thing is this a lawful law, which is different than an unlawful law. Rob says I want to dig through his old cases to see if his sub citizen status is new development. I have a feeling it is. Because those sub citizens don't like interacting with the cops, and he was totally fine bullshitting with them. So I think that was a new development. So when he had that interview with them, he was all about bullshitting with them and chopping it up. And then when we get to trial, he's got all this stupid crap. Brittany says it doesn't matter. He tore it up. Yeah, yes, he did. He tore that up, and then this morning he did not read the prosecution's motion, so he's like, I didn't read it. So, oh shit, Sesh has autism too. Yes. Going full OCD. Oh, come on. Yes, lines matter. Alignment matters. Alignment matters. You can't do this. This is fucking disgusting. This. The other side's aligned. We align the other side. You know, we align one side, but then we're like, fuck it, we're not going to do the other side. No. Don't be a savage like that. Line the whole thing up. Nice and clean. Okay. Love that OCD club. Ain't got it legit. Yes. Alpha Fox says, my best friend in law school used Justified. It's better. It's a square. Yes, it's nice and clean. And Brittany says, yeah, he doesn't know that. Yes. Then he's completely missed that every time. American Virtual says, right, you can only appeal final judgments and orders. Yes. Anti-Semitic Elmo. Sean, you big sexy beefcake. Stop it, you. Stop it. Ooh. All right, guys, I wanted to fill everybody back in again because we do have a minute. I have to leave at about 2:45. I could probably stretch it to 2:50, but I got to hit the road. I don't like to do that, but I'm going to have to. Now, if you guys want to watch with somebody else, you're more than welcome to go wherever you want. I will leave the stream running, and we'll probably be okay. Probably be gone for about an hour or so. Petty Letter says your mama. Deidre Simmons. Or Daedra, I'm sorry, Daedra. Use a PSA, use a stain stick for all your stubborn substains. Oh, yeah, there's some good ones here. How are you defending Brooks if he's your client? What would a competent attorney do with this file? I think what happened so far is what a competent attorney would do. You try to work with them, but if they keep wanting to do insane stuff, you have to tell them, no, I'm not doing it. And then you end up with a situation where he fires you. That's c'est la vie. So High 74 says, ew, hate Justified. It makes the fonts and sentences look weird. If you type enough, it looks fine. Oh, 7-Eleven is asking Dragon's Treasure, are you axing me or telling me to buy your tea? Yeah. Yeah, he was not a sob sit during the detective interview. I agree. Yep, and I mentioned this before. The jails are full of jailhouse attorneys who have all the ideas. A president-elect, 4 doors more horse, saying, if he's in solitary, how do you interact with other people? I don't know. Listen, it's a jail. Drugs and cell phones get into jail. Weapons get into jail. I'm sure some bullshit documents can get passed around. Nicole M says, can he still counter the plea? Yes, and I'm sure the state's answer is going to be LOL. Some of these jokes, guys, well, they're like the daddest jokes ever. Burnt Raw Toast says, how do you get stains on a submarine? You use coffee grounds on the substained. Boo. Boo. Roadstream. Thought about that for a little while till I get to where I'm going, but then I'll have to stop. The only issue is when I'm only going like 25 minutes away, but like cell signal gets real shitty for a spot. I'll try. AC says I'm gonna yell the N-word when Sean's gone. Okay. Legal advice to pick up the slack. Yeah. Like I said, guys, if you want to stick around, that's fine. If not, I totally understand. Just sink into the bottom of the screen and sneak off. Yeah. Yes, Daddy is leaving. Yes, Daddy is leaving us home alone. Oh no. Yes, I am. Oh. Parallax says I'm going to play election misinfo while you're gone. Well, hey, at least we'll go down in flames. We'll get cool frogged and nicked at the same time. Mary Wright says, hey, Nick said you were covering Brooks. If that's so, I came to watch. Yes. But like I said, I have to run out for a hearing that I can't get out of it. It got scheduled and I have to do it. So Sheeple Hunter says, we can raid Sean's liquor cabinet and play with the RPG in the corner while he's gone. Just be careful. Don't put your eye out. Yeah, Rob Dorr, you're right. It's usually by the guards. Yeah, but who knows? Maybe there's a trustee that got stuff to him too. KCF, that's a bad joke. Oh, no. No, Casey, we're not doing that one. Alpha says, chat will be filled with entries. No, Parallax and Jim, no, and Stabby's here. No, we don't do that. Oh. Hearing is code for a long poop break. I wish it was just that, but it's not. I've actually got stuff I gotta do, sadly. So, he might have gotten jail mail like passing notes in class. Yeah, he could easily gotten it a bunch of different ways. Lol. The glowing one. Yes, that's a very appropriate response for the glowing one. There, I said N. Brittany says it's going to be like Dad saying he was going out for smokes. Yeah. Don't worry, guys. I'll be right back. I'm just going to get some cigarettes. Oh. Jacob Castro, wait, 54? Question mark? I believe it. He's not. Are you guys talking about Brooks? He's not 54. AC says Darrell Brooks said the same thing to his kids. Oh. Job well done says spelling bees are fun. Jacob Castro says the parade was supposed to be in Darrell's next rap video. Oh no. Oh. Mama X is saying you're going to miss the treat of an opening, Sean. Like I said, it's about to start, so we better get ready. They start up at 2:30. Where is it? Damn, I'll give Long Crime credit. They just kept this thing running. All right, let's see here. See if we can find something. TMJ Milwaukee. All right, we'll skip it. We'll use a different one then. We'll use NBC. Remember listening to the Howard Stern movie, WNBC. All right, here we go, guys. It's gonna wrap his opening, yeah. Or 288 says, will the victims be able to make a statement to Darrell at the conclusion of the trial? Yes. Victims have the right to speak at the end, and they'll have the right to address him. Has nobody remixed Darrell's objections in a rap track yet? I mean, there's so many of them. He's gonna start his opening statement. Yo, check it. Let's see here. So we are just waiting now. Pseudo Snark is saying, do you think there's any counteroffer he could make they would entertain? No. I mean, their initial plea offer was like plea to the 6 life without paroles consecutively. So I don't think they're going to go any lower than that. But they don't have to offer a plea deal. That is a very point that I think people need to understand. There's no obligation, and you are not entitled to a plea offer. You can ask for one, and sometimes the plea is plea to the indictment, plea to the information. There are times and there are cases where the plea is go fuck yourself. That's the plea. And you plead to the indictment and you take your chances. I mean, I've had that happen before. Sometimes somebody's got a really shitty record and they're not going to cut them a deal. Or the crime is just really bad. Sorry, no deals. That happens too. Happens a lot. Doesn't mean that's good, but it does. That's what happens. Regarding as far as the plea was mentioned, I doubt anything he offers is going to be good. AC says, do victim impact statements matter in a case like this when it comes to sentencing? I think we all know what's going to happen even without him. Well, in a case like this, not really. He's facing life without parole if he gets convicted. So he's doing all day. He's doing all day out back. So it doesn't matter. There are times where it does matter, but in here, it's not going to change anything. Ethan says, Sean sits still and makes no noise for so long. I check YouTube froze every 5 minutes. Yeah, sorry, guys. I actually pay attention during the trials. I get kind of wrapped up in them. I'm always watching. I take notes myself for things I can do to improve my trial skills. MILF Milker says, hi, I just woke up. What's the recap? Darrell's about to do his thing. Oh, you're mostly in jest. That's all right. Yeah, he's been pretty rude. It's used to telling people it's hard to start a conversation with "fuck you" and then end it with "can I get a favor?" But yeah, he's never gonna get the chance. There's there is no way this one gets resolved.
Session, State versus Brooks appears-
Yes, the victims speak before sentencing. Yep, they have the right to be heard.
And Mr. Brooks, I presume you're ready for your opening statement?
Oh, that's too. The victim impact statement was a front fender. My God.
Just 1 second.
Oh, start praying, Darrell.
And for the record, I don't consent to that name, Your Honor.
Noted for the record.
Can't forget that I don't recognize that name.
I intend to have the jury brought out. I presume you're ready to go?
Here we go, kids. I'm excited.
Having a slight issue finding certain.
Can you sit up, because I'm not hearing you very well, so that the microphone picks you up, please?
I'm having a slight issue locating some of the files that I need. That's what I was trying to say.
All right, we'll take a moment. You can look. Tell me when you locate them.
Okay.
There's nothing down there, Darrell. They're all empty. We know it. It's just an empty box you're shuffling through. Nothing can save you now, bro. I hate to say that too as a defense attorney. I hate being this guy saying like, ha 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 ha, I screwed. But it's like, bro, you're like the guy who studied the like right before the test. Like, nothing can save you now. It's too late. Casey in Norcross says I presented a summary for murder one for review. A law student. How'd I do? I don't know. How did you do? Hopefully it was good. Do you have his floppy pen in the book? I don't know. Come on, Darrell. It's your time to shine, brother. Burning fucking daylight here, man. Come on. It's not Nate, the lawyer behind him. That's so.
Your Honor, I have a question.
Go ahead.
The files that I'm attempting to locate are pertains directly to the witnesses that I will be calling.
You pussy, you left them in your cell.
I'm not sure what witnesses are here today.
Well, let's do this. I'd like you to at least do your opening statement, bring the jury and do that. We'll give you an opportunity to look again. I can have the state write down who's here. I believe it's based on what you told them. And then if there's still something you need at that point, but I'd like to at least bring the jury out and start with your opening statement. Okay?
You can hear the panic in his voice, though.
I didn't give a specific order in who I will be calling by specific order. I gave a generalization of
Sure, I'll
who
have the
would be-
state, sorry.
who would be called on what day.
Why don't I have the state write down who's here presently, and then you can make that determination, but at least let's go with the opening statement, okay?
That's what I was trying to get at. It would help to know who's actually here today.
Before you make your opening statement?
Well, so I know
Attorney, you guys
if
are asses.
they're not here, then essentially I can't call them.
What the business, Darrell? Let's go, man. Down
Let's
with the
address
business.
that after. I'll have the state
Get
write
that
down
business.
who they know to be here now or who's coming this afternoon, because there might have been people here this morning. I believe they're still here, but I'll let them write that down for you so you can better prepare.
What the
But at
business?
this point, I would like to bring the jury out for your opening statement. I presume you're going to give one.
I am.
Okay. Then I'll have the jury brought out, okay?
Subject matter jurisdiction.
My prior written decision stands. I will not be
Yep,
addressing
he's
that
stalling.
further.
You could hear the
Objection
fear.
is noted, and I will be continuing with the trial.
Is it
He's
verified?
scared.
proof?
He's
For the record.
scared.
Sir, I don't believe I need to.
Mona
do
is
that,
right. He's
or
being
that
a
the state needs to do
beta.
that as well. And I believe
Little scared
your
kitty
statement
cat.
about that is a misstatement.
Scared
of
little
law,
Darrow.
and I do not intend to pursue
You old
that further.
pussy
Can
boy.
you show me lawful law that says that?
I gave you a written decision. I have done that.
Can you show
Yeah.
me lawful law that verifies that?
Listen,
Sir,
guys.
For the record.
I gave
If
you.
this was me
a
out there, the
written
judge's like,
decision,
let's fucking
That
go,
I
baby.
accepted for value
It's
in
time-
return
it's-
for
And
that
that's
because
that's
it
how I'm gonna
It's
answer.
kick off.
So
was
let's,
not verified proof.
Yes, Rogue Jen
we
says he
still
is no
aren't-
Ronnie O'Neill III.
Sir, there is no requirement in the law that the state or the court establish that. So your
Actually, there is.
objection's noted.
Actually, there is, Your Honor. Subject matter jurisdiction has
Sir,
to be
please.
proven for the record. Has
It
to
does
be
not.
proven. Has to be proven.
Let's go, baby. Saddle up. It's
You know that
game
just as well
time.
as-
Let's go, Dale. Strap on them cleats,
Please
baby.
do not make statements that
kickoff.
mischaracterize the law
You know it has to be
or
proven
that
on the
impugn the
record.
integrity of this
Come
You know
on
court
it has
now.
to be
and the
proven on the
proceedings
record.
here.
This is trial time,
The
Jury
baby.
is
You're going over the
advised
top.
to disregard the statements that
You're about to
Mr.
start
Brooks is
battle.
making regarding subject matter jurisdiction.
Worrying about subject
They are
matter
not
jurisdiction,
evidence.
dude. You're about to start
and you are to
gunslinging.
disregard them.
It's time to go.
You're not presented as evidence. Just
Come
has to
on.
be proven for the record.
The jury will
Like,
disregard
you ain't got no
the
fire in you,
incorrect
dude.
statements
Come
of
on,
law
like
that Mr.
this is the
Brooks
part like I'm
stating.
fired up
There's
about.
lawful
Like,
law
is this
that
how
is
I
incorrect.
Mr.
right
Brooks,
for
please.
opening? I'm
I am
like,
going
let's
to
fucking
read
do this,
one
kids.
instruction. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. The defendant will now make an opening statement. The purpose of an opening statement is to give the defendant an opportunity to tell you what he expects the evidence will show so that you will better understand the evidence as it is introduced during the trial.
Don't
I
say that
must
because I'll
caution
do it
you,
now,
however,
Rob.
that the opening
And I'll get mad if he
statements
does that.
are not evidence. With that, go ahead, sir.
Come on, baby. Get it. Let's get this. Let's get it.
Um,
Get that business, son.
Obviously, I don't have any rehearsed or well prepared speech, so I'm just gonna speak from the heart. I would just like to first say that I want to bring to remembrance something I think everyone in this room has been taught pretty much as far back as we can remember, is that there's always two sides to every story. And for so long now, roughly a year, there's only truly been one side told of this story. And I've sat back and watched from countless narratives that's been put out there, the way this incident has been portrayed at times, and finally everyone getting a chance to get the full story. You won't hear me try to argue facts.
Guys, I'm gonna have to go now. I'm sorry.
The fact
Also the car.
is, this incident was tragic, very tragic. That's not lost on me. Facts are that there's still a lot of people healing, a lot of families healing on both sides. And when I'm confident that the evidence will show, sorry, I'm getting a little emotional. When I'm confident that the evidence will show is that this incident was not planned. This incident was not intentional. And this incident was never even thought about. It's easy to I'm sorry. Just need a second.
think it's it's easy to look at the magnitude of something like this and form opinions. I think it's easy to disregard a lot of factors. And I think in reference to what I stated earlier, it's easy to forget the other side of the coin. There's been a lot of suffering involved in this incident, a lot. Obviously, with the families, with the community, and even the alleged defendant's family as well. There's been a lot of suffering. A lot of misunderstanding. And I just want you to keep in mind everything that will be presented in its totality. Keep in mind. The power that you have. I believe that should escape your knowledge. This has been a long process for everybody. And what I believe is when it's time for you to make your decision, all of you, I believe that, and I pray that it's the right decision. That all the factors are weighed. There's been a lot of words thrown out there about the alleged. A lot of speculation, a lot of ridicule. Words like demon. Words like monster. I know a lot of the time I've been before you see me with this mask on. Yeah, I've had my reasons for that. But I feel now is the time that it's important that you see me for who I am. No mask for who I am. I think this is the moment for that. I pray that your eyes and ears remain as open as possible. And understand that you alone decide this case, this matter. The power is in your hands, all of you. To determine for yourselves what truth is. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And do we have their writing materials available? All right, thank you. Mr. Brooks, you ready to call your first, would be your second witness, actually. Do you need a minute? We're going to take a short break. I'll rise for the jury, please. We'll be with you shortly. the materials that you were looking for. Let us know if there's something you need in that regard. And Attorney Opper, if you could perhaps just confer with him over which witnesses are here. I'll step off the bench while you do that, and if someone can just let me know, I'll come back out in like between 5 and 10 minutes unless I'm told to come back out sooner.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Potentially Criminal. My name's Sean Martin. I'm a defense attorney in Cleveland, Ohio. And on this channel, we cover many topics in criminal law. Anything that's popped up in the news, general legal education, or if you're watching this, a trial. We'll cover it, we'll talk about it. Generally speaking, I let the trial run its course, and then when there's breaks or recesses, I like to give my commentary and thoughts on what's going on.
What are you, retarded?
In addition to the trial streams and videos that I produce, I also do a weekly stream every Thursday night at 9:30. In that stream, we cover topics that have occurred during the week and anything else people may bring up on their own. Now, the reason why you're watching this instead of listening to me talk to you in person is I am a full-time attorney. So if you're watching this, I'm probably in court. So if you like what you see here, please give me a like, please give me a subscribe. I would greatly appreciate it. And until next time, just because you did it doesn't mean you're guilty.
question in and get. Didn't bring up.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Brooks, have you found what you were looking for?
I'm just gonna go with. I'm just gonna work off the list of the people who's here.
Okay,
If that's fine.
all right. You know who you're going to call first? We'll have that person ready.
Yeah.
Okay. You want to let us know so that the state can assist with that? Otherwise, you can just call when we are in front of the jury. So have the jury brought out, please.
Some of them are downstairs and some of them are out here. So it's fine. It just will take a few minutes if they're over in the main courthouse.
Okay. Why don't you tell the state the first witness to make sure they're right outside the courtroom, sir?
Most likely Bertram.
Okay.
Most likely.
Do you want to give us two names and we'll have two people out there? I just want to make it go smoothly, sir. That's all.
Since I'm working off this list, I wasn't expecting that to be first.
Who do you want to call first? And we'll see if they're here.
Well, sorry.
That's okay.
Apparently, this list is who's here, I'm guessing.
That's my understanding as well. Not yet. Okay. Is there someone you expected to be on the list that is not?
Kinda.
Do you want to make a record of that? Do you want me to address it in any way?
No, not right now.
All right, well, then I'm going to instruct the jury to come out and then you can call your first witness. You can have this back.
All right.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Or you may call your first witness. Actually, your second witness.
The defense would like to call the plaintiff, state of Wisconsin, to the stand.
Your Honor, I object.
The objection is noted. It is sustained. Call your next witness, please.
Reason for the sustain?
Not relevant. And you haven't named a person to go along with it.
The subpoena was accepted, Your Honor.
I'll take the issue up outside the presence of the jury if necessary. Call your next witness, please.
Well, I would like to make an oral trueness motion to dismiss for failure to appear by the plaintiff and for failure to state a claim from which relief can be granted.
I will take that up outside the presence of the jury. Next witness, please.
So is the state not present?
Mr. Brooks, I'm not going to address that any further while the jury's present. I'll take that up outside their presence. Call your next witness, please.
The defense calls Nicholas Kirby.
All right. Nicholas Kirby. Is that a witness who's in the hallway? Do we know?
I don't believe in the hallway, but we will have him brought over, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. It'll be just a moment or two. I'll wait for that witness to come into the courtroom. Sir, would you please make your way to the witness stand? It is up one riser to my right. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk Teresa, who's across from you, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record, and then to spell each. Go ahead.
First name Nicholas, last name Kirby, Nicholas Kirby.
Great. Thank you. Go ahead, sir. Your witness.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kirby. How are you today?
I'm here.
What do you do for a living?
Mostly temp work.
Do you recall the events of November 21st of 2021?
All too well.
And what were you doing that day?
What time of the day?
Around 3 o'clock-ish.
3 o'clock-ish. Around 3 o'clock-ish, I was walking with Corey around Waukesha. Earlier, well, yeah.
And you made reference to walking with Corey. Who is Corey?
Corey is a friend of Miss Patterson's.
And would it be fair to say that it's also a friend of yours?
Mutual friend, yes.
In reference to Corey?
Yes.
And what were you doing?
Walking around Waukesha, she was waiting for Miss Patterson to get done meeting with Mr. Brooks. You?
At 3 o'clock?
Around 3 o'clock-ish. Around that time, I had advised her not to go meet with Mr. Brooks.
You made reference to Mr. Brooks. Who's that?
That would be you.
And Why would you say it would be you? That's you.
because that's your name.
And you were privy to that information at the time?
I was privy to the information about you about a week prior to this incident.
About a week prior. And during your walking around, what were you doing with Corey?
Walking, like literally walking. We went from one store to walking around downtown after Erica told us she was going to be going to meet with Mr. Brooks. That would be you. I had advised her not to do it because it was a bad idea, and I was in fear for her safety.
You made reference to going from one store to another. What stores are you referencing?
Dollar General and Speedway.
Did you go anywhere else?
No.
Did you ever go to a park?
No.
You made reference to knowing about a Brooks a week prior to these events, you said?
I didn't know everything about him. Miss Patterson had showed me his rap sheet, if you will, and a picture of him, and that was about it. I had heard prior.
I'm going to stop the witness unless you want him to go there, not to discuss what may or may not be conduct of Mr. Brooks prior to November 21 of 2021.
Oh.
With that understanding, go ahead and ask the next question.
You made reference to a picture you were shown?
Just a photograph with a rap sheet behind it.
And at some point, did you and your mutual friend Corey meet up with Miss Patterson?
Yes.
Do you recall where that was?
Corey and I were in the Dollar General area of Waukesha, which is between East and Broadway Street. We were walking towards, or away from Dollar General, towards where Erica had said that she was being assaulted and attacked.
And do you recall where that area was?
Yes.
Where was that area?
On White Rock Avenue, right across from White Rock Elementary, in front of the red apartments across from that area.
Red apartments.
Yes.
Do you know what those apartments are called?
I do not know the name. I'm guessing they're called White Rock Apartments.
And do you know if there's a park in that immediate vicinity?
There is a park there named Frame Park, yes.
Did you ever go to Frame Park?
No. We were in that area near the park where the elementary school is and the apartments are.
About what time did you and your mutual friend Corey meet up with Miss Patterson?
Miss Patterson called me and said that she was.
About what time was the question? About what time?
And I'm getting to that.
I'll direct the witness answer his question specifically. What time?
Honestly, around what time the parade started. I would have to say like dusk. I honestly don't wear a watch, so sorry, I don't remember the time. But if I had to put it at a time, I'd probably say about 4:35-ish.
Let's back up a little bit. Around what time did you and your mutual friend Corey first hook up that day?
I had worked that whole day, so we didn't meet up until I was done working, which was probably about 2:30, 3 o'clock.
And at some point, you received a phone call from Miss Patterson?
Yes,
You yourself?
yes.
And then at that point, what did you do?
When she told me that she was in trouble and she needed help, I went to her aid, which means I took off from where I was near Dollar General and ran to where she told me to go.
And when you got there, what did you see?
When I got there, well, halfway towards White Rock Elementary, I stopped a police officer at a barricade and I let him know that a woman was being assaulted in a vehicle.
And do you recall giving a description of who may have been assaulting your friend?
No,
Why not?
because at that point in time, the description didn't matter. I had the identity of the vehicle. So I told them you need to be looking for a red SUV with a woman screaming out of it.
And how did you come into the knowledge of the description of the vehicle?
Because I saw the vehicle.
At what point did you see the vehicle?
When Corey and I were walking up White Rock Avenue on the apartment building side of White Rock, which would have been my right if you were walking towards the train tracks that cross White Rock. On my left was White Rock Elementary. I walked past the red vehicle, didn't realize that she was in that vehicle. Then Corey and I crossed the street to White Rock Elementary and started walking down the sidewalk. And I heard her scream, Miss Patterson scream. I don't remember exactly what she said, but she screamed and I knew it was her. So I walked back across the street and escorted her across the street over to White Rock Elementary.
I don't think that's what
I'm just giving you full description.
Let's back up a little bit because that doesn't make sense. You stated that you had a description of the vehicle. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
The question was, how did you learn of the description of the vehicle at that point?
Miss Patterson told me over the phone that she was in a red SUV. There aren't many red SUVs with young women screaming for help in Waukesha.
So I'm assuming, because you made reference to stopping law enforcement before arriving to the scene. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
So I'm assuming somewhere in the time of you stopping the law enforcement officer to report what you were being told, and then actually walking past the vehicle as you said you did, and then hearing this and all this, did you give a full report to law enforcement?
At the time when someone was in help and needed help immediately, absolutely not. I said there's a woman being attacked in a red SUV. You need to call for backup now.
And then you just ran.
And then I ran towards the person that needed help.
Did you at any time give a more detailed report that evening?
No, not that evening.
Did you speak with any more law enforcement that evening?
Yes.
Do you recall whom that was?
I do not recall the officer's name that showed up in the SUV coming down White Rock, in the police squad SUV. I don't even know the name of the officers that turned into Frame Park and went to the boat launch instead of where Miss Patterson, myself, and Corey were. But yes, I did speak to an officer.
How did you come into the knowledge of where officers turned and went
because me, Erica, and Corey were arguing with Mr. Brooks on the side of the road of White Rock, right in front of White Rock Elementary. And the officer that I had stopped at the barricade when we were coming to Miss Patterson's aid had radioed for backup, and obviously given them description of the vehicle that I had described to them, the red SUV. That backup came, but they went to Frame Park. They did not go to where we were on White Rock.
Any idea why they went to Frame Park if you specifically told them a description of a vehicle and where it was located?
I did not tell them where the vehicle was located because at first incident, Mr. Brooks had taken off in his SUV.
In the police report, and is it fair to say that the officer that took your report was writing down what you told them?
Do you mean the officer that I alerted about the trouble in the SUV?
Well, let me back up. On the next day, the 22nd of November of 2021, did you speak with a detective at that time?
Yes, I did.
And during that interview, were they writing down what you were saying?
I believe so, yes, but I believe it may also have been recorded on tape. I'm not sure.
And do you yourself recall stating to the detective that your friend Miss Patterson was being assaulted somewhere near the area of White Rock School?
Objection, lady.
Overruled. He may answer. I'll just caution Mr. Brooks about leading questions since it's his witness, but this particular question you can answer.
Yes, I mentioned that I had received a phone call from Miss Patterson and that she was being assaulted while in a vehicle.
At any time, did you identify White Rock School?
I identified the street, which is named White Rock, the apartment buildings, and the school as well as Frame Park.
So you did identify Frame Park.
I identified the entire geographical area.
And at some point you said you heard your friend Miss Patterson screaming.
Yes.
And do you recall what she was screaming?
Objection, hearsay.
I said, do he recall?
As for the question, he's asking, did he hear? So you may answer. It's a yes or no.
I do not. Yes, she screamed. Do I remember what she was trying to say? No, I'm guessing it would be help. I'm in trouble. I would assume that that's what a person would scream when they're in trouble, is for help.
Do we still have the exhibit with the footage from the White Rock School available?
The security footage,
The security footage, I'm sorry.
we do. Would the state be willing to pull that up?
I guess I need the defendant to identify which exhibit he would like us to publish.
There's 3 and 4. Door 1 and door 2 is what I have.
I'm sorry, you said
Exhibits 3 and 4 have been received. One is of the White Rock door 1, the other is White Rock door 2. I believe those are the videos you're referring to.
let's try door 2.
Okay, that's exhibit 4. Let's just put it up for the witness initially, make sure it's the one Mr. Brooks wants. I appreciate the state with their assistance. Can you see that on your monitor, Mr. Brooks? Is this the one you're looking at?
Yeah, I can see it.
I believe there's 2 clips from this, but go ahead.
Can you? This one is roughly 7 minutes, so I would need a little bit of it played, if possible.
It's been received, so go ahead. It'll be published, so everyone can see.
Well, before it's published, can you show it to the witness?
That's fine. We'll just play for the witness then.
I'm sorry, I should have said that before.
It's playing, so we'll let it go. Let us know if there's a point where you want it stopped.
Okay.
I'm not sure if this is the video you're looking for, though.
So it might be. Think it might be door 1.
No,
What was exhibit 3?
No, maybe not. Let's watch. I could be wrong.
I was kind of thinking that too.
Take a look. Of course, none of our statements right now are any kind of evidence. We're just trying to get to the right spot.
Can you
Pause right now at 105.
105? Can you back it up a few seconds? Not 2 or 3, but maybe 5 seconds, 6 seconds, maybe.
It's at 59 seconds. The witness, it is on the witness stand, by the way, just so you're aware.
Okay.
He's watching it.
Can you play from here? I don't think it's playing.
It's playing.
Oh, okay. Pause right there. From what you can see in this video, do you see anyone get in or out of the vehicle that you see on your screen?
Miss Patterson has just exited the vehicle.
Just for the record, the video was played. It's exhibit 4 from 56 seconds to 1:21. Go ahead.
I didn't hear the answer.
Miss
I'm sorry.
Patterson was the one that exited the red SUV.
You saw someone exit.
Yes.
Can you wind it back?
To what? Again?
You want it back to 56 seconds?
No, to 105, where it was paused the first time.
Okay. Thank you for attempting to do that, Ms. Gussie. It is paused at 1:05. Do you want to play from?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Pause.
Paused again at 121.
Oh, okay.
Did you see anyone from in the video that you're being shown now from about the 1 minute and 5 second mark to where it's paused right now at 1 minute and 21 seconds? Did you observe anyone get in or out of the vehicle?
I'm going to take back what I said earlier. Apparently, according to this video, she did not exit your vehicle. She was behind the White Rock sign. That's why I did not see her.
Did you see anyone get into the vehicle?
Later on within the incident,
On-
yes.
On the video that you are able to view right now, from the 1 minute and 5 second mark to the 1 minute and 21 second mark, did you observe anyone get into the vehicle?
No.
Can you publish for the jury?
You want to replay it again?
Yes.
Go ahead. We'll start at the close to the minute mark as possible.
Again, is that where the defendant would like it started?
Yes.
Around the 105, around that area.
105, exhibit 4.
I know we have to wait for the jury, right?
Right,
Okay.
and then you want it to the minute 21 mark again?
Yes,
All right,
if I may.
Go ahead.
And at that time, were you already en route to where you believe your friend was being assaulted at?
Objection calls for speculation. This defendant has not even put this witness at this location at this time. He's just having him testify about what he's seeing in video.
I understand the objection. It's sustained. Please establish some foundation for this witness being present at that location. Or
Were you-
more information about the incident.
Were you present at this time?
We were on White Rock Avenue, but we were not in the general location of the school as of yet, as of that point in time.
So to your recollection, you didn't see anything that you're seeing right now or on this video. You did not see the day of the incident?
No, I definitely saw Miss Patterson in a red SUV that day.
Did you see?
At this specific time, no. Because I was down the road on White Rock talking to an officer who was manning the intersection of Hartwell and White Rock and reporting at that time.
Can we play a little bit more, if I may?
Objection as to relevance. If he wants to direct the video to a certain time that if he would like to ask this witness about that particular time, if the witness saw that, that's fine. But he can't go through each video and say, and ask general questions.
There's only been one video that's been shown.
I'm going to give Mr. Brooks some leeway on this. The video is to be played from this moment, and then Mr. Brooks, tell us when you want it to stop.
Okay, what I'm attempting to do for the record, Your Honor, is
Just play the video and you can ask your question.
all right.
Go ahead.
Can you pause it right there?
Video's paused at 138.
By what you are viewing in this video right now, had you and your mutual friend Corey linked up with Miss Patterson at that point?
At this point in time in the video, given from what I've just seen, that was when Erica was on the phone trying to get a hold of me. We were already on White Rock at that point in time. We were not near the school at that point in time, though.
So that was when you
to your recollection, that's when you would say the phone call to you was made?
One of the phone calls, yes, she made multiple phone calls to me. I think probably about 6. I had been having issues with my phone that day, so it had been turned on and off multiple times. The final time that it was turned on was when I picked up her phone call, and she said, "I need help. I'm in trouble. Come help me. I'm being assaulted."
You just
That's
made
when I left.
you just made reference to that point in the vehicle being I'm sorry. I'm so drained. That point in the video was when you made reference to that point in the video being when you received the phone call.
Yes. A phone call out of multiple from her.
That's fair, a phone call. Would it be fair to say though, that, and this is in reference to you saying that you were having issues with your phone that day, would it be fair to say that you're not sure how many phone calls you had received that day or who they were from?
I only received 51 phone calls on my phone that day that I actually do know. 6 of which belong to her.
And all around the same time?
All around the time. She obviously didn't want to get off the phone because no one calls me 6 times in a row unless they need some help.
Can we continue to play from 138?
Go ahead.
Can you pause right there very quick?
Paused at 1 minute, 47 seconds.
Do you see in this video your friend Miss Patterson walking back in the direction that she had just come from?
I see her on the phone talking to someone, which I assume would be me, telling me where
Mr.
she...
Kirby, I need you to answer the specific question that's being asked at the moment, okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Yes, I see her on White Rock on the phone walking back in the direction she was originally.
Again, Your Honor, I'm
Coming
going to object
from.
to this line of questioning unless the defendant can put this witness there. I don't know what the relevance of this testimony is.
I
Well,
didn't even
the
see that.
exhibit has been received, it's been published previously.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to give Mr. Brooks some leeway here. Overruled. I would like you to get to where you need to go, though.
That was the next question. At this point in the video, had you yet come into a range where you and your mutual friend Corey, had you yet come into a range where you can see Miss Patterson at that point?
Corey was the one that spotted her first.
Could you yourself see her at that point?
I heard her scream. That's what caught my attention.
And you made reference to that scream being heard from inside the vehicle. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, because that's where she was when she called me. And I was still on the phone with her while going down White Rock Avenue. Even while I was talking to the officer, I said, "I'm on the phone with her right now. I'm trying to figure out where she is. Can you please call for backup?" So we continued down White Rock to look for Miss Patterson.
Would it be fair to say that in the phone call you received, she told you where she was at, and that's the area that you were generally responding to with your mutual friend Corey?
Miss Patterson doesn't know Waukesha. I knew the area she was talking about because I live in that area.
Would it be fair to say that you just testified to when you had the interaction with law enforcement that you stated you're on the phone with her right now trying to figure out where she was? So would it be fair to say at that point you didn't know where she was?
I knew that she was on White Rock. I didn't know exactly where or how far down on White Rock she was at that point in time. At that specific time, I did not know. It wasn't until I seen a red SUV parked in front of the apartment buildings on White Rock that I figured that might be the one that she was in. It was Corey who spotted her across from the road.
We're paused at the 1 minute and 47-second mark of this video. It's a little hard to see houses and things of the like. Can you point out in what area the red apartment you're referring to might be?
It's a touch
It's a touch screen,
Oh,
so
there's-
you can.
I don't know.
You can make an arrow and point in the direction if that's helpful.
Not good with technology, guys. Sorry. I'm a dirt digger. Okay. This is the entrance to White Rock Elementary. Across the street and up maybe 20, 30 feet, there's an intersection leading from an apartment building to the White Rock campus. That would be up here in this general corner right here. This whole area.
Would it be fair to say that from where we're paused at in the video, we can't tell if there's any vehicle parked in that general area?
You literally just played the video where the vehicle
Just
turned
answer the
around.
question, sir.
No, you cannot see it from this angle.
We please clear the
Yes.
arrow. Thank you. Would it be fair to say that where the video is paused now, that Ms. Patterson is not, or who you identified as Ms. Patterson is not inside of a vehicle?
She is not inside of a vehicle in this video, no.
Can we play it from 1 minute and 47 seconds?
Go ahead.
Pause there. At this point, had you come into a range where you can see Ms. Patterson at that point?
No.
The record video's paused at 2:13.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
2:13.
Keep going.
And you made reference to your friend Corey spotting her first.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Corey had said that she thought she had seen her across the street, and we looked, and we crossed the street once, and then we crossed the street back over. Then we crossed again for a final time. That wasn't until later when the incident with Mr. Brooks took place.
And at this point, walking with your friend Corey, had she alerted you to spotting Miss Patterson at that point?
She said she's over here. She must be out of his car now or something. She said something along the lines of that. So we went across the street and there was Miss Patterson hobbling down the street with a boot on her leg.
You made reference to your friend Corey saying she must be out of his car now. Do you know, as you were walking with your friend Corey, do you know if she observed Miss Patterson being in a vehicle at that point?
She was with me when the phone call came. So I assume that when someone tells me that they're in a vehicle, then they are in a vehicle. That does not mean that they would be in a vehicle by the time I got there. I was on foot and I wasn't walking, I was running.
Can you play it from 2:13? Hard to see down in that corner.
Hold on, let it play.
Okay. Pause right there. Is that 4:09?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say we see some individuals walking right here. Are you able to see that in the video?
Yes, I can see it.
At that time, had you come close enough to the scene where you can observe any individuals in that area?
I don't remember the people that were in that area. I was only focused on the one, and that was the one in danger.
Could you
So no,
could you at that point observe Miss Patterson?
from my point on the street, from where I was
At that time, yeah, where it's paused at now.
during a parade, no.
Can we clear the circle? Thank you. We observed at some point Miss Patterson crossing over to the opposite side of the road.
Yes.
Did you see that?
Yes.
Any
I was
eye-
on the phone with her at that point.
Could you observe from coming down White Rock? Can you observe that from where you were at that time?
I was at the intersection of White Rock and Hartwell when she said that she was by some red apartment buildings.
Could you see her from that position?
No, not from that far down.
Can we play it from 409?
Go ahead.
Pause right there.
Pausing at 4:18.
418, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
You see the two individuals here?
Yep,
Do you know who those individuals are?
that's me and Miss Corey.
So at 409 to 418, you were able to come into view of Miss Patterson at that point?
No. I wasn't. I was on my phone trying to call her back to find out where she was.
Can we clear this circle? Thank you. So at this point right here where the video is paused, 418, you weren't able to observe Miss Patterson on White Rock Avenue at that point?
Ask the answer.
Huh?
Overruled, the witness may answer.
I was not looking ahead of me. As you can tell by the video, I was looking at my phone trying to call Miss Patterson back because she was not answering her phone. That scared me. So I told Corey to keep an eye out, look for her as I tried to keep calling her. When I looked up and we got past the White Rock Elementary School sign, that was when I seen her.
Would it be fair to say that judging from the video, the White Rock, let me back up. Are you referring to the sign right here that says White Rock Campus?
I'm referring to where the end of the school building itself meets the driveway or the road that's there. There's a turnoff road.
I apologize. Can we take that X from next to the White Rock Campus sign? So can you point to exactly what you're referring to?
Where that intersection is, where I just drew that little X, that intersection cuts across from the other side of White Rock to the other side and leads to a road, but also there's the frame park area there, and I believe there's a boat launch there somewhere. I don't know.
And at that point, you were able to observe Miss Patterson.
I observed her walking when Corey had told me that she had seen her. And so we grabbed her and started to leave to turn around. At that point in time, an officer was coming to Frame Park because of the report that I had given.
So you observed Miss Patterson walking and not inside of a vehicle?
At that point in time, no.
No, as in
She was not in a vehicle at that point in time when we finally came upon her.
So when, if at any time did you observe Miss Patterson inside of a vehicle?
When she was going back into his vehicle to get her things or whatever it was that she was trying to pull out of his car, her phone or something or whatever.
Can we play the video from 418?
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can we clear the X?
Continuing to
Sorry
play
about
from
that.
418. It's at 421, but go ahead.
Pause right here. Is it fair to say it stopped at 4 minutes and 38 seconds? Is it fair to say from the video that two people right there are crossing the road?
Yes.
And do you know the identity of those two people?
That's me and Miss Corey.
Would it be fair to say that at that time you observed Miss Patterson?
That was when I first noticed the red Jeep or red SUV, whatever you want to call it, across the street. We had zigzagged up White Rock, going from one side to another, looking for Erica. When we ended up on this side, the red SUV was parked in front of the apartment buildings. There was a tree here, and Miss Erica came from the passenger side of the vehicle around the back. That's when I heard her yell something. That's when I went over.
You made reference to Miss Patterson coming from around the vehicle.
Coming from the passenger side. So I had assumed that she had just gotten out of the vehicle.
Do you know that for sure?
If I didn't see her earlier when I was on White Rock or a vehicle earlier on White Rock, how could I know?
Did you see her in the vehicle at that time?
I seen her come from around the vehicle. I am not actually sure if she was in the vehicle at that point in time.
Thank
I
you.
was just going by what she said over the phone.
Okay.
So my
understood.
assumption is that she was in a vehicle.
All right, next question.
If it pleases Your Honor, do we have a better view of this point in particular?
I don't know.
Maybe on Exhibit 3 might be a better view of this.
If you have a
particular
specific spot to direct the state to, then I will have them do that. But
Can we view Exhibit 3?
do you have a specific spot to direct the state to on Exhibit 3?
I'm not sure. It's been, I don't know how long since we viewed that exhibit. I don't know how long it is.
I'm just reviewing my notes. If there's a specific spot that you recall, I might be able to direct the state to that. But you'll have to give me a little more information.
Okay. I think that's why I was stating about the length of the video. I'm pretty sure I would know the exact spot. I don't know how long that video is. It's towards the end of it. I know that for sure.
Can you ask your next question? You need to be able to tell the state with more specificity which part of which exhibit and at what point.
Well, I know the exhibit, the exhibit would be 3, and the spot, judging on the length of the exhibit, would be towards the end of the exhibit.
And you're sure it's exhibit 3? Would it be
That would
exhibit
be
4?
White Rock Door 1, correct?
That's my understanding. All right, so we're done with this exhibit?
Yes.
Turn that off. I'm gonna just ask the state to just preview to the parties. We'll see if we can find it quickly on exhibit 3.
Yes. So it's
Looks like it's 4.
about 4:14, a little over 4 minutes. So I would say around about the 3:30-ish mark, if that helps.
Well, we're gonna just show it to you in the state, and if it helps you, then you can ask this witness a question about it. Otherwise, we're gonna move on.
I would say take it back to about 3:15.
This is the footage, though, you're looking
Yes,
for?
this is the footage, yes.
Is that where you want to start?
Actually, let's go 3 minutes, exactly. This is definitely the video.
All right, this has previously been received. Why don't we watch it from this point forward and then ask your questions?
But before it's played,
Don't hit that yet. Sorry. Turn
wait
off.
for the jury. Or
Go ahead, tell me what you want to do. That was a mistake on our part. It's just
you
in
can
front
show
of
it.
you and the witness at the moment.
yeah, that's fine right now.
Well, I don't want to have to play it twice for the jury. So if you're going to question him, let's show it. It's already been admitted.
So should it just publish
Why
now
don't
or
we
just?
publish it from this point, play it, and you can ask the witness questions regarding it, okay?
Okay.
All right, so it's at 3 minutes. It's play about 1 minute and 14 seconds to get from this point to the end.
So are we publishing or?
Yes, we'll publish
Okay.
now. Jury, if you can let me know when it's on the monitors in the jury box. That may take a little longer.
Do you right now it's paused at 3 minutes. Does looking at this video right now bring any recollection of that day back to you?
Yeah.
And using the touch screen, can you identify if you see yourself in this video, can you identify where you are?
I'm right here.
And can you identify who the other person is that's shown on the exhibit?
That's Miss Corey.
You can play from right
Let's
there.
clear that first and then
Oh,
play.
I'm sorry. Well, before we play, could you see from right there where you are, can you see Miss Patterson, where her position is at that point?
No.
Can we play it from right there?
Go ahead.
Can we pause? It's fair to say that we can see you and Miss Corey running towards the area of the vehicle that just stopped. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And where was Miss Patterson at this time, if you recall?
At that point in time, she had met up with Corey. Corey had walked ahead of me and her and I were looking for her. I didn't see her right away. Corey did. And she said, she just told me she's in a red car. So that's what we were looking for.
At that time, was Miss Patterson inside of the vehicle?
I do not recall. But what I do recall is the owner of the vehicle getting out of the vehicle, and that became my primary concern.
Let's hold fast a little bit. We observed the two, you and Miss Corey running towards the area of the vehicle. Why such the urgency?
Miss Patterson is a mutual friend of ours. She said she was in trouble. I don't play around when people are in trouble.
Can we play it from, it's paused at 3 minutes and 8 seconds. Can we play a little bit of it from there?
Go ahead.
Pause right there. Can you see Miss Patterson? It's paused at 3 minutes and 11 seconds. Do you see Miss Patterson in this video? Where's
Yes.
paused at right now?
Yes.
Is she inside the vehicle?
No, she is not.
Had you seen her before that?
Corey had spotted her, not me, before that. She did.
But it is fair to say that you're also in the area at
I
that
am
time, correct?
Not in this general frame, no. I'm
Not-
actually outside the frame.
Not the video, but you are present on the scene. But that
Oh,
was fair to
yes.
say.
Yes.
And what happened at this point, if you
At
recall?
At this point, there was a physical altercation between Mr. Brooks and Miss Corey and Miss Erica. I was more worried about Miss Patterson being hurt, so I went for her to get her out of the way. I stepped between them as best I could, and I told Mr. Brooks he needs to leave. He needs to get out of here. Does not belong out here.
Do you recall if there was a knife involved at that time?
No, that is a miscommunication. And I will clarify that. The Monday,
Hold on, there's not a question yet.
Okay.
He'll ask the questions. I appreciate that, but just answer the questions that are asked at this point. Go ahead.
Did you at any point during this altercation, did you observe Miss Patterson get back into the vehicle at that point?
I observed her reaching into the vehicle for something. I don't know if she was grabbing a purse or something or whatnot. She was grabbing something of her personal property out of the vehicle
Did you observe
while
her?
this was going on.
Did you observe her get into the vehicle?
No.
Can we play it from 3 minutes and 11 seconds, please?
Go ahead.
Pause it right there. Did you see yourself come into the frame in this vehicle at that
Yes.
point? Would that be you there?
Yes.
It would be fair to say that you had some type of jacket on, or a black jacket.
At one
that
point, yes.
evening? What happened to your jacket at that point?
That jacket hit the ground as soon as Mr. Brooks started going for the two women.
So you threw the jacket off,
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
and what was your reason for throwing your jacket off?
Well, if the court don't hate me for it, I'm just going to say it's a good thing that there were two women in my way at that point in time.
And what do you mean by that?
That means when my jacket comes off, trouble's going to happen. Especially if you're trying to assault a woman in front of me.
So that gesture was an aggressive gesture.
Oh, that was a completely focused gesture.
Well, you did make reference to, let me back up. Would it be fair to say that you just made reference to trouble following you throwing off your jacket?
No, not trouble following me.
Well, maybe that's the wrong way to put it, but
I'm
there would
confused
be
by your
trouble.
question.
Excuse me?
Can you rephrase your question?
Oh, I will. I'm sorry about that. You made reference to there being trouble when your jacket comes off. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that that would be, or that could be, perceived as an aggressive gesture?
You mean as an
Objection. Calls for speculation. How it's perceived calls for speculation.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
If you recall, who gave the report that there was a knife involved?
That was not put into a report. That was a miscommunication between me and an officer. I had been knifed earlier that week and had 12 stitches in one hand. I said, now I have a friend being assaulted and I need backup here. So when the police stopped and asked if there was a knife, I said, no, there was never any knife. I didn't have a knife. Miss Patterson, Miss Corey didn't have a knife. You didn't have a knife.
Did you get a chance to see the report that was taken by law enforcement from you?
Well, I'm the one. You mean you're talking about when I was on White Rock going to Miss Patterson?
No. The day of November 2020, the day of November 22nd, 2021. You made reference already to being interviewed by a detective, correct?
Yes.
And had you, after that, seen that report from that day?
No.
And you stated that the reporting of the knife was a miscommunication, you
Yes.
referred to it as?
Yes.
Did you at any time tell law enforcement that there was a knife involved in the altercation?
No.
Do you know if your friend Corey told law enforcement that there was a knife involved in the altercation?
No, she did not.
Do you know if your friend Miss Patterson told any law enforcement that there was a knife involved in the altercation?
She did not as well. No.
And how long before the incident on November 21 of 2021 had you known Miss Patterson up until that point?
Probably maybe a week and a half, 2 weeks.
I want to back up to the phone call that you received from Miss Patterson.
Okay.
When she called you, did she give you a name of whoever may have been assaulting her?
She didn't have to. She was meeting one person that day, and I knew exactly who he was because she had showed me his picture and rap sheet prior. Her child's father, the father of their 15-year-old daughter, is who she was meeting up with that day. And I told her multiple times, it's not a good idea. I have a bad feeling about this.
Do you recall stating, well, actually, you testified to that here today. Do you recall stating that you walked past the red SUV that was parked?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say from the two exhibit videos that we watched today that you in fact did not walk past any SUV?
I most definitely walked past an SUV that was red on White Rock Avenue. Whether or not it was your specific SUV, it was still a red SUV. Up until this point, knowing Miss Patterson, I didn't know anything about the father of her child. I didn't know anything about his background except for what she showed me over the phone. Anything about his vehicle description, why would she need to tell me that?
Is it fair to say that the video doesn't show you walking past any red SUV?
If the
Is
video,
that fair to say?
if the video proves that, then yes.
In the report that you, well, in the report that was taken from you by detective, do you yourself recall stating that the alleged defendant tried to punch and push you?
The alleged defendant being you, yes. Attempted to.
Would it be fair to say from the video that it doesn't show you being pushed, or
No, it does not. It shows me pulling two women away from the situation.
any reason why you would state to detectives that the alleged defendant attempted to punch and push you?
Probably because there were three different people's fists flying, and I was just trying to get the people that I cared about out of the way of danger. So if my statement to the detective is off a little bit after watching a bunch of people get run over, I can understand why.
So you were at the parade that day?
I was not at the parade that day. I was in the area
So
trying
how
to get back to my house.
so how can you watch people being run over if you weren't at the parade that day?
I wasn't attending the parade. I was in the area that the parade route was in. My street is the parade route.
Did you see anyone injured that day
When
during the parade?
Yes, after I walked back through that area,
You saw someone get injured?
I saw a red SUV take off like a bat out of hell down Main Street and go through a crowd of people.
The question was, did you see this take place?
With my own freaking eyes, yes. How many times do I have to say yes for you to understand it? YES spells yes.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I don't know how to.
Are you moving to strike the last response?
Yeah.
The jury will disregard the last response. I'm just going to remind both of you, please answer the questions that are asked, and follow-up needs to take place. Either Mr. Brooks or the state will ask.
Is it fair to, well, in reference to the Exhibit 3 video that we just viewed?
You're talking about the one by the elementary school.
Yeah, the one
Okay.
the one that we just viewed,
Just checking.
which would be Exhibit 3. is it fair to say from that vehicle, got me,
Video.
I'm sorry, from that video, is it fair to say from that video that in fact there are not 3 people throwing punches? Would that be fair to say?
There are 3 people throwing hands in that video, Erica, Corey, and Mr. Brooks. Not myself. If you watch the video, you will see 3 pairs of hands go up towards one another. Whether one is stepping in to pull someone away from another or not, hands are being brought up.
Do you recall where you went after that altercation?
You mean where me and the 2 girls went? Where me and Miss Patterson
Yes,
and Miss
where-
Corey went?
Where you and the
We
2
started.
friends went? Yes.
We started walking back. We turned to walk back the direction we had came, so taking White Rock to Main Street, and then cutting through the neighborhood there to get over to where the women's shelter was. That was where we were going at that point in time. However, things took a drastic turn when the red SUV that I have described multiple times went down the opposite direction of White Rock Avenue, across the railroad tracks and the intersection of Perkins and White Rock, and then turned back around and came back down. That is what you saw in the video here when the red vehicle pulled up on the school side of White Rock. After the altercation between Miss Patterson, Mr. Brooks, Miss Corey, and myself, the 3 of us, Miss Patterson, Miss Corey, we started to leave. I told Mr. Brooks, you need to get out of here. The police have been called. You need to leave. You need to leave now. You do not belong here. I did not expect.
Can you strike everything that's not pertaining to the question that was asked?
Actually, I'm just describing the entire event in its entirety.
I understand. I'll strike the response as being non-responsive to the question. The jury is to disregard it. Re-ask your question again.
Okay. Do you recall where you and your 2 female friends went after the altercation?
We started to head back in the direction of the women's shelter where they lived, where they were staying at the time.
Do you recall at any point during your travels to the women's shelter, as you referred to it, do you recall at any time coming into contact with another law enforcement officer?
Within that point in time, no. Except for the one that pulled out of Frame Park.
Do you recall at any time being stopped by a law enforcement officer on your way back to the women's shelter?
We were stopped partway down White Rock, and that was when I had told the officer, because he wouldn't get out of his SUV, I had let him know that they need to be on the lookout for a red SUV that took off back down White Rock towards Perkins Avenue, or street or road, whatever it is. The officer had asked me if there was someone with a knife, and that was when I held up my left hand, and I said no. I said I have 12 stitches from a knife injury on this hand, but this is what you need to be looking for, is this red SUV. And I'm guessing that's where the miscommunication of the knife came in, and I don't know where that officer went after that.
And would it be fair to say that that was the second law enforcement officer that you had spoke with that day at that time?
Yes. You are referring to November 21st.
Correct.
Okay.
During that interaction with the second law enforcement officer, do you yourself recall stating that a black guy just assaulted my friend?
No.
Any reason why the officer would report that?
Objection calls for speculation.
Grounds.
Sustained. Calls for speculation.
Did you yourself sustain any injuries during the altercation?
I ripped open 3 stitches on my hand, but that was more so from pulling Miss Corey away from Mr. Brooks so we could get out of there.
Did you report to any law enforcement? Well, I guess that would refer to the second law enforcement officer that you spoke with. Did you report that to that officer?
No. Because at the time I didn't notice it. I didn't notice my hand was ripped open again until I got home.
So it would be fair to say that you don't know how those stitches opened up. Would that be fair to say?
No, I'm pretty sure I know how they opened. My stitches got caught on the zipper on Corey's backpack. That's how the stitches were ripped out of my hand when I was trying to pull her away from Mr. Brooks and intervene between her, Mr. Brooks, and Miss Patterson.
Knowing a little bit about stitches, would it be fair to say that a wound that was stitched being reopened would cause a little bit of pain? Would that be fair to say?
Objection. Relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained. Relevance.
Did you notice any blood from the stitches being reopened?
Didn't feel anything until I actually looked at it when I got home. 12 stitches coming across my thumb in kind of like a fish hook type pattern. It was the 2 over here that ripped open and the 1 up here. Or actually, I take that back, the 1 up here.
So just for the record, he's holding his left hand. He had his thumb out, extended almost like an L, but with the other fingers almost like a C. And he was pointing to his left thumb near, I would say, the middle of the thumb, and then the curve of the thumb where on the inside where it goes up toward the index finger. Sorry, I have to make a record of all.
No,
that.
that's just fine.
Go ahead.
So was it 2 stitches that opened or 3?
Objection. Relevance.
Grounds.
Overruled. He may answer, but then move on.
It was 3.
And do you recall what time you made it home that evening?
Absolutely not.
Was it immediately after the altercation or sometime after? Or
No, I took the girls back to the shelter, and then I started running back towards Main Street to try and see if I could avoid the parade traffic. And that's when I saw the red SUV go down Main Street.
And do you recall speaking with your women friends after you had made it home that evening?
Yes.
Did at any time you indicate to them that
Objection, hearsay.
Hold on, let him finish the question. He was asking what he indicated
strike
to
the
them.
question? I thought that's what I said.
You can ask your question. That's what I thought you were saying too.
Did you yourself at any time indicate to your female friends that you had sustained injury during the altercation?
No.
Objection of relevance.
Is it overruled? His answer may stand.
In the time that you had known Miss Patterson up until that day of November 21st of 2021, had you yourself ever heard Miss Patterson refer to the alleged defendant by a different name?
Objection of relevance.
Grounds.
Overruled. The witness may answer if he knows.
No. You mean like an alias or something?
A different name.
Well, okay, that can a nickname, an alias. I mean, let's be specific here.
Did Miss Patterson ever refer to him with another name? If you recall.
Not that I can personally recall. No, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Do you recall if, to your knowledge, was your friend Miss Corey, as you referred to her, do you recall her stating that she was injured during the altercation?
She did tell me that I believe she like hurt her finger or her fingernail or something like that, but I don't think it was relevant to the incident that had happened.
What do you mean by you don't think it was relevant to the incident that happened?
Objection of relevance.
Sustained is to the form of a question.
No further questions.
Before I decide whether to do cross at this time, how long do you believe it will be?
0 minutes because I have no cross.
All right, thank you. And you can step down, and we're gonna take a break.
Thank you, ma'am.
Give me a second. I'll rise for the jury. Let me excuse the jury for a second. All right, thank you. You may be seated. You may step down, sir. And I presume he may be released from his subpoena, Mr. Brooks? You're done questioning him?
Yeah,
All right, you are released from your subpoena, sir. All right, let's take about a 15-minute break. Anything we need to address prior to that, or can we do it when we come back?
No, thank you.
All right, Mr. Brooks, work with the state, please, for the next witness. We have them available.
Hi guys, sorry about that. There was a traffic accident and I got stuck behind. So, my bad. My bad. Yes, I'm back. So I listened to everything on the car ride over. Oh, Screaming Toad. Yo, Sean ordered a mug for my mom's 73rd birthday. If you have a chance, give a shout out to my mom, Pat, retired court reporter who definitely appreciates grounds. Well, happy birthday, Pat. Hold on, we'll do this full screen. Pat, happy birthday to many more. I bet you're thankful you're not doing the reporting on this one, because I bet there's a ton of unnecessary typing that had to be done for this one. So happy birthday. Thank you, Toad. So sorry about that, guys. I am back. Yes, I listened to him. I listened to him in the car. Yeah, that was... You wash your hands. That was not a long poo, okay? But yeah, that was not very good. You know, Rob, I was listening. That guy was great for... I watched you take your car and kill everyone. And I watched you get into a fight with people, and this lady was screaming out the window, help me, oh, Lordy, help me. Like, yes, and the idea that there were him and this crackhead were going to get into a fist fight out in front of a homeless shelter that's peak America right there. Especially for people who are watching this from Europe. That is peak America. That's Wisconsin, that's Indiana, Illinois, Ohio, Iowa, pretty much everywhere. So, but hopefully things were well. Looks like the place didn't burn down in the meantime. Yeah, I had a hearing to go to. I had a trial management conference. I have a trial that starts on Halloween, and that'll be fun. It's a drug trafficking case, so I think we can win it. I'd say we do have to win it, though. My guy is on federal parole, so if he loses, he goes to prison. If he pleads out, he goes to prison. So it's a Game 7 situation. There is not a whole lot of it's a Game 7 thing. Like, you either win or you don't, and there's not another choice. Yes, when my coat comes off, trouble happens. Like, oh, I did love the part where Brooks is like, that's not what happened. It's like, oh, yeah, they didn't ask questions. Yeah, I mean, there was nothing there. But also, he didn't hurt the prosecution. That's why they didn't ask him. And I don't know what Darrell Brooks thought he was going to get out of this. Once again, and Nick mentioned this too, he's trying to litigate the initial situation that he didn't have a knife and that he didn't do anything wrong to start all of this off. So they shouldn't have called the cops, and that he ran because he was afraid of getting arrested. And then he just panicked and did a full, had a big retard attack. You know, I don't know. Yeah, he thinks that's the way you litigate this case. It's like, no, bro. It doesn't matter that all that happened. It doesn't justify then what you did by killing these people and wounding 60 some odd others. You have to explain why that happened, and who knows what his next witnesses are going to do. It is weird to see him talking now without the face mask on. Yeah, so he was a map. Is that the sperm bank? Don't talk about your mom like that. Your mom's a good woman. You shouldn't call her a sperm bank. You know, if your father finds it, well, your father or then the mailman, who probably is your father, finds out about it, he'll be very mad. Chat said he was a map. Ooh. Well, maps, you know where you guys know where maps go. Like a map or a chomo, because there's a bit of a difference. Map is commie language. No, commies like diddling little kids. Chairman Mao loved diddling little girls. The laundry clip is going to be lit. I'm not sure which one. Brad Nash, have you not watched Better Call Saul? No. Generally try to stay away from things involving lawyers. Yeah, he failed to craft his own defense. Well, I think he thinks this is how you win by saying, well, I didn't do that, so I must not have done this. But he's an idiot, so... the smile on their face, yeah, I think they realized... Yeah, I mean, this part, it's easy for them. They just got to watch and make sure that nothing bad happens. Yeah, he it doesn't excuse him, but that's what he's going to try to argue. Yeah, and Parallax, you're right. I think the only reason why he called that guy was to know why somebody said he had a knife. Now he can say, I didn't have a knife. Okay, does that mean you're still guilty of killing people? I don't know. Oh, he's a convicted map. That's no good. That's no good. Do we know how many witnesses he plans to call? Apparently he's got like 8. I do like it at the beginning. Well, where's the state of Wisconsin? I subpoenaed them. Crumb dumpster. Fathers, Sean. Thank you very much. Well, hey, takes a village. Some of those villages have bicycles that everybody gets a turn on. He and Darrell are both maps. Yes, Darrell is a map. His girlfriend, Erica Hendrickson, was a minor, was 15 when he did his thing with her. So yeah, he is a map as well. Did I catch his opening? Yeah, I caught all of it. It wasn't intentional. And he basically is trying to say, like, well, things happened. Okay, but why? Like, you've got to give an answer about why this happened. It wasn't intentional. And there's just like a man like me. You guys got to be careful. I'm a normal person. Please be nice. Like, that was awful. Then he starts crying. Which I think is some trueness that he realizes how fucked he is. And he's a scared little bitch. And that's the thing. I don't think he appreciates that because he started mouthing off too at points. He doesn't, he can't handle being like scared little girl. Scared little girl out there. Don't like being called out for it. Yeah, I was listening at 2 times. Yeah, he's like, once again, he's got that, yeah, I did something good. Yeah. Yeah, you see that? I did something good. Yeah. If he had his mask on, he'd have that, like, those fucking looks. He's like, are you sure? Like, no, you didn't do well. You dumb fuck. Yeah, he's got nothing. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, maps are yes. Okay, I thought you said being a map. I thought you said being a map. Sorry, I misunderstood the context. But yes, the maps created that. The commies created maps to gloss over kitty diddling. Yes, 100% agreed. Does he know he has to sell his bullshit defense to a jury of normal human beings? I don't think he does. Yeah, he doesn't realize that's not a win. But once again, this is like Dunning-Kruger in effect here. Yeah, he issued 12 subpoenas? Oh, Jesus Christ. Although if it's like that and the state doesn't cross-examine these people, which I have a feeling is going to happen the whole time. They're going to be like, no questions. Then they're going to get up and say, look, none of that changed what he did. So we shall see. Wow, some people did leave. Dang, that sucks. Hey, excuse me a minute. I have to take care of something. All right, I'm back. Yes. Eric, I think you've got a great... Yes, his closing's going to be, well, I'm a big retard, guys. Sorry. The beer game is strong. Yes, it is. Thank you. Brittany's saying, I don't think the judge should have spoon-fed him on the past acts. Yes, but remember, it's about the appeal, protecting. If you don't protect the record, it comes back. And something like that can be devastating enough that it could be enough error and enough harm that it overrides everything else out there. So you have to protect the record at all costs. It's safer to do that this way. Maiden Iron says, hey, Sean, missed you on Nick's stream. Yeah, I like to stream trials, though, on my own, too, at times. So, I mean, it's about the grift, but I also like to... Sometimes I like to be just kind of like in my own little world. Oh, speaking of that, I need to send to Nate if he's around. See if he wants to come on for a little bit, because I messaged him yesterday, and he was not available. Reddit.com/ Well, let's see if Nate comes on. I sent him out a link. Did he argue that someone else may have borrowed his mother's car? Not yet, but I assume that's one of the bullshit arguments he's going to throw out there. But so far, he's able to say, you didn't see who was in the car. Did you know anybody? Like, all the stuff that, like a first-year lawsuit, it might make an argument on. So, and to be fair, I might try to make some bullshit arguments, but I wouldn't have taken this long to do it. T-Dog says, anyone not a map? Sheeple Hunter says, Son treats our moms like crypto pump and dump. Back when I got divorced, Lord child, I was them 35 and up older divorced moms. So I was pumping and dumping hard. Harder than Chris Boozy with his fake cryptocurrency. Yes, I said that. Blackcoin was a scam. McGee is saying, talk about the witness, not the third-party intervener for the dependents. He's in the hot seat now. His butt is already getting got. Yeah. Yeah, Rob. Yeah, I was hoping for something from his opening, representing a shred of defense. It wasn't me, car malfunction, fleeing danger. Yeah, nothing. This was just there's just two sides every story. Okay, what is your side to the story? Okay, great. You didn't mean to go do this. All right, well then what happened? Something. Yeah, nothing at all. Harris Riley says, I'm doing a persuasive speech titled Why a Corrupt Government Should Scare You, But You Can Stop It. Time to scare shit in my intro to communications class. There you go. That'll be great. That'll be great. I didn't necessarily see him laughing and giggling because I kind of like was pulling in the driveway. But yeah, I could tell by his voice. He's like, he thought he was hitting a home run here, and he's definitely not. He's really fucked. Wasn't it 13 subpoenas? I don't know. God, who knows with this guy. Loving your commentary. Thank you, Shirley. Well, your hair doesn't look that curly. Kind of sounds like false advertising. Yes, the doggo. The dog wants attention. Yes, the dog want fed. That's what the dog wanted. What kind of dogs do I have? We have a Papillon and a mix of something. It's a pit bull and lab and a bunch of other stuff. Hold on here. I'll bring up a picture because you know how you can see a picture of it? If you go to locals or potentially criminal.locals.com, you can see pictures of them. They gave a studio tour since they weren't available when I did it. Holy cow, there's like 343 people that are members. Thank you guys so much. There they are. There's Molly, and then there's Baxter. Yes, Baxter is kind of fat, but he kind of like, that was a weird angle shot for him too. But he's a good boy, and she's kind of a good girl. So those are the two dogs. Oh, you didn't hear Baxter. I think you probably heard him last night. I'll boost the volume. I'm back. Woo woo. Yes. Yes, Stacy, correct. The Spanish guy went. This guy went. The state is not available. Yeah, so 3 subpoenas down. You guys are assholes. I'm not taking a peanut butter game with my dog. Like I said, that's what your moms do. I'm not going to steal. I'm not going to let my dogs steal their jobs. Your moms won't be able to make any money if I do that. Mema X is saying, guys, is Sean's gun still in the frame? Yeah, it's still there. Yeah. Yep, right there. Yep, it's still there. If I can't move this out of the way too much. Yep, still right there. Still right there. Yes, Justin's saying my foot slipped on the wrong pedal and stayed there for a while. That'd be a great defense. Yes, Nate is at the Brooks trial. Oh my God, you guys. Yes, he's right back there. Oh. Guys are ridiculous. Actually, no, I don't think Nate is not defending this guy at all. I think Nate is thinking this is completely insane. His text messages were hilarious, by the way. But I'll let him talk about it. Yes, This is mega country. Yes, yes, oh, Naked Lunch, you're saying, oh, I heard on the news he had 13 and the 13 is a special number for him. Well, it's a special number for everybody. It's
Back on the
unlucky as
record,
hell.
It's 3:58.
Oh,
Appearances are as
here we
they were
go.
before. Jury is coming into the courtroom.
Subject matter jurisdiction.
Your request, as I understand it, is noted. The objection is noted. It's overruled
That jurisdiction.
with the questioning of a witness. You may call your next witness as soon as all the jurors get in the jury box.
They have proved intentionality,
All
but
right,
we'll
thank
get to
you. Please
that.
be seated.
We'll get to how they have proven it.
Go ahead, sir. You may call your next witness.
Okay, that would be fucking hilarious. He just started getting random people out of the jail.
Calls Heather R. Reamer.
Ooh, Reamer. You got a Reamer out.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. It is up a riser. Be mindful of that. And then my clerk, Teresa.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat. The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
Heather Reamer, Heather Riemer.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir, your witness.
Good afternoon, Miss Reamer. How are you feeling today?
I'm okay.
I want to direct your attention to the evening of November 21st of 2021. Do you recall what you were doing that evening?
I was at the Waukesha Christmas parade.
And do you recall who you were with at the parade?
I was with my husband and 3 friends and one of their children.
About what time, if you recall, did you and your family arrive?
Right before it started, we were running late, and then by the time we got to where we were seated, it was right before it started. I don't recall exact time.
Do you recall where you and your family were positioned along the parade route that evening?
At the time, I don't remember, but I later found out that it was the Historical Society.
What do you recall weather-wise that evening? Was it a pretty chilly evening?
Yes.
If you recall?
Yes.
Pretty windy?
Yes.
So I'm assuming at some point you observed a bit of commotion. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And do you recall what that commotion was?
Everyone running around was the biggest commotion.
At that point, did the area you were positioned in get pretty loud, chaotic?
Yeah, screaming gets loud.
Before Do you remember what you and your family were doing directly prior to the parade that evening?
I don't recall.
At the point you observed this commotion, what did you do from that point?
Started running.
I'm assuming with you and your family all took the same course of action.
We all ran, yes.
And where did you run to?
All right, I checked Rumble, guys. Keep your
Away
panties
from
down.
the parade route. I'm not familiar with streets. I'm thinking it's East Avenue. We ran down that road.
Would that be a side street connected to the main parade route? Or,
Yes, it was a perpendicular route.
do you recall if that side street was barricaded in any way?
I don't recall.
Do you recall if there were any law enforcement officers stationed at that side street?
I don't recall.
Did you, at any time during the commotion when you and your family were at the parade, do you recall seeing anything that drew your attention in any way?
Yes,
And do you recall what that was that you saw?
a red Ford SUV driving through faster than all the other cars in the parade.
And what did you observe this vehicle doing at the time that it caught your attention?
It was honking. Well, I heard honking. I'm not positive if it was the red SUV or another car alerting.
Did you notice any other vehicles around the vehicle you saw, following the vehicle you saw?
Following, no. It passed a float that had a vehicle in the parade. So it was by another vehicle, yes.
And it was passing the other vehicle you're referring
Yes.
to, correct? And you stated a reference to honking. In your opinion, strictly your opinion, why would a vehicle honk its horn?
To alert somebody.
Do you recall I'm assuming at some point the vehicle passed the position where you were, would that be fair to say?
Yes.
At any time during the vehicle's passing you, did you see who was driving the vehicle?
No.
Did you notice if they were intense to the vehicle as far as windows?
Yeah, can you speak up a bit?
Oh, I don't recall.
Thank you.
Do you recall if you were able to see into the vehicle?
I don't recall.
Do you recall if you got a chance to catch the license plate number of the vehicle?
No, I didn't.
And from your recollection, when the vehicle passed you, were the windows up or down?
I don't recall.
And did you at some time report what you saw to law enforcement that evening?
That evening, I did not know.
Did you at any time report what you had saw that evening to law enforcement?
Yes,
And do you recall what agency that law enforcement officer was from?
I don't recall. I'm going to assume Waukesha, but I don't recall.
And during the course of reporting what you saw, was it more of a recorded interview, or were they writing down what you were telling them?
I was on the phone, so I don't know what they were doing.
Okay. Do you recall if that was in the days following the incident or a little longer after that?
It was after the incident. I don't know how long after.
Upon arriving at the parade that evening with your family, did you notice any of the side streets barricaded in any way? Any of them?
Yes,
Do you recall if there were law enforcement officers at those barricaded side streets?
I don't recall.
Do you recall about how long the parade had been ongoing before you saw this vehicle?
I don't recall.
And from that point, did you and your family immediately leave the parade? And
I
head
think
home?
so, Jim.
We left. We didn't head home.
Did you or any of your family members suffer any injuries during this incident?
No.
At any time after the incident, do you recall seeing any news reports related to this incident?
Yes.
Did you keep up with those reports, or was it just that evening or the days?
Just a couple days within whatever was right immediately. I'm not a person to watch the news.
And after that initial phone conversation with law enforcement, did any more law enforcement officers follow up with you about the report?
No.
Did you yourself follow up with law enforcement after that
No.
initial report? Did you yourself observe the vehicle that passed you during the parade? Did you yourself witness anyone injured by the vehicle?
I don't believe so.
That's all I have right now.
Thank you. Any cross?
Yes, briefly. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Reamer. Thank you for being here today.
Yes.
I'd like you to take a look at the man seated to my right, table to your left, Mr. Brooks. You ever seen that
Objection,
man
I don't
before?
consent to being called that name.
Noted, overruled.
Yes.
Tell us about when you've seen Mr. Brooks before.
Objection leading.
It's cross-exam, so it's proper. They may leave. You may answer.
As we were driving to the parade, we were coming to a stoplight and we saw the red SUV coming down the wrong way on the road. And I slowed down because the car in front of me started to back up to let him through.
This took place outside of a gas station, is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that we display for everybody exhibit number 7. It's previously been received and published.
Go ahead.
Yeah, his demeanor as he sat down was like, well, I got nothing else to say.
7 has previously been received.
Is it relevant to this particular witness?
Yes, it is.
Such an asshole. He's such
Yes,
an
go ahead and
asshole.
publish, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Reamer, can you see the map depicted on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
We're looking at the intersection of North Street and Barstow Street. Does that look correct to you?
Yes.
And is this the gas station that we're talking about?
Correct.
And you were parked on North Street facing southwestbound at the time, is that right?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Is that the way of traffic? I don't know.
Well, let's
Correct, so-
assume, based on these arrows here,
Oh,
Objection, speculation.
yep.
That is a good
On the map,
objection.
Overruled. Her
Very good
answer was
objection
yes,
by
and
Darrell.
You may ask the next question.
Madam Clerk, can we please clear the annotations?
That was fucking
And
good.
you saw the red SUV that we've been talking about come the wrong way on North Street, is that right?
Correct.
And what happened after that?
Should I draw?
Sure, yep, that's a touchscreen, go for it.
So I stopped roughly back here, as the car that was here started to reverse this way.
Okay, can we please, let's get a screen grab of this, please, Your Honor, and mark it as Exhibit 7.
It'll be C as in cat. Or Charlie.
C, Charlie, please.
That's not a very clear exhibit to
Will be
what the
so-
hell we're looking at.
Marked. And just for the record, the green line was placed by Attorney Wichow from, as you're looking at the exhibit, left to right to demonstrate travel of a vehicle in his question. And then the witness put the yellow mark on the screen, and it will be received as 7C as in Charlie. Go ahead.
Objection to relevancy.
Overruled.
I think he called them because he thought there was something to
Darrell Brooks
hide.
driving that red SUV in front of that gas station, is that correct?
Objection.
At that
don't
time, I
consent
didn't
to
know.
being called that name, and it's speculative.
Overruled. You may answer.
At that time, I didn't know his name, but yes,
But now that you see him sitting in court today,
yes,
that's the guy.
yes.
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. The record will reflect the identification as of the defendant as the driver of the red SUV she saw as depicted in this exhibit.
Thank you. May we please display for everybody Exhibit number 15, which has also previously been received and published.
Go ahead.
Can we zoom in, please, on the intersection of Main Street and Northeast Avenue?
Objection, relevancy.
I presume the question will provide the relevance, so go ahead.
Thank you. You were sitting in front of the Historical Society, you testified?
Yes.
And do you recognize this map in front of you?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
No, I don't.
Okay. Would the Historical Society be near this intersection that I'm
I
circling,
don't get
East
it.
and Main?
I don't get it.
Yes,
Okay, we can please remove that annotation, Madam Clerk. When you saw the red SUV drive by, you testified you could not see the driver, correct?
correct.
Because it was going so fast?
Yes.
Did you ever see that SUV come to a stop at any point on Main Street?
No,
In fact, did you see it accelerate as it traveled towards more people?
yes.
Objection, speculative.
It says, overruled, the witness may answer.
Sound
Yes.
like you was gonna say some stuff.
And then I remembered you had called the witness, not the state. So cross-examination is appropriate. Fair enough, though. Next question.
Yes, because she's had to say it so many fucking times. That's not a good sign, Darrell.
Thank you. That's all I have.
That's not a good sign. She completely
Yes.
was like gonna
Do you want
punish
any of the
you.
exhibits up?
I forgot what the one was before this.
7.
7.
7 was the map with
Seven's
near
the
the
blank
gas
map.
station. This is 15. I'm gonna
On
turn it
the
off
map,
until you tell
on
me
the
you need
map,
something.
on the map.
Need exhibit 7.
The state would put that up and we'll publish it for the jury as well.
Guys, cross is necessary on this one because it's not clear where things were. She had to draw. That was actually important. Not critical, but you got to cut through some of his bullshit.
When shown this exhibit on cross, you stated you were approximately around. As a matter of fact, that wouldn't be fair. Can you erase that?
Just leave it up and use it.
That mark, please.
Why would you?
It's
Were
clear.
Will you show again where your vehicle was positioned?
It's just a rough estimate, but
Okay.
probably right out here.
And where we?
That's when I initially slowed down. To stop.
Okay. And you stated there was another car that did a backing up motion. Can you show again where that vehicle was positioned?
If they were at the light going this way, backing up.
See, they should tell her to put an arrow, like draw an arrow.
If you recall, or do you recall, if there were any vehicles in this space right here?
There was none.
He's gonna say no. When I did it, I knew there were cars there.
Rough estimate. About how far would you estimate the distance is between your vehicle and the vehicle that was at the light? Rough estimate.
I never came to a complete stop back there. It's when I started to slow down.
So you were still kind of rolling forward a little bit?
Yes. Because they backed up and then moved forward. And so then I moved forward.
So you didn't come to a stop until you noticed.
No,
that
Darrell, she
vehicle
didn't.
backing up?
No, I didn't come to a complete stop until we were back up at the light. I started to slow down at that point.
So where did you end up? I'm sorry, can you erase the white circle?
I can erase all of it or none of it?
The white circle.
Only, I think it's just all or nothing.
Oh, I'm sorry. So let's start this again. Where did you finally come to a complete stop at, if you recall? And at that time, well, back up a little bit before I get to that. You observed an SUV, you say, at some point before you came to a complete stop?
Yes.
And what did you see that vehicle do?
What that vehicle do?
This way.
It started running people over.
After you noticed that it was coming in that direction.
Turn in here.
Would that be into the gas station?
Yes.
And what did you see the vehicle do at that point?
Roll down their window and yell something at the car in front of me.
Did it stop?
Yes.
Was it? I'm assuming you might know what I mean by this. Was it like a brake stop or was it a parking stop? If you recall.
If you're not in the vehicle, how do you know that they put it in park?
Well, brake stop would be brake lights, but okay.
Objection, move to strike.
Grant that, strike the last statement made by the defendant, but you may ask your next question.
And how long were you at the light?
Just a very short time. It turned green pretty quickly.
And in that short time, you were able to see who was driving the vehicle, the SUV, as you say, that went into the gas station.
Yes.
Is that the same SUV you saw at the parade that evening?
Yes.
The same vehicle that you said you don't recall if it was tinted or not?
Yes.
So at the point of seeing this vehicle at the gas station, at that point, did you notice any tints?
I don't recall.
Did you notice if there was anyone else in the vehicle at that time?
I only saw one person.
Could you see into the back of the vehicle?
I don't recall.
Can you see the passenger seat of the vehicle?
Yes.
Was anybody in the passenger seat?
No.
But you don't know for sure about the back seat.
No, I couldn't see it.
Can we take down this Exhibit 7?
Go ahead.
Can you pull up Exhibit 15? Can we pull that back up?
The state would please pull that up. We'll publish that for everyone.
And
Hold on, let's make sure the jury has it.
oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. No problem. Go ahead.
And you stated that you were in front of the Historical Society.
Correct.
Oh, jeez.
And if I recall, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
You
that
probably
would be
are.
somewhere around this area here.
Yes.
So
Can
was
we,
that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank
Can
you.
we erase that white? So the side streets, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to tap the screen. Can you erase that? I'm sorry. The side streets would be Buckley Street and Northeast Avenue. Would that be fair to say by looking at the map?
Yes, that's what the map shows.
And you said you don't recall if those side streets were barricaded.
I wasn't at the intersection. The
You were-
Historical Society is at that intersection, but I was in front of the Historical Society.
So would it be fair to say you were close to the side street?
I was close, but not at it, so I don't know if there was barricades there. I wasn't close enough to be by barricades.
So you stated you ran away from the commotion. So it would be fair to say at some point you moved from your position in front of the Historical Society, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall what side street you went down to when you were running?
We ran up to the building of the Historical Society on the side of East Avenue.
We can, just really quick. So that would be this side street here.
Yes.
We could take down exhibit, is it 15? And you stated that you knew the identification of the driver of this SUV based on what you observed at the gas station, correct?
Can you repeat that?
You stated that you
me back up. You were able to identify the driver of this SUV based on what you observed at the gas station, correct?
The gas station, I saw the driver, yes.
Do you recall what the driver was wearing when you observed him at the gas station?
At the gas station, no.
Do you yourself recall in your telephone conversation with law enforcement stating that the driver was wearing a red-orange shirt?
That was not from the gas station.
So where would that description come from, if not the gas station?
I saw video footage of you in somebody's backyard.
So what did you observe the driver of the vehicle wearing at the gas station?
I don't recall.
So it'd be fair to say that in your phone conversation with law enforcement, you gave a description based on what you had seen from footage. I guess that would be the right word to use.
The shirt color, but your description was from the face was from the gas station.
And do you recall in that phone interview stating that you weren't positive on the shirt color?
Yes.
Do you recall in that phone interview stating that since seeing the news that you may be getting the clothing description incorrect?
I remember saying that I've seen the news. I don't remember saying that that is why I'm getting it. It wasn't the same as when you were driving.
So would it be fair to say that your description came from watching footage at some point and from news reports at some point?
Not news reports.
But you did see this incident reported on the news?
Yes.
You're not finding the answers, Darrell. Come on. They're not hiding there waiting for you to discover them. Like, let's get this going.
Did you see where the vehicle went when it passed your position?
Objection. Can we just clarify whether that's at the gas station or the parade?
Sustained.
Sorry for that. I'll clarify.
Thank you.
Do you recall seeing where the vehicle went when it passed your position at the parade that evening?
Continued down the parade route.
Sue, this is all bad. Sue. Phew, this is all awful. This is just so bad.
And you already stated that during the parade, seeing the vehicle and not seeing the driver, how are you sure that that driver of the vehicle you saw at the gas station was the same vehicle at the parade?
Oh, good Lord, Darrell.
I know that they were both red SUVs. Ford SUVs.
This. How many red SUVs were killing people?
Sure that they were the same vehicle.
They were the same model, same color, same make.
So what is the make and model, if you recall, of the vehicle that you saw at the gas station?
Ford Escape.
And how did you come to that determination based on your observation at the gas station?
Because I know a decent amount of cars.
It also says Ford Escape on the back.
What do you mean by decent?
I mean, I don't know all makes, but I know this one for sure because I had a friend that had the same exact make and model, just different color.
So are you yourself able to just look at a vehicle and tell the make and model?
So yes.
So it'd be fair to say some, not all.
Correct.
Some, not all. Joe, come on.
So that brings me back to the driver. You stated you didn't see the driver of the vehicle you saw at the parade. How do you know there was the same driver?
Objection. The state is the evidence. She never testified that she knows it's the same guy.
I'm asking how did you
Rephrase your question, please.
Yeah, that's a bad
do you
question.
know if it was the same driver?
No.
No further questions?
All right, thank you. You may step down. And you are excused from your subpoena. It is 4:34, so we will end
We're gonna stop
for
here.
the day,
Oh, come on.
and I will read my instructions to you.
Oh, he's like,
Jury
I think I
once
got
again,
him where I
do not
want
begin
him.
your deliberations and discussion of the case until all the evidence is presented.
That didn't go
And
that
I have
bad.
instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also extends to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic devices such as a mobile phone or computer, text or instant messaging, or social networking sites to send or receive any information about this case or your experience as a juror. If you come in contact with the parties, lawyers, interpreters, or witnesses, do not speak with them. For their part, the parties, lawyers, interpreters, and witnesses will not contact or speak with the juror. Do not listen to any conversation about this case. Do not.
Oh, we're gonna get the
information that you personally
subject matter
want
jurisdiction
to help
again, I
you
bet.
Understanding the issues presented. Do not investigate this case on your own or visit the scene, either in person or by electronic means. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, over the internet, or any other electronic application or tool about this trial. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, electronic applications, social media, the internet, or other reference materials for additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. Any information you obtain outside the courtroom could be misleading, inaccurate, or incomplete. Relying on this information is unfair because the parties would not have the opportunity to refute, explain, or correct it. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device, including personal wearable electronics, applications, or tools with communication capabilities to send any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by telephone, blog post, email message, text message, instant message, social media post, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by any other means. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After this trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has any reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. With that, we'll see you all tomorrow morning. We'll begin at 8:30. All rise for the jury.
8:30 tomorrow morning, guys. That means 9:30 Eastern time. So we'll be ready to roll. Covering it from end to end tomorrow. Monday, not so good, but we'll deal with that. Let's see how Betty spurgs out right now. There we go. Sorry, guys. Let's see what happens.
Thank you. Be seated. I know.
Oh, I thought you walked off.
I think
Like,
we wanted to
wow.
Make a more full record just
Screwing around.
regarding the timing of that last witness. I'm not going to put all of the details on the record. We made a record in closed session just due to a privacy issue related to that witness. And I required you essentially to call that witness out of the preferred order that you had given her availability. I believe you wanted to put on the record the information you initially had from Attorney Opper was general about her unavailability on Friday, which was the day, as I understand, that you preferred to call her, and more information was provided today. I don't want to get into the specifics, but would that be a fair characterization of kind of the discussion we had outside the presence of the public?
Yeah, that's fair.
Anything you want to add to that?
Nah, just it pretty much sums it up.
Okay, good. So
I felt that it would be, thinking about it as everything was happening so fast, I was just like, yeah, it probably would be best to, take the procedure that she's having into account, because it could be.
I don't want to go into that while we're still in the public record.
Right.
All right, due to her privacy rights. But I appreciate your understanding with that and calling her. I did require you to call her out of order, but I appreciate your understanding and of that. I don't think there's anything else I need to cover at this time, unless there's something from either one of the parties. From the state first.
We're not going to go back into.
No, but we would like some further direction from the defendant as to who he wants here tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon, if he wants us just to continue that list that he originally provided, or if there's an update. And we can do that off the record, Your Honor. I don't know that we need you involved, but.
They are so done with him. So freaking done with
Okay.
him.
Thank you. Then hopefully the parties can figure that out without me needing to be involved further. But anything from you, sir?
No, I'm just gonna say with that, I'm not gonna put them in specific order.
Not looking for the order, but we're behind given the timetable and the understanding between, as I understand it, between you and the state.
State has the list.
So generally speaking, you've been taking
You're just
about a
being a
half an
fucking
hour,
dickhead now.
I would say, for each witness. At least that one took about 35 minutes. If we go on that schedule, do you think, understanding
Oh
we
my
take
God.
a mid-morning break, a lunch break, and a mid-afternoon break, I would think we could get through at least 3 to 4 tomorrow morning and 3 to 4 in the afternoon. I'm going to have the parties be available for that and be ready for that, whatever order, but
All the parties.
yes, both you and the state.
So at this point, there's no telling what witnesses will be here tomorrow, right?
Well, based on the groupings that you gave to the state, it sounds like we got through
This is
only
ridiculous.
one from each
Right.
kind of
One.
category. So we'll go back to the first would have been Thursday morning. You need to call the rest of Thursday morning. Was there 2 left of that?
Yes, correct.
So
And so let's do Thursday morning and Thursday afternoon, the people you designated, I'm going to direct the state to have here tomorrow morning. That's 4 witnesses, whatever order of those 4.
5. It's 5, but yes.
It's 5?
We'll have them here
Um,
based on your original list.
And then how many does that leave? Because I'm not
That's what I'm trying to
doing
figure out.
good with math this
4.
late in the day. 4, so 4 in the afternoon then. So our hope is to get through all your witnesses
I can say this for the
tomorrow.
record.
For the record.
One witness I intend to call tomorrow is not going to be 35 minutes.
Fair enough. Do you plan to call that person in the morning or the afternoon?
I'm leaning towards the
That'll be fun.
afternoon. That could change depending on the flow of the morning, I would guess. If the morning goes pretty.
Can you tell me which
Math
list
boy.
they were on when you gave it to the state? Was it Thursday afternoon, Friday morning, or Friday afternoon?
I didn't put them on days, but I believe they were in the maybe the second flow of names. If
You just want to tell me who it is so we can prepare so that person is told to come in the afternoon rather than wait through the morning?
I don't want to say who it is.
Oh, don't be a dick. Just
I
say.
want the person to be here when we're ready to go.
Yeah.
They were here today, if that helps.
What if? What,
Yeah,
why
I
you
know
being
who it
such-
is. It's Erica Patterson, Your
What-
Honor. There's
Maybe.
no
You're being
mystery
such a
here.
fucking
Maybe it
asshole.
is,
That's what
maybe
I
it isn't.
would have, kind of who I thought it would be as well.
So,
Why are you such a
I'm going to
cheeky
have her
fucking
come
idiot?
tomorrow afternoon then. I'm
okay,
not
we
gonna
will
her
have
come in
you
the
here at
morning.
1 o'clock tomorrow.
You're not fucking
So
helping
you need to
yourself.
be
here.
mindful of people's schedules.
We're
Thank
not
you.
playing fucking
We'll
guess
set
who,
everyone else
Daryl.
here at
That's
8:30.
interesting because what if that was not who I was referring to?
Then you're
Then you
fucked,
need to
and you're
tell
gonna
me
not
right
have
now
that
so I can make
witness.
an alteration to that.
Come on, Judge.
Sir, we're at the end
It's a murder
of
trial,
the
you
third
fucking
week
asshole.
of trial.
So
I
can we
need
at
to
least
keep
be
this
fair?
moving
Can we at least
along.
be fair and say that's not due to me though?
That would not be fair to say.
How?
Yeah, all this.
How? The state said that they needed 5 to 7 business days
Jesus Christ
to
on a
present their case.
cracker.
Did they or did they not say that on the record?
How much time did you
And
do?
there's-
fucking
So how-
crossing
It
how
the
doesn't
did
line
matter
here,
how
bro?
we got there at this point. I'm trying
Then they
my
need to chop,
darndest
chop.
to get all
It
the
should've been
witnesses
chop, chop.
done. So I'm directing the state to have Miss Patterson come tomorrow afternoon.
If that's
And the
what I was
other
referring to, which I
witnesses?
wasn't, but everybody think they know what I'm thinking.
Then you
Well,
need
then
to tell
what
them if
happens?
it's someone else, and if you want her here in the morning.
I'll
then
say
that-
this. Everybody that was here today that didn't get called, I have them here tomorrow.
That's great. Thank you for
So that'd
that.
be 1, 2, 3,
Jesus, criminy.
4, 5 people.
This
you
is
need to
this
tell
is,
me who you want in the morning,
fucking asinine.
not by the order, and who you want for the afternoon. Otherwise, I'm going to make the order that I just made.
You are such
No,
a
how you
fucking
gonna make the order
idiot.
for me?
Under 906.11, sir.
No, you can't. I can call. I have the right to call them in the order that the state didn't have to have an order. And I'm guessing
No, but the
Correct me if
state's
I'm wrong, but
helping
I'm-
you out in terms of the order,
they were helping me out with serving
and
the
they're helping you.
subpoenas.
Oh my god.
So-
Not the order of how I would call the witnesses, but the subpoenas. And I gave the state.
Do you want to be responsible for calling each person tonight and telling them what time they need to be here? Or should we let the
See,
state
here we
do
go
that?
with this again. There's something that's impossible to do.
Yes, so they're
That's not
helping you,
true.
you fucking
have access
That's
to
not
idiot.
a
true.
phone.
So somebody's gonna answer. a
They're
collect call from
doing you a
someone they don't
solid
know.
and you're shitting on them.
Nobody in this courtroom will answer a collect call and pay for a phone call from
That's
somebody.
not my
that you do not
understanding of
know.
how it works at the jail, that you can, that
Yes.
there's other means to make
There
phone
is
calls.
That's the point. No
there is
one's gonna
other
take your
way
call,
to
asshole.
utilize the phone.
Well, maybe I'm wrong on that, but be that as it may, the state is helping you out. This is to
God.
make tomorrow go as smoothly
I'm not
as
telling you. I don't
possible,
want to help.
to be effective, to be efficient, and
Yes,
to use
you're right, Mammoth.
all
Fuck
of
'em.
our
Let him
time
call him.
wisely.
Nobody shows up. You have no
Your Honor,
witnesses.
with all
Move along,
respect,
sir. I guess you're closing.
I did what was asked me to do. I provided them with the list of the witnesses that I will call. And I stated before that I would not put them in order, and the state accepted the list that I gave them. So why, at this point, is
Who are the
everything
witnesses who are here
being
today?
a problem?
Kohler, Douglas Kohler, Detective Guth, Erica Patterson, Christopher Bertram, and Jason Hayes were here today, in addition to Miss Reimer. Miss Reimer's now done. Nicholas Kirby was also here today. He's done.
State of Wisconsin's done.
If we are going to continue to assist Mr. Brooks in getting these witnesses here, we need to have a reasonable time schedule. These witnesses don't just show up by the tooth fairy. We have to communicate with them. They have jobs, they have families.
And they have every right to
I've
say, I'm not
explained this
fucking
3
coming
times
in.
to Mr. Brooks.
Hey,
If he wants our assistance,
objection, she can chill with all
he
that. She can
needs
chill with all that
to
tone.
Hold on,
because
hold on. I know.
Get on that if that's what it is.
Hey, I
We
know it's been a
definitely
long
get on
day.
that.
Let's
Get on
keep this
that. You
civil.
ain't gonna fight her,
That's
bro.
what I'm trying to do, but
So
she gonna have to tone it down.
I think both of the parties are getting a little
For real.
frustrated. I'm getting frustrated. So
Yes, you don't
I'm
like it when women
Kohler,
talk shit to you,
Guth,
Darrell.
Hayes, Patterson. I missed a fifth.
Bertram.
Guth is a
This
police
fucking
officer,
guy.
right?
Yes.
I know who Eric Patterson is. How about Kohler, Hayes, and Bertram? Were those
They
citizens?
they're citizens that relate to the parade, I believe.
I hope they don't
Post
show up
parade.
and say, I got work, I can't come in.
Not
That
the
would
DV.
be hilarious.
It seems to me that even with one of the witnesses taking more than 35 minutes, that doesn't fill up the whole day. So we need to have some other people on that list for the afternoon.
So I will just continue to work in the order of the list that was provided, Your Honor. I think that's the only reasonable thing we can do at this point. Or we can do it alphabetical, or we can do it by random lot, because I don't know really what else to do.
By the list that was given.
But how do you want us to do the list,
What was
Helen?
the order of the list?
Water,
that you were
Helen,
given?
The
water.
first 3 were Kirby, Kohler, and Guth. The next line has 3 names: Patterson, Bertram, Hayes.
My
The
God.
third line has 3 names: Reimer, Aldrich, and Lescano. The last list has 2 names and then also reads the state of Wisconsin.
No, not yet.
First 3 people on the list, you need to advise to be here tomorrow at 8:30. The
Okay,
next 2 people tomorrow at 10:30. The next 2 people after that tomorrow at 1:30. The next 2 people from there at 3:30. And then do I have anyone left over from there?
no,
One more?
no,
If I have to go late tomorrow, then I would say the last person can be at 4:30 if need be.
yeah, I agree. We would very much like to get through the defense witnesses tomorrow, Your Honor.
Basically, the state's saying we're not
Well,
going to
that's
fucking
gonna happen.
cross-examine nobody.
Well, that's the
That's
order that I'm
fine.
making in terms of the
Yeah.
times people need to show up. That gives you a range of
Smug
people
asshole.
to select from.
I'm gonna have to see that what you're referring to then, because
Oh, I trust you wrote it down because that's what I did.
I
So
didn't. I
we
didn't
are
write
at
it down.
recess then for the evening. We'll see
Oh,
everyone tomorrow.
God,
at
she
8:30
just told him to
a.m.
fuck
Thank
himself.
you,
Don't get
everyone.
called like that. Don't try to blame it on me.
Ooh, shit. Oh, shit, folks. Oh, shit. Wow. What a dickhead and a half. I mean, they're offering, the state is going out of their way to help him. They don't have to. Anyone who's, I'm not telling you which one I'm going to call. It's like a fucking 4-year-old. I mean, Jesus. You know, I'm a defense attorney. I'm generally pro-defendant, but God almighty. Hurting me, bro. Anyways, we got a bunch of questions here. Bunch of things, bunch of comments and super chats. So we're going to get through these guys. Please stick around. Also, tonight, 9:30, we'll be going through probably a little bit of this at the end and also his opening statement. So other things, also Kevin Spacey's trial's over and a couple other things that are going on. So 9:30 tonight, we'll be here on YouTube. Let's get started, though. Origin Squares, you did this one a while ago. Thoughts on the state not attempting to prove intentionality? They have proven it. Yes, obviously, if he had written down somewhere, yes, I'm going to, if he had sat there taking a, thing of paper and said, I'm going to go to the parade and fucking kill a shitload of people and bam, and did that. Yes, that would be intent. Or if he had a Facebook page, going like this as he's driving through the parade, like, fuck all you people, ba-boom, 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 as he's doing it. Yes, that would be intent. There's another way you could show intent. There's multiple ways, though. One of them is through the certainty of your actions. You know, if you do something, what would a reasonable person foresee their actions lead to? So, for example, if you're shooting into a crowd of people, well, I didn't mean to hurt anyone. If you shoot a gun into a crowd of people, what do you think is going to happen? Or in this case, you keep driving through a crowd of people. You're running them over with your car. What do you think is going to happen? You're going to run them over and severely injure them and or kill them. Well, how can you not intend to run somebody over like that? And it's one thing if it was just one person, but it was 60 some people. And that's where it's fairly easy to show he didn't slow down. He wasn't using his horn. The one officer or the one guy said when Brooks was like here and then he wheeled the car over and like jumped across the road and ran over more people. He like looked out the window and then like cut the wheel and hit more. That he has not shown any remorse. He's like, oh my God, what happened? I didn't mean to do it. A lot of that can be used to show intent. So they don't have to have explicitly that, but your actions can be used to infer intent. And that's actually in the Wisconsin, jury instructions. And I'll throw this up real quick. This is something where they talk about how do you show intent. Here. And I think this is important. You cannot look into a person's mind to find intent. The intent to kill must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all the facts and circumstances bearing upon intent. So that, intent is, it can be determined. So that's not ultimately, they have done it. It's just not, it's not the, ha ha ha, I'm a bad guy. Harvey Gunsmithing, better attorney, Brooks or Elaine? Probably Brooks. Brad Nash is saying, will he take the stand? He's going to have to because he's got to explain why he did this. If he doesn't explain why he did this, he's in trouble. So he has to go tell everybody why he did this. But he said it wasn't intentional. And he's going to say, none of this was intentional. Well, you're going to have to explain what happened. Because you were behind the wheel of a car that killed a bunch of people. You got to have an answer for that. But he will do it at some point, probably Monday. Have they proven mens rea? Yeah, I think they've proven intent based upon his actions. What Walter Malone said for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. She's going to cry. I don't know what he's thinking. He's an asshole at this point. I think somebody said he's masturbating in the drama and the trauma. I think so. Wanderjoy15 saying, I think this fool called witnesses from the prosecution's witness list because he didn't know who to call. I think so too. I think he realized these were witnesses that were initially on the prosecutor's list and then were taken away. And he must be like, aha, that's how I'm going to get them. They must have taken these people off for a reason. I also think with that first guy, the map guy, there was some idea I can relitigate the domestic violence call, which would then absolve me of killing everybody. But yes, he's not thinking too far ahead here. Not very big brained. Darcy for $20. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Thanks again for streaming, Sean. Cheers. You're welcome. Yeah, tomorrow morning, guys, they're starting at 8:30 Wisconsin time. That's Central. I'm in Eastern time, so it'll be 9:30 here. But we'll get started. I'll probably be on a little bit early so we can just talk and hang out. Psychotic Teddy 97. Oh my God, what a fucking blast this was. Not sure if that's satire or not, sarcasm or not. Thanks for streaming, Sean. Well, you're welcome. Eric Rollins for $2. What would his best case be? There's no more claiming the vehicle was suffering a mechanical defect, but it was manslaughter, that he was under such provocation that he did this. And that might get him to second-degree intentional homicide. Either way, he's got to do something that gets him short of life without parole. But he's got to claim like some version of manslaughter. He's got to show it was an accident. He didn't mean to do all this. But he doesn't have really any way of showing that. Now, I agree with Nick that an attorney could have started planting those seeds and it would have been a very long road to hoe, but it could have been done. But he's completely destroyed that. Just a map nailed to the wall. Just hanging out, huh? Said, oh, snap. My man is threatening the DA now. Yes, he is entirely. He does not like being told what's up by women. And yeah, you tone policing people. Dude, you've had a shitty tone the whole time. Yeah, but he's acting like he's out on the street, like he'd go fuck this woman up. But you know what? I bet Sue Opper wouldn't be afraid of him and probably throw a punch at him too. He's not used to fighting with people who aren't afraid of him and won't back down. That is a big problem for him. And I don't think he realizes it yet, but that's the true issue here. He has spent his whole life being able to fuck around and get his way with stuff. And now these people are standing up to him and he doesn't know what to do. All he's got is bluster and, act like an asshole mode. So I don't think it's going to work. And I think he's at a loss because that one card he keeps throwing on the table, being an asshole and bluster and threaten violence. Well, everybody here is like, okay, cool, great, you're violent, and yawn. Like we deal with we deal with hardcore murderers and really violent people. Yawn, and he's like, and he's like shuffling through his cards, like, I don't know which one to do. He's got no play left. I do not consent. Said, how would you defend him? I'd be trying to show that it was some sort of like he had a tampon attack. He was just a petulant little bitch, and he was all emotional, and this was all in the heat of the moment under provocation. That's the only way you're going to show it. That's the only thing you can do is get this to manslaughter or some lesser form of homicide. That's the victory. You're not going to get him acquitted of stuff. Scattergun, yeah, he thinks he's in control. The state can cross if they want. What are you talking about? I don't think the state wants to cross these witnesses. These witnesses are offering nothing to help Brooks. So they're fine with doing them. Like you heard the prosecutor, she's like, let's do them all tomorrow. She knows already because they probably already know what these witnesses have to say. We're not going to cross-examine them. Like there's nothing to get out of these people. I mean, like you heard him like, oh, hey, draw on the map for us real quick. Okay, boop, 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 done. I bet for a couple of these witnesses are going to be like, yeah, no questions, nothing further, and just move along. They have no incentive to cross-examine any of these witnesses. So I don't think they want to. I didn't say they couldn't. I said I don't think they will. There's no reason for them to, likely. The chat demands White Claws. Well, we got to work on that. I got to get some White Claws. Kind of drink up, and I hadn't done Instacart lately, so lots of new Instacart coming up. Yeah, Jeremy Roast Coffee says the state just told him they're no longer in the business of holding his hand. He just didn't realize it because he's retarded. Well, because he thinks he's the man. It's not just he's retarded, but he just thinks everything happens and it's because I do it. He doesn't realize people do it for him. Miss Mel, I can't say that because as an officer of the court, I have to say, if you are ever served with a subpoena, you have an obligation to abide by the orders of a court. I can never advise you otherwise as an officer of the court myself and a duly licensed attorney. So that's just out there for the record. Analytical T says, isn't honking intent? Hey, move or I run over you. Well, he might try to argue it's for signaling, but also even if you're honking, like that person doesn't get out of the way, you don't have the right to run them the fuck over. So I don't think it helps him too much. Yeah, he's gonna bring her up, the ex-girlfriend, just to fuck with her. That's all it's gonna be. Because he's so wrapped up in this, and it's about him dealing with her. He's gonna cross-examine her, and he's gonna put her on direct and just screw with her. But remember, he's all worried about that first part of it. He doesn't, you've got the other half of the equation when you killed everybody. And he's not going to fight it, but he's going to end up going to prison. Like, yeah, I showed them what's up. Guarantee it. Basically, just a map saying you don't have to prove his intent if his logic is retarded. Well, think about it. If you were sitting on a jury, okay, a guy flies into a crowd and doesn't stop and then drives off. Sounds pretty intentional. Yes, Johnny Osprey. Is that lawful law? Dwayne Mansell, it's only supposed, jury. TMC3 says he likes hurting women. This is the last chance I'll ever get. Yeah, short of prison guards, it's the last chance he's ever going to get. Jimmy Rose Coffee says, please, please, please let him take the stand. Yeah, he's got to. I don't see, I think he's going to get up there just to be an asshole. Orson Squares says, beautiful, thank you. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Randomizer says the plea agreement offered by the prosecution was the 6 consecutive life sentences. Yeah, he pleads to the murders and that's it. Now he says he's working on his counteroffer. They're not going to go any lower than that. That was their offer, and I think that was a generous one. I'm surprised they haven't told him like we're not going to. I think that was their way of trying to avoid the trial, but really they don't care. They'll make him eat the whole indictment or the whole information. Are you supposed to call witnesses against yourself asking for a friend? No, Tom, you're not supposed to. Rob Dorr says, yeah, depraved heart murder. Yeah, just depraved indifference. That's a way to show the intent here. That attitude will get him far in jail. It might. I don't know. Somebody like Brooks, when he's around guys who know he'll fuck him up, he probably acts like a good little bitch. These guys, that there's a dime a dozen of them. Yeah, they aren't afraid to tell women what's up, but the moment they're dealing with some real dudes, he keeps his mouth shut. Let's see, where are we? Oh, we're almost done. Catching up. He's a narcissist? Oh, yeah. Beth says, could your defense be he had a seizure and accidentally plowed into people? Yeah, but you're going to need medical experts for that to show, like, he did have a seizure. He did, he's got a seizure disorder, that he's had MRIs done and CAT scans, and yeah, here's his brain. Stuff's not firing right. You have to be able to show that with, like, evidence to back it up. Yeah, he could have had a seizure, but what's the more likely answer? That he's a fucking lunatic and he killed everybody. Now, could he have had a seizure? Sure. But he's certainly not acting like that was a potential issue. I mean, there is no account for him saying, well, I just like blacked out all of a sudden, like I'm driving down the road and all of a sudden I'm standing in front of a house in bare feet. If he had ever articulated that would be fine. But you even heard him during the interview, like, just tell me what happened, man. I just need to know so I can tell my kids and be straight with them. Well, that's his way of knowing, like, I want to tell my kids how bad it is and how screwed I am. Like, you can imply a lot of this together. So yes, you could, but you have to show. Greg K says, doesn't Brooks have a certain overall time limit for the trial? Yeah, there's technically a limit for a trial, but to literally take a pro se defendant and say, time's up, you're done. This isn't like the Johnny Depp trial. Civil trials are different. To take a criminal trial and say, like, time's over, a court's not going to, you're going to get loved tenderly by a court for doing that. And that is unacceptable. Justice may take as long as it dictates. It should never be on a timetable. Our friend, we doing business. We doing business. Yeah, Belandra says they didn't cross Kirby and Brooks thought that was a win. Yeah, like I said, the prosecutor's like, what the fuck? This guy just said like you're a complete asshole. So great, we don't need to. Rob, you're right. Yeah, well, I think we brought this up before. One of the theories is he was going to get called. He was going to get in trouble for the arrest, and he was on parole, and he didn't want to get arrested, so he fled. Yeah, it could be any number of things here. I mean, I took off and didn't grab any claws. Well, I went straight to court and came back. Pseudo Snark says, how brutal will the cross be if he testifies? Oh, it's going to be awful. It's going to be rough. Nate said, looking good, bro. Looks like you're losing a bit. Thank you. I am working on it. Dwayne saying he won't testify. Yeah, he might. Yeah, I could see that being a possibility. Like he runs through his witnesses and like, oh, well, I'm done. But I think he's going to have to, because otherwise it doesn't show like how he gets to like, I didn't do this. So. Monad, we're not doing a 24-hour live stream. Jim Satala says in Florida, under that new law, you could actually run people over if they won't get off the road, according to CNN. Yeah, but that's on a road where it's like in the middle of traffic. This was a closed off road. The police had closed the road. It was designated for a parade. This wouldn't be applicable there. That'd be like claiming self-defense because you shot the police raiding your house and they clearly said they were the police. This one, this would be the law wouldn't protect him here because it was a closed road. So there's like the parade was supposed to be there, not him. Luke Vino is saying like LOL trans Brooks next year. Yeah. Yeah, and his opening statements are cringe, and we'll cover them tonight, guys. So just trying to catch up to what everybody said. Is dismal, yeah. His opening was a lot of crying. No, we're not doing a 24-hour live stream. That doesn't mean we're not doing a 26 either. No. Jeremy Rose Coffee for $4.99 says, thank you for the super chat, by the way. Just want to contribute for the community to keep enjoying these streams. Have a white claw on me. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, Lilyfield says his opening was he didn't do it on purpose and to keep an open mind. Okay, well, if he didn't do it on purpose, then what happened? Two law student says he's gonna tell his cellmate, "I did not consent to being a bottom." Yes. I accept for value in return for value. You being on top. Toothless 420 says hot tub stream. Can't let those tits go to waste. Yeah, well, not yet. I know, Jim. I thought you were telling me CNN was making the. You were being facetious. Sure, I thought CNN was being serious. That's why I was like. But it wouldn't surprise me if CNN was being serious about it. I want one witness to call him Math Boy. One of them might. Maybe Erica will. Like, listen here, you motherfucker. Like, that could easily happen tomorrow. So, well, guys, anyways, it's 6 o'clock. I got to get ready for tonight. I've got some other things to take care of around the house. So, what's our next trial? Well, for me, it will be Sarah Boone, the suitcase murder lady. That'll start the first week in November. But as for me personally, my next trial starts October 31st. It is a drug trafficking case. Be very interesting. It's a very triable case too. I think it could win it. So, what do you think of the Court TV caption on the thumbnail they've been using, calling it a crash? Yeah, they're sellouts. That's what they want to do. So, guys, that's it for now. I will see you guys a little bit later tonight, 9:30 Eastern. We'll be going over this and a couple other things. I appreciate everybody stuck around. I know I was gone for a little bit. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, 425 people still here. I really appreciate that, guys. Appreciate all the likes. Appreciate all the super chats as well. And all the subscribes. And remember, you can get your Brooks Coffee Company mug. So, oh, and your mom did hear it. Oh, I'm glad it made her day. So, yeah, tell your mom happy birthday again. And I will see you guys tonight. Bye.